stay if I can make you.
I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say.
If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay.
Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. No. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say.
If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay.
I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time, yeah. Turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
Light a fire.
Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, clouds are blown away. Time
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky? What you know? Stars collide.
told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling at defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. stay if I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. No. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night.
Welcome, one and all, back to the LPL. We are in week 5, day 1. The split is flying past us, and a happy Valentine's Day to you. If you're like myself and Dagda, you're single, you're here. We're going to keep you company. You know, we got it all. It's all good, man. We keep each other company. It's great.
I like how they took all the people that had, significant others off the cast today.
Because they're busy. They're busy with their significant others. They needed people who had free time on such a prestigious day of love. And you know what? I feel the love from you, man. I always love casting with you. It's always a fun time. But big loves in the chat, big loves. But we got to talk about what's happened in the LPL, get people caught up to speed in case they miss anything, because let's be real, 7 days a week, you're going to miss one or two things. Let's start off with yesterday's games, because it went all 9 yesterday, 2-1s across the board.
Yeah, it was a long L haul, where Adam, unfortunately, not able to take down anyone's legend, anyone's legend kind of smacked them. That game won 16-0 in the scoreline. It was absolutely insane. Then we had IG versus V5, which turned out to be a bit of a doozy as well. Zika deciding that Tryndamere was the only option ever, which meant that he couldn't unfortunately take down V5. And in BLG versus LNG reigned supreme, keeping their 6-0 streak alive.
I think the big thing with LNG, let's have a look at the standings and see how that shapes up the rest of the pack, because looking at this team, LNG, they finally had a big test and they came out with straight A's.
Yeah, and it feels like you're kind of starting to see the teams that you're going to be looking at for our later stages of the playoffs, right? LNG 6-0, RNG looking good at 6-1, and EDG still sitting undefeated as well, although they haven't been quite as tested as LNG, so we'll have to see exactly how that one is going to pan out.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at, last week, we're going to combine week 3 and week 4 as our two kind of half weeks, and we can talk about our best rookie of those weeks, and it was Zika in IG, playing Tryndamere a lot, but still having fantastic performances throughout his series.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, this doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Zika has been a monster since he joined IG. Like, the fact that the entire identity of this team has shifted to play around this man, whether he's on Gwen, Jace's, or these Tryndameres, the split push style for IG is insane. And I think he's up to like 6 solo kills now in 5 games.
Yeah, he had 3 yesterday in 1 game, I remember.
Yeah,
it was game 1, I believe.
God, it was just insane. This man is taking over.
He really, really is. And we look at now the top 5 or the best 5 players within their roles. RNG starting to come into their own. Xiaohu and Bin becoming the kings of the solo lanes.
Yeah, and it's really starting to look good for RNG, where they're able to kind of set up Bin for success. And Xiaohu has come in back to the mid lane, and it's just highlight plays. This guy, the Rise play where he picked up that triple kill against Top Esports, it was insane. I love to see RNG coming back, but we've also got to look at some of our other ones, right? Like Wei Wei doing work for BLG, coming in on picks like the Poppy. You got Light as well, who's been popping the hell off on the Zeri yesterday, and On as well, making a name for himself in Weibo game.
Yeah, really coming together. Be curious to see how this split kind of develops. But again, of course, our best player of week 3 and 4, it's going to be the man in the mid lane. It was Xiaohu. This guy, I'm going to say it now, and I'm going to say it forever. He is the GOAT of LPL. I love watching this guy play.
I don't know if I can go that far. There's some real good players in LPL.
I'm saying it.
I mean, look, there's very few people who can swap from mid to top, absolutely dominate the top lane role, and then swap straight back to mid lane and dominate it once more, right? Xiaohu, definitely a man unto himself, and I'm delighted to see that himself and RNG are succeeding off the back of his hard work.
Yeah, it really is. Now we can talk about what's happening moving into week 5. We talk about today's matches, and today we've got FBX, who are a little bit of a, kind of a rough patch right now against Ultra Prime. And then later on today, we've got WE versus LGD. We'll cover that one a little bit later. But coming straight into today's one, FBX, they've got to get themselves back on track.
Yeah, it hasn't been looking too hot for FPX. 3 loss streak now, and a lot of that's kind of fumbling mid-game, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to take down Ultra Prime. Either way, I think this is going to be a banger. I think this is going to be a kind of one that, like, people who know will know that this is actually going to be a good game.
If you know, you know. And that's the Dagda Valentine's Day 2022. That's all you gotta know. I'm gonna keep arbitrary. Yeah, I'm gonna have arbitrary quotes from you now from now on as we come into it. But it is Valentine's Day. It is the day of love, and we like to share the love and show some of the love as we come into the LPL. We gotta talk about some of our best duos or lovers, if you will, as we come into the LPL. And obviously, we gotta start with the one straight off the top, Xayah Rakan. It's a pretty bog standard one. Honestly, it's a little boring. Let's be real. real.
Yeah, I mean, look, the lovers duo, they've got the Heartseeker skins. Everything goes the way of Zion and Rakan. Like, these guys are the original pair for kind of the love story of, well, both LPL and also just League of Legends in general.
They are a little bit, a traditional classic. Yes, it has many tropes to it, but you like it because it's, what's going to happen. But then we can kind of move into a little bit more interesting, duos, if you will. And I think an edgelord duo is something that I like to see. And the Aphelios Thresh, it cannot get any more edgy and emo teen than these two.
Yeah, sometimes you just need someone to take you on a magical journey. And when you're in that relationship, go explore together. And, the lantern allows you to do that, sweeps him off his feet every time and brings him to where he needs to go, keeping himself safe while they go on their magnificent journey.
Yeah, it's like a little hug every time you take the lantern as well. He like goes into his arms. And speaking of going into arms, going into a belly, Senna, Tam Kench, an unlikely one. You think Lucian would be here, but no, Tam Kench has been the flavor of choice for Senna in recent days.
Yeah, she likes to feel safe with Tam Kench. When he devours her, it's just a good time for her overall, managing to move wherever she needs to. It's just a good time overall.
Yeah, and my personal favorite coming into this festival of love and really thinking about how these champions interact is Corki and ban phase. Because if this man isn't banned, I'm unhappy. So if just keep it going. I'm fully supporting this relationship.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite relationship in the LPL as well right now. The Corki not being able to play on Summoner's Rift. You know what? He's worked hard. He can go and have his time away from where he needs to be. Go elsewhere. It'll be all right.
It'll be totally fine. And now we can come back into our series and come back and talk about our game, FPX versus Ultra Prime. And we mentioned it a little bit there, but normally it's Fly Phoenix Fly. It's been Phoenix struggle so far this split because they started off great 3-0 and they just haven't picked up a game in the last 3.
Yeah, and a lot of that problems are coming from their mid game, right? Like, we can see them get off to these early starts, being able to play around the bot side of the map and stepping up. And honestly, I think Clid has been a great addition to the team. We've seen him like protecting Shallow on that top side and really getting some nice double kills up there. But the biggest problem that we're seeing is that when we get to this mid portion of the game, they're not really sure how they want to try and orchestrate things around the map. Particularly when you look towards the Baron, right? Their Baron plays have been super messy, consistently flipping that objective, and it means that it can either go great or it can go sour very, very quickly and cost FPX some of these games.
We'll see how they're able to adapt as such. Of course, Clid coming in. You've got Gory as well. Basically, a complete rebrand of what this team was compared to the World Championship winning team in 2019. Hell, even the World's team back in 2021, which, we don't really talk about anymore. But coming into this one, I do want to talk about the mid lane because it's, it's make love, not laning. These are two mid laners that just do so little in the laning phase, but so much when out of it.
Yeah, and it really is a kind of a different story for both of them, but neither of them have the best of laning phases, so we're going to be looking outside of the laning phase to see exactly how both these guys are going to do. When you look towards Gory, right, a lot of it comes down more towards his team fighting mechanics, right? This guy has been absolutely stellar when it comes towards getting those big damage moments in the fights and setting up FPX for success. Whereas when you look across the Cryin, it's been more about, hey, how can I try and evacuate myself from the lane? How can I try and get towards those side lanes and set up them for success? Very similar to what we saw on RNG, where he was constantly moving towards that top side to set up Shout.
Yeah, and we can see it in the replays here. It's just even against EDG, again, the world champions. He's getting out of lane. He's finding himself in situations and keeping Ultra Prime competitive. And that's the important thing that Cryin can do for his team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of necessary as well, right? Because when you look at the Ultra Prime lineup, a lot of their setup is about getting Elk and Shousey into position. Elk has been the main damage dealer for this squad, so by being able to prioritize moving towards that bottom half of the map, they can set up Elk and Shousey, make sure that they're in a good spot, and carry with these big late game oriented spots. But as you can see in your screen for Gory, he's been popping off at some of these team fights, and Usheen, I know you love this play.
It's so good, so satisfying. You get a 4-man knock-up into a 3-man taunt. You have done literally the perfect execution of a Galio in any team fight right now. So big moment for both of these teams. And again, they're a lot closer in the standings than people might have anticipated. I feel like this is an opportunity here for Ultra Prime to take a pretty decent scalp and maybe inch themselves closer to a top 10 perhaps.
Yes, especially when you're looking at FPX, like 3-3, right, sitting in 9th place. there's actually a pretty big battle going on to slip in for the playoffs, especially with top esports not looking as strong as they once did. OMG taking a bit of a falter, JDG kind of looking hot and cold. So these wins can really make that difference between if you can eke yourself into a playoff spot.
Yeah, big moment here. And for FBX, like you mentioned, it's about kind of riding the ship. It's about getting themselves back on top. Great start to the season, 3-0, even took down RNG, but weren't not really finding the same form. Once Clid came into the roster, we are seeing a couple of different slips from them there. And this roster will take time. It will take, multiple games for them to really find their form and move into what we can consider to be a top team.
Yeah, and I think the early game is still kind of going relatively well, right? They've still got some nice stuff going up towards Shella, who they're able to play around Hung on that bot side as well, who's just been an absolute monster, and so much fun to watch Hung on the bottom side of the map. But you really do need to try and figure out what the hell is going to go on in this mid game, and especially against Ultra Prime, who have silently kind of had their own bot lane popping off, right? Chelsea and Elk having looked incredible on that bot side. Elk picking up the first pentakill of the year. Like, this is definitely a lane that I think is going to get a lot of focus on both sides of the equation.
Yeah, a big talking point as well is that the bot lane, how can it be impacted by those mid laners? We talked about Cryan's roaming. We obviously know how big of a team fight presence Gory can be. And I'm curious to see where these teams take their drafts. We are on 12.2 with the hot fix, so we are working a little bit behind the rest of the regions, but still plenty to work towards here for both these sides to, again, just try and get a bit of momentum behind them.
Yeah, that's why when we look at like the draft coming in today, I think we're still going to see a lot of priority on things like the Aphelios, Jinxes, and even things like the Zeri as well has been cropping up. And both sides, you look at like the amount of Caitlyn bans that have been tossed their direction as well, particularly towards FPX. Like 75% of their games, Caitlyn is taken away from them. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that once more kind of rearing its head in this ban phase.
See what they're going to go for. And again, bot lane so big. Elk having the most kills in a single game, 16. I believe it was against top esports. So that's, again, big focus for the side of Ultra Prime. And coming back into where the meta is and how things are moving around, we're seeing a lot of Zeri popping up around the region. Senatam Kench, of course, we mentioned as well. What do you think is going to be preferable for these bot lanes now that we've moved into a slightly more varied meta outside of the Aphelios and Jinx?
I still think, I mean, especially for LWX, right? He loves the Aphelios. When you look towards Elk, his most played is the Jinx. I think we're still going to see high priority on them, but I think coming into it, like Caitlyn banned away, I think Corki will probably see bans away. I'm curious to see if we end up with Hacker being able to get his hands on the Lee Sin. I think he looked really good on that pick. But also just things like the Renekton in the top side, right? Both Shella and ZS will be looking to try and get their hands on that one. So I think there's still like a lot of the basic bans, I suppose, coming into today, but I'm curious if there's going to be more things, as you say, like the Zeri getting banned away as well.
Yeah, and I think when you're going up against Ultra Prime as well, got to make sure you're banning away some of those global mid laners, and something that could be used between both these mid laners is the Twist of Fate and, of course, the Galio. So we'll wait to see how it all goes and works itself out, and I'm just so curious to see. Again, I feel like FBX are gonna have these expectations. It's very much the same show as we always see with teams that end up going through these massive rebrands. It is a expectation around them that they have to perform, and I feel like given a bit of time, on paper, this roster should do decent things. I just think they need to bring themselves together and work out the kinks just a little bit in this early stage of the season.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have a huge amount of work to do. I think for Ultra Prime, like, you can see that although Elk and Chelsea have some good spots, the top side of the map still struggles to a certain extent. ZS can have some good moments in team fights, but his laning phase isn't that strong. And then when you look across, like for FPX, right, we've got Shella, who looks like an absolute monster. You've got the bot lane that can do well as well, but it just feels like there's still a huge amount to work on. Either way, though, we are into draft. Twisted Fate and Corki already taken away from that mid lane. Twisted Fate, 75% ban rate against Cryan in that mid lane. You do not want this guy who likes to roam on the roam champion. And then you go across, Caitlyn banned away from FPX, no real surprise there. The Jace banned away from Xiaolao, who as well has been starting to creep up in priority. And there's always the question now, if you start to see things like Diana banned away, if we end up seeing, there's the Lee Sin, actually towards Clid, taken off the board.
Yeah, big bans coming in now. We're seeing the Tam Kench taken away, so still have plenty of options here, like the Zeri. LWX locks that one in straight away.
And now I'm wondering what Zeri's going to be paired with, because we've seen it a lot with Yumi. I personally kind of like to see it more with things that can go aggressive and play this more lane bully style, like the Leona in that bot lane, especially if you're going to get like Nautilus, probably a Felios or something on the other side. I think or even the Jinx on the other side, I think having something that can play aggressive in this lane works out really well. The Ryze, though, picked up for Crime. He said this guy likes to roam. Now I would love to see Gory go towards something like the Orianna. Maybe they even swap it up here, right? You go for Ori and you get your Leona here for FPX, and then you can always look later for a counter pick for Clid.
Yeah, you can look for it. The Galio does similar things. You're still going in, but you are all inning on a team fight right now. The short range burst, and obviously, you know, Zeri wants to be on top of your faces. Galio can help with that big engage if they decide to go with something like that, but they're actually going to go with maybe a tried and tested combination. The Galio Camille combination could be locked in here just to single out someone and take them out.
Yeah, but Renekton is still open. So for ZS, honestly, I think you take Renekton here. You can have a decent front line, especially with the way FPX want to try and play forward. You get great lane stats, but they're actually just going to take the Jinx here. So means that you can, it was kind of a call out from FPX, right? Like you either get your AD carry here in the Jinx, or we get to ban away the Renekton. We get to ban away things that this Camille can struggle against and make sure that we're in a really good spot. So now Ultra Prime, I think you ban away junglers. Actually, yeah, ban away junglers. You get first rotation on your jungle, so setting yourself up there. But it's actually going to be the supports that they're looking towards.
Yeah, you mentioned as well the Yuumi, and I don't mind the Yuumi as such, but I do think that if you're looking at the composition of FBX, they're looking to dive. They're looking to jump straight onto your face. So things like the Leona, those are big picks that I think will be coming in here. But now FBX, they're going to start banning away things that can do well into the Camille. I would not be surprised to see their last ban be that Renekton that you mentioned. Did have some change, or not as high priority come into 12.2 just because of the Sterex changes. So we'll see how this last few bans come out here and what these teams think are important bans.
Yeah, I still think Leona is the best bet here. We'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be. Am I crazy, or is patch 12.3 the stage?
Possibly. You might actually be 100% correct on that. So
yeah,
maybe the players are confused as well. That's why we haven't seen a priority.
Yeah, we're still seeing like a huge amount of priority on Renekton on this patch just because he is insanely strong. But that's the Leona taken off the board. I still think Renekton will be banned away here. It's super strong against the Camille early and gives you such a strong lane. ZS as well kind of prefers these bruisers. Like when you look at what he's played, like Gragas, Renekton, like these are the two top picks on him. But it's actually the Akali. Okay, so. I mean, I've seen the Akali into the Camille. I haven't been the biggest fan of it, to be perfectly honest. Camille kind of just slaps her about for a good portion of the lane phase. But Hacker will get his hands on the Xin Zhao. There hasn't been any sort of like jungle bans here, so you still got your pick of the litter. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see Clid go back towards something like the Jarvan, right? Like, ton of lockup, especially when you look towards the Ryze and the Jinx. Plus, you've also got the opportunity here where you can add another kind of wombo combo pot for yourself, where Camille can go in with the Galio ult. You now got the Jarvan who can go in with the Galio ult, and just following up on all this dive that FPX have. Viego can kind of fit that same vein, but more of like a, hey, I can be that follow-up damage rather than that big engage tool.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. The Star Exchange is on 12.3. I do apologize. I'm getting... This is why you don't look at patch changes until it hits your region. This is why you never look at the patches until it happens. But again, FBX, they are very heavily indexing into this. We want to fight. We want to 5v5, jump on your face. The set of the Alistar would fit perfectly into what they have just concocted for themselves. A just big, beefy front line that just jumps in, gets on top of you, and kills you before you can get away.
Yeah, and especially like with the Leona ban, the Alistar kind of fits into that, right? Like super, super strong, especially if you want to start looking for dives in the bot lane. And when you got Gory on this Galio, plus you've got Clid who can try and play down there, it still feels very heavily indexing into the we want to play around bot lane style that we've seen from FPX. Ultra Prime on the right-hand side, though, actually going to go with the Jax. So I was expecting that they might go with Renekton just to kind of provide this nice front-to-back style, but ZS wants to try and take it against Xiao Lao Hu, and suddenly now it feels like Ultra Prime are going, right, well, if you want to play around bot side, we might just try and play around this top side, get ZS into a position where he can take over on those side lanes, but it's going to leave Elk and Chelsea as sitting ducks.
That's the big thing. I think Ultra Prime have indexed it into a little bit more of a split push setup and saying, look, if the Jax, if the Ryze can get themselves out into side lanes, if we can keep FBX separated away from their 5-man death ball, they maybe find some opportunities against them. Whereas, as we mentioned, FBX, they want to try and be a 5-man squad. They want to be just a doom ball running at your face, constantly trying to find out opportunities. And like you said, if Elk gets caught out in Chelsea, there's not really many places for them to go. Curious to see how the execution of this draft will work for the side of Ultra Prime, because in terms of ease of execution, FPX, in my opinion, kind of feel like they have an easier time of making their comp work for them.
I mean, they're very similar, right? Like, you've got side lane for both Camille, Jax, Galio, Ryze. You've got the opportunity to come in group if you want to, and you've also got reasonable team fighting AD carries on both sides, engage supports, skirmish oriented junglers. Like, these are very, very similar compositions. And I think the big thing when I look at this is, like, depending on how the early game goes, this is going to dictate the game. Because if you start getting towers down on FPX's side or Ultra Prime's side, it becomes very easy for you to get vision control, and then like start dipping into Fog of War, looking for plays on the mid lane or elsewhere in the map, and just consistently finding these picks against the opposition. And if you're on the back foot, it becomes really hard for you to try and maintain that, because they're just able to, your opposition's just able to outmaneuver you with how much more space they have on them.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Both these teams very close in the standings. 3-3 for FPX, 2-4 for Ultra Prime. It is still best of 3, so this will only put you 1 foot in the door. But both these sides have shown promise with what they've shown so far this season. They need to start solidifying it because they are running out of games. We are jumping onto the Rift for Game 1, and we're going to see exactly how this all pans out.
Yeah, we're going to spot it on LWX and bot side, but they're just going to easily clear that one out. And then
全军出击！
Onto the... Excuse me, I just got my director in my ear telling me about that, so excuse me, I just trying to figure out what he was saying there. But onto the Raptors, excuse me, could not think of the word of there. So they will be able to spot out Viego on his path up towards that top side.
And look, I think a lot of this early game is going to come down towards the moves from Crying in this mid lane. Hacker in the spot side is a nice trade, come through in the bottom lane. Crying should have full push against Gory in the game. You can even see Gory actually opting in for the aftershock. So kind of realizing, hey, look, like I'm going to be the one following through, so having that extra resistance is going to work out reasonably well for me. So Crying is going to be kind of the one that we're looking at to see, can he get down to this bot side to influence it, or rotate up towards this top side to ZS to kind of solidify this lane advantage for the Jax. Whereas when you look across at FPX, I feel like the best plan here for Clid is to actually try and like play through Gory the mid. See if he can burn a flash early on Crying, force him back, buy some space for Gory, and that way then maybe you can try and have influence on the map before Crying's really able to get control.
And I've been told we did DC a little bit there, so do apologize for the disruption. Of course, you know, no one wants to see the game. Everyone just wants to hear the casters. Everyone knows that. So we'll see now exactly where they're able to move this one around. Clay's got to be, as we mentioned, clapping it towards that top side. And I want to see what ZS can do on this Jax. We mentioned he had last pick. He was given this matchup, you know, basically whatever way he wanted it. So he chose into this. And right now it is going to be a little bit of a push, but it does become a bit of a skill matchup the later the game goes on, because it's all about that counter-strike. It's all about being able to just, you know, mitigate a lot of that upfront damage that Camille can do.
Yeah, try and deny the Q from the Camille is the big one. And I think that's why, like, I want to see Ultra Prime try to play up towards his top side to get the definitive advantage up there. Hacker will be spotted moving up towards his top side scuttle though, so maybe we get some sort of reaction from Gory, but he's already at half health, and I don't really think he can try and come in. Again, like, Gory's not having the best of laning phases, and this is not the best of matchups for him.
I'm always curious about that kind of stuff as well. It's like, you know, two people who aren't amazing at laning phase. Who wins the laning phase then? But it looks like right now it is just both mid laners basically just going through their pots, pushing up the wave, not really too concerned about where they're going to be doing so far. We do see Hung posturing aggressively down in this bot side. And Alistar has become a pick that is a bit more fringe, I think is a fair way to put it. It is still very, very powerful as we come into later stages, but with the Glacial Augment, especially in those early levels before he hits level 6, very squishy. He needs to be very, very careful with what engages he decides to go for.
Yeah, I think he works quite well into some of the meta picks that we're seeing at the moment, right? Like, when you look towards Nautilus, he tries to go for the hook. It's very easy for Hong to go and engage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if they're gonna make something work. Clid is there. Elk is just trying to kite this one out. You can see the damage coming out from LWX in front of the minions. Not the greatest in the world. Elk is just trying to make this one work. But Gory, he's already roamed out. He's already got himself into this bot side. This could be terrible for Ultra Prime. They flash away with a taunt. 2-man underneath the tower. Gory is rewarded with 2 kills for his proactive play.
And this was just really nice from FPX. Gory managing the wave better in that mid lane until he got the push. Brian did have the TP, but TP'd back to the mid lane, so he wasn't able to actually get in towards this bottom side as that play happened. And now Gory, he'll reset himself in towards the mid lane, not even lose out on that much when it comes towards the CS department.
Huge win there for Gory, and again, we mentioned it in the pregame. These are two mid laners that love to leave the lane. They don't want to be there going toe for toe, tat for tat. They want to be getting themselves out and about, making sure they're making impact plays just like this.
Yeah, and you can see here, Gory actually cancelled his reset to start moving down towards the bot side. So this was a definitive call from FPX going, hang on, we can make this happen. And I think that's why maybe Gory was Brian was underprepared, because he thought, oh, Gory's in here, but you see Rise still in that mid lane. He's only just TP'd back, and it's too little too late then at that stage, because FPX have already got in towards your bot lane and you've got no way to follow.
They got great juggling of the aggro as well. They were able to get Hung underneath the tower, get him out, didn't even have to use his flash, and already FPX starting to put their front foot forward, already about 1,300 gold ahead at 5.5 minutes, or sorry, 6 minutes, excuse me, as we come, closer and closer to those mid-game skirmishes. It's only going to get a little bit harder, in my opinion, for Ultra Prime, because it's exactly what you mentioned, is that with Elk and Shousey, if they're just getting jumped on, they don't have a hope or a prayer to leave. They can't do anything about it, so it's going to be an Ultra Prime to find avenues back in that they can support their bot side, or at least trade somewhere else on the map.
And this is pre-level 6 as well. Like, Gory's only just hit his ultimate in the mid lane. Hung still hasn't got his Unbreakable will available, so when that is available, it becomes even easier to go for these plays, because Hung can just tank up that turret for days and as well provide that entrance tool for Gory. So Ultra Prime really need to keep themselves safe, and right now, like, I just thought we'd see Crime basically, like, burning a bunch of pots, pushing in this wave and looking to link up Hacker, but we haven't actually seen Ultra Prime try and move pretty much at all thus far, despite the fact that that Cry had that push in mid lane after Gory made that play bot.
You see the triple sheen here for FBX on Xiao Hu and Clid, and of course LWX respectfully. Now we wait to see what the next big play is. Minute till the Rift Herald spawns. They got Dragon on the board as well. There's going to be a first Dragon Ocean. But I imagine FBX will want to go for that Rift Herald, because like you mentioned, they are going to be the ones wanting to try and push this issue, force the side of Ultra Prime to make a call where they have to 5v5. And like you mentioned there, level 6 is now for the top side of the map for FBX. It's going to be so much harder for Ultra Prime to find that opportunity.
And as well, just with the composition that they have, right? Like, LWX is going to do so much more damage than Elk in a team fight right now, because the Zeri with the Sheen picked up as well. Like, they're going to be so strong. Hung already considering moving, but maybe they're just going to stick around and keep pushing being on this bot side. Xiao Hu has been doing a wonderful job in the top lane. He's actually been able to amass a little bit of a CS lead for himself. I know it doesn't look like it at the moment, but look at the size difference in the wave there, right? Like, Xiao Hu, despite the way the match has gone, is actually playing this really well.
Yeah, really keeping himself safe. As you can see now, Elk getting jumped on, does not have flash, and has nowhere to go. LWX will take that one. Hung as well, just keeping himself safe. Didn't even use his ultimate. He was so confident how much he could tank up, and it's just going to get worse, Dagda.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a nice opportune moment for FPX, right? Like, Chelsea had moved over to see if he could get some vision control, and suddenly Elk is gone. So now you've got the reset coming through for Hung. He's made his way up towards his top side. Elk and Chelsea are only just managing to move back down to the bot lane. So for Ultra Prime, they've got to give up this Rift Herald as well, because FPX have numbers advantage. I mean, you got to do something here, Ultra Prime. This game's running away from you.
It's running away, and we're not even 10 minutes into the game right now. If FBX, we said we wanted to see more from them. We said we want to see them do a little bit more than what they've been able to in their last 3 series. This is kind of what we expected. And again, on paper, these players are just so good individually that it can work together if they can bring it all and work it out in terms of where the pieces go.
Ultra Prime trying to trade the Rift Herald for the Dragon at the moment. The big issue that I'm seeing, though, is if you look at that top lane, right? Nice wave that could have crashed in. Wasn't sure if Clid wanted to go up there and instantly put that money in towards Xiao Hu. I feel like at this stage, Gory's in a good spot. LWX and Hung have full control of top lane. For Clid, using that Rift Herald top and confirming Xiao Hu's control of that side lane is probably your best bet right now.
I'll wait and see where they want to drop Shelly. Ultra Prime do trade themselves a dragon, so they got that going for them, but a two-man knocked up as Hong just trying to make this one work for him again. Xiaoxi has to flash away, and you can see LWX moving forward. They've got Hacker and Cryan, though, trying to turn this one around a little bit. They're going to have a 4v2 in this bot side. LWX uses the heal. He has no flash to get away. They're trying to keep themselves alive, but FBX went a little bit too close to the sun, and they will be burned. 2 kills for Ultra Prime. Good response for them from the mid laner and jungler.
Yeah, FPX though have moved in towards the mid, as he said, making sure that they can get this tower. And now Cryan does manage to get some action on the map, but might actually lose out on his mid lane turret as a result.
There's always an answer. There's always a reaction to when you make a play like that, and FBX not to be undone. It is still a good move here from Ultra Prime to not lose out on the bot side. You can see how low the health bars went, but a double push on the Rift Herald means that this mid lane is becoming very tenuous for Cryan. And in fairness, he doesn't want to be here anyway, so it gives him more of an excuse to leave.
Especially when you're looking now at the opportunity for FPX to like open up into a 1-3-1 if they want to. Like, both the dragons and the Rift Heralds are off the map, so you can just put the Zeri mid. But this engage from Hung was really, really well played, right? Hops over the wall with the Hex Flash. And it's just unfortunate that they just can't quite kill Xiaoxi. You can see the Zaps just trying to get that damage onto Xiaoxi. He goes insanely low, but you've already got the cavalry arriving in Cryan and Hacker. Heal burnt by the Zeri, trying to buy space there, but it's just not enough, and LWX and Hong end up falling for their trouble.
It's a nice response there, but of course, like we mentioned, you did get the Rift Herald from FBX. They still go into about a 2,500 gold lead, and Zeri picking up some free farm in the bot side. Does keep her nicely topped up. We'll have the Triforce pretty much in the next back, as we can now see maybe Hong and Xiaoxi going for a little bit of engage. There's a level difference right now, and already you can see using the Galio to full effect. They know he has nowhere to go, and he does not have Aftershock. He is a squishy, squishy boy. FBX answering right back in this bot side.
And again now, LWX gets to be the benefactor, right? Plates taken on the bot side, 3 kills now for Gory, and because all this is going on, Shanahu and ZS, I thought we'd see some action towards the top lane to try and help out in the matchup, but nobody cares. It's like, look, you do your thing. We're just going to win elsewhere on the map for FPX.
Well, Ultra Prime seeing if they can maybe make a later move towards that top side, but nothing really doing there. Hacker not finding any camps either, so not really making the most out of what he could possibly make there. But 4v2 in this mid lane could be an opportunity here. They don't have great vision at all. In fact, they have no vision whatsoever. And now Gory going to have to use that taunt to try and keep himself alive. Gets hooked up, gets knocked up, and goes straight into stasis. Now, they've got the Jax who gets punted out straight away. It's a 5v3. They will be able to take out the Alistar in the end, so it ends up being a 2-for-none trade, but you lost that bot lane turret and all the plates and gold go over to LWX.
With 2 people dead, maybe Ultra Prime can make this dive happen on the top side. Shalahu, you're in trouble.
You're in a lot of trouble. He gets flashed on, gets counter-strike down. They should be able to keep him in place with the Ruin Prison. Uses the Hextech ultimatum to buy some time. But there is the... Ooh, okay, I thought it was going to be a disaster there for a second. But they get out clean, so good response from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, your own bomb that you plant is the worst. I learned that in Bomberman years ago, and Cryan nearly found the same problem there. But Ultra Prime, 3 quick kills, and honestly, brilliantly played, right? Like, you know that tower's gone down on the bottom side, there's not much you can do, so make the cross map happen. And Cryan moves up with ZS. You've got the Xin Zhao moving up here as well, and Hacker, and Flash 4 by ZS just catches Shadowhu before he can try and make the great escape.
And I love this from Cryan as well. He holds onto the Ruin Prison basically until Hacker can get there, just to be sure. And skating again, a little scary, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it was totally planned. He's totally knew what he was doing. Not an issue for our boy Cryan in the mid lane.
Now we get him back onto the map, right? And at least you're getting the solo laners for Ultra Prime into an okay spot, right? 2 kills now going back the way of Cryan means that he's going to have an easier time in the side lane against Galio. Jax getting some attention as well means that he should be in an okay spot, but as you can see, hasn't been able to complete his first item, unlike the Camille, because Divine Sunder picked up for Shella, who he doesn't match with him. So at least on Ultra Prime side, you're still waiting a little bit longer, but writing the side lanes is a good answer for what FPX are trying to do.
Yeah, and you look across the board, apart from top lane, where there's a 400 gold lead there for ZS, it's basically gold leads across the board for every single lane. You've got about 500 in jungle, you've got about maybe even 500 again in mid lane, actually a little bit more, about 800. And FPX know this. They're going to walk around. This is the death ball composition that we talked about. They are very happy to walk around as a 5-man unit. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, but the dragon had already been taken. You're well too late on that one, Elk. And now, Ultra Prime, you got to figure something out. It looks like they are opting to try and get that side lane pressure going with the Jax and the Rise, but like we mentioned before, Elk doesn't really have a lot of peel options for him. If he gets jumped on, he's probably just dead. And Shoutzy, you're by yourself, buddy. You need to leave.
Is he?
Yeah, he's definitely in a lot of trouble. Flashes away, does get the hook onto the wall, but losing your flash because you want to take a pink ward, I don't think that's very worth.
Yeah, not exactly the best of ideas. Especially when, again, you don't really have your support there, right? Hacker was on the bottom side of the map. ZS didn't really have push in top side, but we are starting to see both teams now trying to opt in towards this 1-3-1. Gory up on this top side. Shella, who I was going to say more than likely going down towards this bot lane, but may not actually be the case. It looks like our FPX at least want to commit multiple people over towards this Rift Herald, and Shella, who and Gory being without teleport makes it a little bit difficult.
Well, 15.5 minutes onto the clock. It is still only a 2,000 gold lead, but Rift Herald has been started now by FPX. They have priority up in this top side. You can see that Ultra Prime are thinking about maybe contesting it, but they'll have to make that decision pretty quickly if they want to try and make it stick. They will spot out Hong as they move forward now. Shelly's still going in. Hong gets a 3-man knock-up and tries to keep himself alive. Shoutzy seeing if he can do something to help the fighting. Elk's doing very well to keep himself safe. They haven't got the damage down, so no one goes down, but at the end of it all, it is still the Rift Herald going over to FPX.
Yeah, and Ultra Prime trying to see if they can move into mid lane and get some damage on this mid lane turret, but FPX are going to be able to show up, so nice job from Hong to set that up. Though, Ultra Prime's still sticking around. I have to say, though, like, it feels like when you get towards team fights, hang on. Where's FPX? They're just gonna lose tower. What?
Lads! Where did you go? The split push Galio is too strong.
I was just like, oh yeah, you know, they're gonna move into mid, bully Ultra Prime off. They're not gonna be able to do very much. We'll all be fine. But I mean, look, trading mid for top. At least this is the last outer tower now for FPX. Whereas when you look across at Ultra Prime, because they've only got the mid tower down, it's not gonna be as easy for them to try and like coordinate through mid lane. With the all outer turrets down for Ultra Prime, FPX can push in these lanes pretty effectively and deny Ultra Prime access to their own jungle. Whereas Ultra Prime, with that last tower going down, are going to really struggle to keep control over their jungle. And that's exactly what FPX want, right? They're really good at finding picks with like Shella, who being able to set up with the ultimate, having Gory follow up, and even when you look at Hong just being able to wander around and kind of play this pick-orientated style with the Alistar as well, that can be great, but it kind of feeds into their team fight as well, right? Like a lot of these tools that we're talking about to find picks can also be the ones that isolate targets in team fights to just pick them off while the fight kicks off. So for Elk and Crying, you need to be so safe in these fights, because if Shella, who blocks you up, Hong gets on top of you, Gory's going to be quick to follow.
In fairness to Ultra Prime, they have stabilized a little bit. It's just still the 2,000 gold lead here. Of course, a lot of those outer towers contributing to that. A lot of the early plates as well, as we can see now. Finally, that top lane tier 1 goes down to ZS. Now, with the pressure you have in mid lane, you should be able to drop the Rift Herald either in bot or in mid and get one of these tier 2s. And looks like it's going to be the bot side is where they decide to focus. And this might be a little bit of an overextension here from Clade. He gets caught underneath the tower and has to flash away. That was unfortunate! He's dead! Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown, and now you can see Ultra Prime, they want to go, but LWX is on the Zeres, he backs himself up, and while this is happening, you can still see on the minimap and the picture-in-picture, Jax is split pushing.
Oh, the individual mistake from Clade costing FPX so much here. He's going to get the top lane turret. Yes, Gory will show up. Actually, TP invested. Maybe ZS won't get out.
I mean, he probably won't get out, but he should get this turret. Yep, he picks that one up. He's going to try and maybe trade back a little bit of the health bar, but he is dead to rights. But at the end of it all, you're trading a turret, a tier 2 turret for a tier 2 and a kill. I still think that's kind of worth it.
Yeah, and especially with the TPs invested as well for Shella, who, like, that's actually a pretty sizable tool down for trying to combat what Ultra Prime want to do. So Ultra Prime now, Dragon in 35 seconds. Resets have only just started to come through. They're going to be a little bit late to the party, but especially with ZS down, you're going to need to potentially bring ZS in with a TP if you want to fully contest this. They may just give it based on where they're moving around.
Yeah, you can see FBX already pushing in towards that mid lane. We have a look at the replay here, and this is just Khalid getting a little bit too excited, and then Crying just says, cool, I'll just root you underneath the turret.
Yeah, I mean, the wave isn't even in position, so I don't know what Clid was thinking there. Like, the wave gets caught by the opposite one. The Rift Herald hasn't charged in, and I mean, that costs FPX so much. An individual error there just really hurting FPX on that play.
Yeah, and the gold lead now down to about just underneath 1,000, so you're still feeling like Ultra Prime have an opportunity in this game, and this is exactly what you mentioned for FBX. We talked about how they struggle with these mid to late game decision making, and we're already into the mid game, and we're seeing it just sort of fall apart for them. They had such a great start.
I don't necessarily mind the decision making on the play. It's the individual error that kind of caused a lot of that. The thing is though, like, that's kind of a symptom of the bigger issue, right? Is like FPX not looking as coordinated as they should. ZS though hovering here onto Showdown.
I mean, Hacker is here, but it's the 3v2. They're going to fully commit here now with the ultimates of Galio and the Camille. Get the two-man knock up and try and take him down. There it is, completely taken away from the side of Ultra Prime. But now they're going to try and maybe turn this one back around, but with the Zhonya's being able to buy time, FBX Clid gets himself out with the Heartbreaker and keeps himself up and available. Hong kind of joining in now, just a little bit too late, I should say, as LWX flashes away, did not get himself over the wall properly. And that means that FBX do get a kill, but they lose a couple of summoners on the backside.
Yeah, it's the quick pick, and FPX will back away. The summoners being gone on the Zeri are actually pretty big if any sort of fight starts to look towards Baron, because a lot of the close quarter combat kind of relies on her being quite mobile. And yes, obviously her kit is designed for that, but having flashes and heals just to help you out of a pinch are going to be pretty big. So we'll have to see if Ultra Prime can try and punish that. But with 3 minutes until the Dragon, it's going to be a while before we really look at that. It feels like trying to fight over vision control for Baron is where we're going to see both these teams kind of scrap over.
Vision control over Baron, like you mentioned as well. No real soul available for at least 8.5 minutes for FBX. If they lose the next one, it's again even longer than that. So Ultra Prime happy to just try and keep this one going up. And have a look at the items as well. Look at the amount of stopwatches you now have available to you on the side of Ultra Prime. One on Rise, you got one on the Nautilus, and of course the Jinx. And on the other end, you just have the one Zhonya. So the ability to slow down these fights, to get yourself reset, is still in favor of Ultra Prime for the moment. But we'll see how, again, they're able to execute on that when the fight actually happens.
There is so much shred damage on FPX though. Like, LWX is quite sizable at this stage. Working towards that Runaan's Hurricane, which will be finishing off fairly soon. As FPX, oh, it's the classic, the FPX Baron play. I didn't think it would happen so soon. Let's go.
They're thinking about it. They're probably going to back away now once Ultra Prime sniffs something now. Yeah, they thought about it. This is a classic move of FBX. Thankfully, though, if you're an FBX fan, they do not fully commit to the meme.
Yeah, the real Valentine's all along was FPX and Baron. We should have put that in the opening segment because, my God, it's just insane. So a lot of people are like, okay, well, they only just started that up. They didn't really cost anything, right? But it actually does. So ZS now has got this push on the bottom side of the map, so Shellahu can no longer threaten that turret, and you're actually buying a ton of space in these side lanes. Look at where that top lane was pushed into. Gory now has to go and get that pushed in. So now you lose vision control of River. As you can see, Ultra Prime are clearing that all out. They can now dip in towards FBX's side to get their own vision control, and that like one play actually gives a ton of breathing room to Ultra Prime. And this is why we talk about the mid game from FPX being a struggle, because they end up trying to consistently go for these plays, and it really is just not working out.
Again, it's the opportunity cost. It's the what did you lose in terms of the opportunities that you gave over, and that means that you don't have control around the Baron. You don't have the push in the side lanes, and with the Rise and the Jax pushing this thing consistently, you are going to struggle to maintain control of this without your side lanes just crashing over and over.
And already you can see, like, top lane crashing in, ZS has crashed this into the bot side, and now we're kind of looking at the Dragon coming up, right? Because we've actually got a lot of time where nothing really happened from FPX. And when a minute on towards that, you've got lanes in good position for Ultra Prime. They have decent vision control of Baron, so it's not like FPX can just suddenly push in. They're going to be able to get mid out of pushed out as well. So Ultra Prime are in a good spot now to contest this, especially when you look at the items, right? Kraken Slayer, Runaan's Hurricane, Last Whisper for Elk. He's going to be churning out a ton of damage. Rise having 3 items completed. The Blade of the Rune King for ZS as well. Like, as long as Elk isn't the one getting caught by the initial engage from FPX, Ultra Prime can look to take this fight.
Absolutely. You got 3 items now onto Cryan. He has got himself so set up for the next few fights, and Elk not too far behind him either. You're now looking at pretty much a relatively equal goldie. It's about 500-600 gold in favor of FBX, so not really a lot to be kind of writing home about as such. But now we see now with Ultra Prime, they're going to be contesting this dragon, which will be spawning in about 15 seconds. The positive of the Zeri with the Titanic Hydra is that you can just keep throwing in your Qs, recognizing if you hit somebody, you'll see the animation. So it does give you a little bit of extra safety when face checking, but we'll see what either of these sides want to go for. You have flashes on pretty much everyone except for Hacker, and everyone else is trying to be a little bit more annoying. Now it's FBX this time around in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and at least Ultra Prime are staying wide, right? Not giving Zeri the damage, but that's what you got to watch out for. As you group up like this, Zeri's damage can ruin you with that Titanic Hydra.
Oh, they go in. Hacker not able to move, though, and has to go golden straight away. But look at this fight. The counter-strike over the top side. It's the Camille for Xin Zhao trade. Look at Cryan. He's just churning out this damage. He's jumping straight onto LWX. Can he get the damage down? No, LWX get himself over the wall. The perfect place for him to be. They do not take the Realm Warp as the Jinx does die, and they will turn back for the 3v2 they feel they can take. Gory gets out with absolutely nothing and is just recalling in front of everybody. Cryan eventually take the kill onto Clid. It is a dragon for FBX, but they are very much torn and battered as they come out of that fight, very much out on the bottom side.
The 2 carries on Ultra Prime were in perfect spots. Neither of them targeted in that initial engagement, and it means they can actually follow up now. Cryan won't spot that the Galio is just DP'd away, but a nice job here from Ultra Prime, and now they don't get the dragon that goes for FPX, but they're going to be feeling much more confident about a fight if it pops up at this Baron Pit.
Have a look at the replay here, because like you said, the carries of Ultra Prime is untouched, and it's a bit separated from FBX at the start.
Yeah, they try to go onto Hacker with the idea being, hey, look, the jungler's trying to steal away the objective, but they don't really care, right? Because Elk does get a good amount of damage off before the Gory's able to really set him up. But Cryan is just doing so much in this fight. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised no one decided to take the Realm Warp there just to finish off the 2 low health members, but obviously fairly worried about Clid, and all those stopwatches that you highlighted, Elshin coming in so clutch in that fight as well, with how many people were able to just go golden and keep these people off their backs.
They're going to go for this. They now have full vision, though, from the side of FBX. There is a TP in the Camille who's trying to reset and come straight back into this. This Baron is going down very, very quickly. They have to make a call. They're going to put the TP in. They're going to see if Hung can get into it. No, there's going to be the Baron secured by Ultra Prime, and now the fight can really ensue. FBX trying to make this one work as they do take down the jungler. Hextech ultimatum to lock down everybody down, and Xiao Lao Hu trades his life to keep this fight going. Look at the Zeri just putting out the damage. Lilk has to be the one to make this one work for his team. As Clint gets himself the reset onto the Nautilus, but it's not enough. LWX in the pit, but it is still a 2-for-2 trade, and at the end of it all, the Realm Warp keeps those 3 Baron buffs alive. Ultra Prime take it away with Daylight Robbery.
Ultra Prime were so smart on that, knowing we've Blade of the Rune King, Jax, Kraken Slayer, Jinx, and this Ryze who can churn out damage. They can burst down the Baron so fast, and Ultra Prime steal it away, and they take the fight after as well. It was so well orchestrated.
Both AD carries just chunking out damage, but you can see the power of a hyper carry Jinx when it's able to find those opportunities and able to find time. You just cannot walk forward.
And the fact that the Galio ult wasn't available set this up beautifully, right? Actually, really good engage from Xiao Lao Hu onto Elk, but there's no follow-up. Gory doesn't have his ult available right now, so Elk has to go golden only to deal with the initial engage coming through from Gory. And at that stage, with Flash still available because it wasn't burnt in the last fight, Elk is still able to follow up and deal the damage that is necessary. Now you're looking at 4 items on towards Cryan, who hasn't even gone for, you know, the traditional build that we've started to see with the Fimbulwinter for this Ryze. He's going straight up damage. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well coming in, which also got a buff coming in onto 12.2. This Ryze is churning out damage.
Really set up for success right now, and this is where the game gets a little bit awkward here for FBX. You have a 1-3-1 composition, or at least a side lane split pushing composition from Ultra Prime with a Baron buff. This is the perfect buff to just accentuate those strengths you have with the Jax, with the Ryze, and just keep yourself safe. And unfortunately, with the composition you build, you don't exactly have the greatest of wave clear to deal with these waves of Baroned up minions.
Yeah, and especially for Ultra Prime, right? Like, when they've been winning these fights pretty handily, just staying grouped as this kind of 1-4 is working out pretty well. The only problem is ZS did have to reset on the bottom side, so they're not actually getting great use out of the Baron. Like, they didn't actually get any turrets, and with everyone resetting, there's no more waves for them to try and use this Baron buff on.
No more waves. It is 10-10 in kills. Ultra Prime with about 1,000 gold lead, maybe a little bit less than that. It is 3 dragons to 1 in favor of FBX, but I imagine in 50 seconds that should be 3 dragons to 2, as Ultra Prime should, quote unquote, have themselves the opportunity to be able to keep that area of the map to themselves.
40 seconds until the dragon, though. And this is where we're looking at what was used in the last fight. No flash for Elk. Stopwatch burnt as well. There's no more safety for him, but they find the pick.
They find Hong, and he's just getting burnt down. You don't have any more consistent engage, but it does not matter. FBX going to try and make it work anyway. It's going to be a 5-man knockup with the grand entrance, and there's just nothing you can do. FBX lost their support, but they did not care. ZS trying to turn this one around with Crying, but it is just not enough. It's a 5-for-1 trade. FBX saw an opportunity, and they took it.
And that was the exact fight that I was just about to highlight. You don't have that safety for Elk anymore. The combo of Shellahoo and Gory tear apart Elk. Crying gets caught in the mix as well, because everyone from Ultra Prime dives onto Elk to try and help save him, but that only sets up FPX for the win. And with that, they'll take game number 1.
On the blink of an eye, FBX going from on the back foot to running it straight into the finish line. They will take game 1 over Ultra Prime, and very much feeling like Ultra Prime needed to just kind of calm it down a little bit. They'll be a bit sore after that loss.
It's so hard for Ultra Prime to deal with this composition when the safety tools are down on their side, right? Like Shellahoo consistently finding that he was able to just dive straight through onto the back line, even giving his life on occasion if necessary, but it was all about trying to lock up Elk and give that engage towards Gory, and especially if everyone's like grouped up into those big Galio ultimates, it's very, very easy then for LWX to tear through people on that Zeri. They're all lined up. You've got Runan's Titanic and the damage coming through off the passive from the ultimate. You just shred people.
Yeah, it really was a perfect storm right at the end there from the side of FBX. I thought when they lost the Alistar, they would lose that very safe engage you get with the Alistar going in. But Shellahoo was not to be outdone, said, it's okay, I can make this work and just follow my lead. And it's exactly what they were able to do. Like you mentioned, so hard, so... I suppose the word I'm looking for is just kind of tough to deal with that loss for the side of Ultra Prime, because you got it back. Yes, you had a pretty difficult early game, but you brought it back. You were able to get the right items onto the right people, but you just couldn't make it stick.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that in this type of situation, you need some sort of definitive peel tool for the Jinx, and this is where you can see like the problems with banning away things like the Thresh start to come into play, right? Because if you've got a flay for the Camille, it becomes a lot more difficult for her to try and get in onto those fights. But unfortunately, the Nautilus just wasn't doing quick enough to peel for the Jinx. Shellahoo, I have to say, like, he was the main sword, well, like the main person I was keeping my eye on in these fights, because it was incredible how often he was just getting access onto this Jinx, especially like the Baron fight didn't really come together because you didn't have Gory with the ultimate up, but you can see there at that dragon fight, they get onto Elk, they lock up everyone and just obliterate them. Look at that goal graph.
Yeah, it is a very stereotypical goal graph of the LPL, where one team sort of loses it and then all of a sudden it looks like it's a bad situation, but they bring it all the way back in. So good win for FBX. Not a clean win by any stretch of the imagination, but we are starting to see them be able to shore up some of those late game decision makings and those, as you say, those symptoms of a not so coordinated team, because that felt to me like there was a definitive call and they all followed it, and that's why it worked out for them.
I definitely on team fighting, yes. I still think when we look at the way that they moved around the map, not so hot, right? Like there was the individual mistake coming through from Clid where he kind of got caught out, but you look at that Baron call as well. We had to highlight that again. They're just kind of like throwing things at the Baron and hoping that they stick. So I think for FPX, yes, they found those team fights, but you do still have to kind of look and wonder, go, hey, look, if they get these advantages, do they really know how to play through that?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing we'll be looking towards and in the next game. And of course, for Ultra Prime, can they bring it back? Can they bring us to a game 3? That's going to be the question we're going to have. But we're going to think about that while we go for a break. And when we return, game 2 picks and bans will be happening very shortly.
Realizing it's not something that they can guarantee a play on, they have time to work with. But Rookie wakes makes a package play. Finally, we see a good package today. And down goes Abel, rookie, making it happen for B5. This PP God saves Caster and Shanji. That was so generous, giving PP God away out of the fight.
Shalahoo's getting chunked pretty low. SOFM, I think he can find
I mean,
this.
the poke's coming through. Shalahoo goes forward. The Shy doesn't care about that trade because SOFM wasn't spotted until
Blitz
now.
here.
Flid predicting a level difference between him and SOFM. I wonder how the duel goes. As Sonic Wave being held onto. Waiting for the resonating strike. SOFM again holding, but the Shy there. TP might be too late. Flushed away from the Lucian. He's in, but the Shy actually taking way too much. Wavo Gaming have given a double to their opponent.
That's the thing, at this point, Tankrai is falling off, not doing that much damage, and Betty has the range advantage once more, just able to hammer away at these towers. What can they do?
And he's going to get excited as well, and off the back of that, they're just going to snowball this big final chapter coming up from Yu Yanja, though. CDZ goes golden. It's on the back line, though. Oh, no! Strive can't get it done. Can iBoy, though? This is the moment of time. This is iBoy's chance, and he does it! iBoy and Cube! They get the ace on the return!
LWX does still have his flash, can look to reposition.
That dude's
trying to
deep.
find the angle.
That dude literally went so deep into the jungle. I don't know if he knows his way back. Cleared a round fog of war. This is the flank with a Sonic Wave kick over the wall. FPX jump on in. Cleared on Lee Sin, man. That's what you expect. And again, Red Line connects onto Jack Love the kick. He's in the bounce house. Leave Jackie alone. He'll heal up though with the 7 multi. The Garlic goes on in. Not enough range. Xiao getting stunned up as well. Double kill comes through top esports. Hang on a minute. This looks great with Ming running out of mana, but Xiao is the real problem. Tian again pokes him against the wall, but Xiao is doing his own little spell casting. Flash again. Mark responds with his own. Tian slowed down, but Xiao with the chillings right to hammer shot down. Xiao still grabbing him there. Jackie Love dies. Xiao freaking who rises his own.
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
而且 K 加 LPL 的区别就 HK 的节奏比较慢嘛，然后 LPL 就节奏比较快一点吧。对战 UP 打的话就我们队友有些时候太急了，所以就这个点改变的话应该能赢吧。
LPL fast equals good. LCK slow equals bad. That's what I take from that, and I'm not going to have anyone argue with me. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into Week 5, Day 1. We had just seen FPX, in the blink of an eye, very fast go from losing to winning, and it was all due to the big wombo combo they had, considering they had the Galio, who was like absolutely exceptional for Gory.
Yeah, I think Gory did a really good job both in lane and kind of getting out of lane, because we looked towards the early stages of the game where we got that initial roam off to bot lane, and usually Ryze is able to keep the Galio in check, especially in the early stages. But I know if it was kind of crying, messing up with the mana a little bit, but it meant that Gory was able to get that initial roam off, then set up that bot lane for success, and from that point forward, his ultimates were so on.
So well played from him. And again, the death ball composition from the side of FBX worked out. It had some hiccups. It definitely was not perfect, but it worked out in the end for them. And it's exactly the kind of early game play that you were talking about.
Yeah, being able to get down towards his bottom lane despite the fact he's up against the Ryze was pretty impressive. And then when you look across here as well, right, like always having these opportunities to follow up, whether it was Hung setting up the engage or Xiaolao, who Gory was just there to smash that ore button every time he needed to.
Yeah, smash the aura button, just keep himself and his team alive. And again, like we mentioned, you'll probably see the last clip coming into the last one here. And this is where Hong gets caught out, but Gory and the rest of FPX, they commit to a call and they just say, look, we got Elk, we need to go, go, go.
Yeah, and you can see, right, a 5-man knockup. Prime getting caught on the edge of that, Elk gone as well. And there's just nothing that Ultra Prime can do. They're trying desperately to peel for Elk, but unfortunately they just set themselves up for their own demise.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, what do you want to see differently from them? Because I feel like they did kind of get what they liked, but they just weren't able to make it stick together.
Well, for me, it's like I never really think about Ultra Prime as like a split pushing team, right? And this was very much kind of the composition that they went for, like with the Jax, with the Ryze as well. And even though they didn't play it like that, that is still the identity of that composition. But the problem is that Ultra Prime still went towards team fights, still tried to play like protect the Elk style. So honestly, I think in that respect, like going towards something like the Renekton or a Gragas or something along these lines, something that can just be like, hey, look, I'm going to leave the lane phase. Even something like an Ornn. Something that's like, I don't care about the laning phase. Camille, you can have your absolute field day up there. I am looking at team fights. And I think that would have been a far better route to go. Especially when you know from FPX's side of things as well, they're not exactly their own split push style. Like, they don't really like to play that. They want to play around LWX and Hung. So I think trying to play that orientated style is going to work out a lot better for Ultra Prime.
And again, we look at the magnitude of this series. It may not look like a top-of-the-table clash, but this series could be definitive for either of these sides making it to playoffs or not making it to playoffs. If Ultra Prime are able to crawl it back and win, they go to 3-4. They tie up FBX on 3-4 after 7 series played. Whereas on the other side, you're looking at Ultra Prime going to 2-5. They would drop so much further down the order. FBX would be able to push themselves back into contention going up onto 4-3. So we'll wait to see what they want to go for. And Ultra Prime, they're not even going to let the Galio get through this time. They're going to ban it away. The Zeri as well. So we're going to have some couple of different picks coming into game 2.
It's weird to see the Galio ban though, because like Galio's more of an answer to things, right? So it still kind of says to me, right, Ultra Prime want to try and lock in this Rise early and make sure that counter pick isn't available. But it does mean that you're giving over like some of the higher priority bans that we kind of seen coming out, like the Jaces and these kind of things toward them.
Well, that Caitlyn will be banned again. Not too surprising there. Now, FBX, you got your final ban to come out here. Where do you want to take it? What do you want to see? And Ultra Prime, where do you want to bring your priority here? The Corki is still technically available until this final ban comes in.
Okay.
Nope, never mind. It's still the love story, better than Twilight, ban phase, and Corki.
Thresh is now available if teams want to go for Shousey, an insane Thresh player as well, like by far his best champion, and it looks like that's where they're going to go. So now you open up things like the Aphelios and that Jinx as well, with that safety paired with it in the bot lane.
They got themselves locked and loaded, so they got the Shousey Thresh, something he is very prolific on, and it just enables Elk to do what he always does, which is just hard carry, go very aggressive, but have that safety net that can catch him should he go a bit too far.
Yeah, Rise picked up by FBX here though, with the Galio taken off the board. Still opportunity for Cryin to go back towards something like the Orianna if he wants to, but as we said, Cryin wants to try and move, wants to try and roam, and now TF, Galio, Rise taken off the board as well. We kind of got to wait and see what the plan is here for Cryin to go back to, but with the Aphelios taking over for LWX, it feels like a Jinx angle for me.
Yep, it feels like the tried and true tested matchup in the bot side, the Jinx versus the Aphelios. You have got the Thresh available to you on the side of Ultra Prime, so you're not going to be too upset with this particular setup. But now where do you want to go in terms of your last pick? Because it is going to be on FBX to maybe decide do they want to go towards their support. They could probably leave that, pick up a jungler, maybe even go for the Gwen, something that they can then prioritize in the next round of bans. They have a lot of options available to them, as Cryin going to go straight for the LeBlanc into the Rise matchup.
Yes, you can do pretty well against the Rise, especially if you're looking for like a strong mid jungle pairing. Try and play through mid, unlock Cryin from the mid. But we'll have to see if that's the plan here for Ultra Prime. Looking across at FPX though, feels like a support or a jungle is their best answer here. A lot of the time you don't really want to go towards like Leona's or Nautilus's into the Thresh, so it looks like it's just going to be the Lulu coming in that bot lane.
Looks like it is going to be the Lulu. Should be decent enough as well for the team fights. Of course, the LeBlanc goes in. You can polymorph out. Very good into assassin players. Very good at stopping that very big burst damage coming down. And honestly, can force a lot of mistakes coming out from the other side. So we'll see what FBX now want to prioritize, as they will have the jungle priority once they come out of this
Honestly,
ban.
I think Ultra Prime matches the jungle bans here, because you don't want to give like Xin Zhao or Olaf or these kind of early game champions over with the Lulu there. So I think you kind of need to start banning away jungles of your own, because FBX will, if they're allowed to, take Xin Zhao into this next rotation. You pair that really well with Lulu. You've now got Hong and Clid who can link up together super well, and that's why you're seeing that banned away just straight off bat.
Now, last ban to come in. Looks like Ultra Prime are very happy to say, look, we'll take away the bans. We feel like Hacker has a decent champion pool to respond. Still have options like the Diana. Would mean you would be looking to very much heavily go towards that top side in terms of your AD, but you know, the Diana Renekton combination could be an avenue there for either of these sides. We'll see where they want to go. And FBX taking their time with their last ban, want to make sure they go for what they feel will be the worst thing for them. It looks like the Volibear are going to be banned away. I would be very surprised if Ultra Prime do not ban away the Viego here.
Yeah, I think the Viego is kind of the last one. Like, Lee Sin taken off the board, Volley, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Viego. Then you're kind of moving down into like the Dianas and this kind of stuff, which doesn't really pair very well with the Lulu. Yes, you can kind of add like more CC onto the Moonfall if you want to, but not really the best of places to go towards now. FPX though, with them having the first pick, it's just pick your jungler, right? Because otherwise you're just going to fall way too far down the list, and it will be that Viego.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with going with this. Clid had a pretty decent job on it in the last game, so gets himself locked and loaded there. So now where do you go for a Hacker? You've got, as you mentioned, a couple of options, but there's not really a lot of great synergy here with the Diana, and I feel like right now there's not a huge amount of great options for him to go towards.
Yeah, maybe something like the Olaf could be the play here. The other option is like a Rek'Sai. We've seen Udyr come out from Hacker before in the past as well, but yeah, you don't really want to go for like double AP, so the Diana is not really where you want to try and go for your mid jungle, especially if you're going to take this Gwen topside. Like, you've way too much AP damage. You also kind of want a front line of some description here, just because if Gwen's going to be there, it's not really going to work out. We'll have to see what the plan is. Hacker. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know.
He's going down the list. It's not really a huge level. There we go. This is a little bit more like it. If he does lock this one, yes, it is. So Hecarim coming back into it. We are seeing a little bit more of him on 12.3 in the other regions. It is something that can work very well, and honestly is a good catch-all for what Ultra Prime needed in this comp.
Yeah, especially with the Chem Tank changes, like he does really well off of that. So being able to power that up, get a big auto attack off of your E, a lot of burst damage sets up nicely. And as well, now you've got good engage, which was kind of sorely lacking on Ultra Prime, and at least a decent frontliner as well to provide access for this Jinx. Because when you look at FPX, right, like, where's the engage? How the hell do they try and start a fight? They're very much orientated into these side lanes, but if you can like actually have Hecarim very easily able to start off fights and look for dives onto people like LWX underneath towers, you're actually going to cause major issues for FPX.
Now you're locked and loaded. You've got a lot of different opportunities here. Looking at the two compositions, how do the guys want to play this? How do they want to try and find their opportunities? And where are they going to get the most out of their compositions?
So for Ultra Prime, I feel like playing through your mid jungle is your best bet, right? Like, have Crying set up with the chains, allow Hacker access into the mid lane, and really punish Gory in these early stages. Prevent him from moving off to the side lanes. Because otherwise, if Gory starts to get ahead and can actually have influence up towards the top side towards Xiaolao, who he can really start to have or at least be a thorn in the side of Ultra Prime. So we'll have to see if Ultra Prime can actually come out and like get off the bat swinging, because last time they were very slow in enacting anything.
Well, we'll wait and see. Both teams locked and loaded. Curious to see what Hacker can do with this Hecarim. As you mentioned, a lot of power with the Turbo Chem Tank, excuse me. Chemtech Soul is dead. You know, Kedro killed it as if that was when you killed it. You were an accomplice to the death.
No. If you watch the LEC bit, they cut me out. So I am not an accomplice.
You were there. You could have saved him. I know
you could have. They cut me out of the burger flipping video. Hashtag not salty.
This is where you get your grievances out. It's just like, you come back to LPL, you're just like, damn. It's like, this is where you're appreciated. This is where you are loved, Dagda. This is where the people come to see you because you know all the things about LPL. But we're going to jump straight back into the game. We're going to talk about how these teams want to go for it. It looks like FPX willing to try and maybe look for a little bit of a cheeky play down this bot side. Xiaoxi might be in a little bit of trouble. No, he backs away. Hong just walks a little bit too far forward.
I mean, you say trouble. Who the hell stops him from walking away? Like,
true,
level 1 Rise has like a slow. And another slow. It's like,
I mean, you could technically take a route on Viego. It would destroy your jungle path.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you want to completely ruin your entire early clear, sure. But I mean, I genuinely think this is gonna be an issue for FPX, right? Like, you don't really have anyone who threatens Elk in the back line when we get to late game. ZS is gonna be able to plonk himself in the front line, and everyone on FPX is going to be scared because that Hollowed Mist means that this short-range team can't really deal damage to ZS, but he can certainly hit back. So, honestly, I think for FPX, this might be a bit of a draft diff unless they're able to get this ball rolling and just, like, overcome it with an insane gold lead.
That's where we could maybe see it. We saw early proactivity in the start of this. Is Xiaoxi going to walk forward onto Hong and then take the Glitter Lance to the face, but like I said in the first games, Hong needs to be a little bit careful. We'll get slowed down for an absolute eternity because of that Glacial Augment. But in the first game, it was about that early proactivity for FPX, and this is something that we've been pretty praising, you know, pretty high praise for this team, is that they are very, very solid when it comes to those trades and those early setups. But it's when the game moves forward, they do tend to lose it. So for me, like you mentioned there, I want to see FPX try and maybe get that early lead and then keep that early lead as they go into the mid to late game team fights.
So I'm just kind of surprised to see Hacker's pathing here. Hecarim is not a champion that really wants to start solo on the top side of the map, because obviously his Q, you want to try and hit multiple things. So trying to like solo clear your top side where you can try and juggle both the blue and the Gromp together, but it really doesn't work out, and that's why you're kind of looking like a very slow first clear where he's comparatively to Viego, right? Like already hitting 3 camps, pushing through, and Hacker now moving over towards this Gromp elite, or sorry, the Raptors elite will be spotted, but what is traditionally a very fast clear for the Hecarim, Clid's actually managing to keep pace with just because you have Hacker starting solo on this top side.
Yeah, and that's the big thing that's going to work in the favor of FBX. They now have information that Hecarim was down towards that bot side. So again, it's the information you know, and also using the information you know the enemy knows. You know if you know, as you mentioned earlier today. So we'll wait to see if it... No one knows. That's the whole point. But moving back into it now, Clid has an opportunity here with the knowledge of where the Hecarim could be. They're actually going to try and maybe take away this scuttle. Hacker just runs straight in. I don't know if Clid really wants to take this fight because bot lane's already pushing against him, but he has mid for support.
Yeah, I mean, Clid's just kind of taking the trade here because he knows that the E on Hecarim is down because he ran into it. Gory now fighting against Cryin.
Yeah, they are going to try and trade a little bit on the health bars. We will see the Rune Prism come down. Gory cannot keep going in this trade, and it is going to be a secure of the scuttle for Ultra Prime. They, as I mentioned, had priority in that bot side. They're able to push themselves over. Flash! Not going to land the hook. Shousey feeling very confident, but now Clid maybe looking to make something turn back on this. Hung very aggressive, not with his flash anymore, but just getting some nice stacks on his spell thieves and then backs himself away.
Hung ignited Shousey. It's just like this guy just looks at Summoner Spell's basic abilities. Oh no!
He has no summoner spells left, and he's going to be donated over to the Elk Fund for AD carries. Very, very, very over-aggressive there. And FBX, we talked about them getting an early lead. This is not what they needed in bot side.
Not even close. And see Shousey, nice hook there to set that up, and Clid now moving in towards this bottom side. Trying to see if he can just help LWX push this in, because otherwise Elk and Shousey can once more look for a play on towards LWX, but he's going to struggle here, especially if Shousey sticks around.
Oh, Shousey is going to miss the hook. Gets Gravity Field down. It's going to grab its thumbs down. He does get the flay back. Will he have one more auto attack? Yes, he will, but LWX now no flash. Walks straight onto the trap. Another donation to the foundation of Elk and ADCs in need. And that's going to be 2 kills for the Jinx. Honestly, without the Lulu here, it feels like it could have been even worse.
Really could have been, but it does mean that Elk now has 2 kills, and it is 1 back for LWX, but the sizable wave crashing for Elk means he's going to be in a good spot as well. So this Jinx, we talked about nobody really been able to deal with her in team fights. Well, she's already got the ball rolling in her favor.
Again, big moment here for Elk. The guy has been the big carry for Ultra Prime, as we look to see now here. This is just LWX saying, look, I may be able to make something work for myself, but does have to overextend to get that kill back.
Yeah, and unfortunate here for Shousey, that hook going wide. I actually think there could have been a decent bit of damage on towards that. Oh, okay.
Well, Shousey moved into mid, and they got a kill onto Gory.
I mean, nice job from Shousey, but I wanted to look at Hacker and Cryin playing through mid. It doesn't matter if Shousey's going to take that mantle instead. All you wanted to do was kill Gory so that then you can get more pressure coming through from Cryin. Already has that Dark Seal now with 2 stacks. Reset picking up 2 of those Amplifying Tomes. He now has a decent control of the mid lane that he can look to move elsewhere on the map.
Look at the picture-in-picture here. It's just a Hex Flash over the wall and just forces them into a really bad situation with the Ethereal Chain landing. Just a very, very easy cleanup. Gordy even flashed as well. Didn't use his cleanse. Very important to recognize. Or sorry, didn't have a cleanse. He has a Seal Spellbook, so now has a cleanse in case it happens again. Yeah,
kind of going, well, not going to have that one happen to me a second time. But again, nice start here from Ultra Prime, right? And if we're looking at them trying to push us to a game 3, this definitely looks like the start for it. Elk looking good, LeBlanc looking good. And although ZS still struggling in the top side against Xiaolao, who, in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't really matter if Elk and Cryin are just massive.
Well, Dragon now secured. That's a nice little solo Drake here for the Hecarim. And that gets him a tiny little bit of extra movement speed, so he already gains a little bit of attack damage. The only one who really benefits from that unique little passive, but nonetheless, move back into the game. And like you said, top side, not really a big deal for the side of Ultra Prime. However, Xiaolao, who has proven that if he farms up and gets to a critical mass point of view in about 25 minutes. He already has 3 items and has done nothing, and then he just absolutely smashes people's face in. So something to keep an eye on as we wait as this game goes on. Clid has now found himself sitting in the tri-bush, but Hacker is in tow. He's starting to recall and has left already. Elk going to be using the Dark Passage to keep himself safe. And FBX just trying to make an opportunity happen. Clid spending a lot of time here. Isn't losing a lot because it's only his Red Bull full.
Right, just getting some decent damage onto Gory in the mid lane. Clid is still sticking around here, though. They really want to see if they can make this happen. No flash and Chelsea.
No flash, no stun, no hook. Everything misses, and everyone goes back to farming.
It was a nice try. Hacker still, though, back on this top side. I'm looking at this Ghost coming up from Hacker. He's going to hit 6 soon as well, and I mean, Cryan's taking some great trades mid.
LWX not taking a great trade at all. You do have the Super Mega Det Rocket available to Elk as he does ping level 6. So a little bit of a scary situation there for Elk. Did have Cleanse available to him, but not going to have to use it just yet. Now Hacker using the priority he has on the top side of the map to maybe try and take this Retaro. But see the minimap, Gory's going for LWX in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and maybe put him into a pretty decent position. You can see the zap and the hook gonna go wide. No mana available for Elk for the Super Mega Det Rocket. And this 2v2 is going very much in favor of Ultra Prime. We go straight back up towards this top side as this Rift Herald has been started now by FBX. They're going to take it away, but look at Hacker. He's running straight in. They're going to knock back the Rise, and Gory has nowhere to go. He will be the first to fall. They get over the wall there with the onslaught of shadows, and they're going to try and make this one work. Hacker, though, no one to really support him until now. FBX running for the hills after taking that Rift Herald. It's still technically worth for them as they only lose 1.
Ultra Prime not able to follow over the wall, and FPX starts to turn around, as he said. Like, the fact that you managed to get Clid with the steal on towards that Rift Herald is kind of insane. The Hacker had started it up so long ago, but Clid walks in, gets him back, and now Shousey trying to see if he can be a nuisance on this top side, but we'll get spotted on the wall.
Yeah, get spotted out. Shallahu, no flash, no ultimate either, so it'll only be relying on his quick draw to get himself out of any harm's way. But let's have a look at the replay here, because it is just starting off by Hacker, who then backs away. So FBX really feeling confident, but to be so careful when you're coming up against these very much, you know, push forward champions like the Gwen and the Hecarim.
Yeah, Gory, the CC just stopping that there and means that you can actually get the follow-up here. But Hacker, really nice prediction on the flash over the wall from Clid, but ZS has Ghost. Cryan locked up and low on mana. He's not really able to follow, so it means that the 2 members of FPX that almost went down just managed to get away.
Now we'll see what they're able to do with this Rift Herald in the back pocket. FBX able to see if they can, or will we be able to see where they're able to put that down, if they're able to make that one worth more than just the 2 tower plates that you are sort of guaranteed to get with it. So we move forward into the game. Minute and a half into the next dragon spawns. Hacker moving towards that turbo chem tank as we got an immortal shield bow now available for Xiao Hu. He's feeling very good, but on the other side, Gale Force for Elk. So 2 AD carries doing relatively decently so far in this game, as we can see both junglers now hovering towards mid.
I hate this build from Elk, though. Like, why not just go Kraken Slayer? Like, who actually is going to deal damage to you in these fights? Like, you're the one who has decent engage, but here we go, Hacker.
He should be fine. Trot himself out there.
But yeah, I think you just go Kraken Slayer. You have a ton of damage. Like, Kraken Slayer runes, you're going to hit onto multiple different people, apply that passive everywhere. Like, the rapid fire Gale Force build doesn't give you a huge amount of damage. It's much more about, hey, you know, I'm possibly going to be in trouble here and need to try and play at range. But if you're not going to make use of that, you're always better just going for the Kraken Slayer.
See what if it's able to work out for him. Or not, as Clid finds himself on top of a ward. They don't know the Hacker is here just yet. They do have the Gravitum and the Infernum onto LWX, so decent wave clear and, of course, a little bit of decent engage. It is only a 300 gold lead in favor of the Elk, so despite being a kill ahead, it is still just the kill ahead that he has, as Clid now goes back to farming his jungle. Not going to give over the blue buff to the Rise just yet, as Hacker still roaming around. Very clear, quick clear from the Hecarim means he's able to find more opportunities to maybe make something work in his lanes.
And especially when he's got the Ghost and that ultimate up, it becomes really difficult to keep him in check. Hecarim can close a distance incredibly fast. Ultra Prime, though, not really in the best spot to try and allow that Hecarim in, right? You got Reset coming through from Cryan, he's low in mana. Elk hasn't really been able to get like much control over this bot side. Shousey's been roaming a lot. You even see the mobility boost picked up for him, but it does mean that you're not getting that like devastating 2v2 in the bot lane that maybe Hacker could look to play around.
Well, you still have the Rift Herald here for the side of FBX. And Dragon has spawned. This would be a second one for Ultra Prime, and with the pressure they've got on the bot side, they may look to just get this one for free. You can see Clid dropping the Rift Herald into that mid lane. Looks like it's just going to be the 2 plates and nothing more. So still just trading a kill for the gold worth of a kill, as we can see now the rest of Ultra Prime, and they don't know which one they wanted to take. Hacker might have to use his ultimate to get himself over the wall, but they go forward, the Gravitum, they lock down the AD carry and support of Ultra Prime, and now the LeBlanc trying to come in on the backside of this. Wild Growth has to be used, but the Jinx is dead. They're getting the resets as well. Cryin wants so desperately to move forward onto this, but he just can't. He knows he'll be dead to rights. Clid pushing forward, but not able to find anything else. It is still a Dragon for Ultra Prime, and they only traded for 1, but that was very disconnected.
Very messy, especially on that Lantern play. You can see nobody really knew what the plan was, but while that's all going on, ZS does get a plate for himself in the top lane, so all said and done, not the worst trade in the world. ZS now just gonna go back to trading against Shella, who finding like really good success in this top lane against ZS. Even in matchups where like ZS in the last game should have had a reasonable time, Shella who was just outperforming him. But we have to come back here. You can see like Hacker wants to take the Lantern, Elk can run to take it, and it means that Hacker forced to use his ult defensively as Gory comes over the wall, but honestly kind of pushes Gory into Elk's retreat path. So the whole thing just going very hayward as Cryin. Yes, he can get some damage off, but not strong enough just yet to burst someone out completely.
You can see he was so tempted as well. You have a full mana bar, full health bar. All you want to do is run forward into that team and take them all down with a distortion, but holds the trigger. Good bit of discipline there for Cryin in the mid lane. Doesn't go too quickly, and we're at a pretty much even state in terms of the gold. Despite there being 2 extra kills here for the side of Ultra Prime, they've got themselves 2 dragons, but good farm numbers here for the Felios and the Graves more specifically. It's just keeping FBX nicely in tow. And actually, I was looking at the Graves, he's already 30 CS ahead, and 164 CS at 14 minutes is kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, Shella who's a nuts. Like, he's just so damn good. Cryin though, looking for the setup.
Looking for something. Cryin though needs to be very careful. They will get the golden goats out of, or the golden goose out of Gory as he finally goes down. The rest of Ultra Prime were there. They put 4 people in mid lane. They get themselves their prize, and it looks like they're going to use that pressure to get themselves a Rift Herald.
Maybe even that mid lane turret as well, but the turret plate's gone. They're going to do some serious work. Hook goes wide. It's Clid will clear out the wave. And now you can just see Ultra Prime like still taking a step up. And yes, FPX are answering, right? The gold lead is even. But remember what we said earlier, right? If you let this game go late, FPX don't really have the way to battle against Ultra Prime, right? Shella who doesn't have full control against Gwen in the late game in the side lanes. Cryin is perfectly set up fine against Gory, who's 0 and 3. And the team fight from Ultra Prime is far superior in this scenario.
Oh. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. We can see now Hong trying to run in there. They're going to have to force to use a lot here to keep him safe. He's thinking about going in. Did not have flash available to him, but little things like that you got to be very, very careful of. This Viego can do a lot of damage, and going to steal away a red buff as well. So they get themselves a tower. They don't lose mid lane tower just yet, and honestly, it looks like FBX are feeling a little bit more comfortable at this moment.
You're just trying to move around the map. Like, you're still alright here as Ultra Prime, right? You didn't lose much. It was Gale Force committed by Elk to get out of that, so it's not like it's a massive cooldown. FBX trying to group mid, but you've always got to keep your eyes on the Rift Herald that Hacker has. He can start to move in, they can get this mid tower down, and then start to try and like unlock Cryin from the mid lane to move 2 sides. But honestly, the 1-3-1 has already kind of started for FPX, and you really need Ultra Prime to be matching these sides, or they're going to start to fall behind.
Yeah, I think Ultra Prime need to learn how the Lantern works. It's twice now we've seen some questionable plays around the Lantern play as such, so we'll see if it does anything. Gale Force has been finished up, though, for LWX on the other side, so we'll see. And actually the Shurelya's Revelry, so good bit of engage and disengage should Hong decide to use that one, as the rest of FPX now find themselves into the mid lane. That turret is a sneeze away from going down. Should be pretty easy for them to be able to take it. As I say that, they are just pushing in. Yeah, there we go. They have got themselves enough. And this time around, he takes the Dark Passage and gets himself out.
Yeah, I saw the Lantern. I was like, do we get it this time? Are we all right? But let's wait. 39 seconds until this dragon goes. So, looking at what we've got available, Jinx has only got the Zeal and the Gale Force, not exactly the best spots. LWX is working up towards the Collector, so honestly, LWX in these spots probably going to be able to churn out as much damage as Elk in the AD carry matchup. But again, the big question is like, how do FPX actually lock down the members of Ultra Prime? Like Cryin, if he's in a good spot, can look to like pop over wall, get a bunch of burst damage off. You've got the range Jinx can play as Hacker. Dirty gets caught there. That's not exactly what you want.
No, Dark Passage is down. They do get a turret in bot side, but it looks like FBX are happy to just kind of take control of mid lane, look to try and push that one in before moving down into the Dragons. So they're going to be the first ones on the scene, despite the pressure that Ultra Prime had. Xiaolahu takes a little bit of harass, but nothing too crazy. They are aware of the Gwen on the pinch. Important to note there that Elk just got his flash up, as did Gory. So all summoners available for pretty much everybody. Shelly in the bat side just batting away the minions as the Dragon has been started. FBX really want to try and stop this counter to kind of go in. There's going to be a lot of damage. LWX is dead, as is Xiaolahu, and here comes the cavalry. They jump in with the onslaught of shadows as the Gwen moves forward, and Ultra Prime take absolutely everything. Clid left all by himself. Will get a trade back. Will maybe be able to get himself an effigy. No, he cannot, because there's a death sentence from Xiao C, and now it's going to be a Dragon Soul point for Ultra Prime.
And that was just so well played by Ultra Prime. He said, look, the team fight for Ultra Prime is great. You just don't have the lockup to really contest Ultra Prime. Cryin in a phenomenal flank spot, able to set up alongside ZS. And when you've got so many enemies coming in from different angles, it's impossible for FBX to get situated correctly, right? Like, ZS and Cryin on one angle. You can try and engage with the Hacker. Great hook from Xiaoxi to finish off Xiaolahu, but ZS and Cryin have already burst out LWX, and where's your damage now? I mean, Gory's got CC straight off the bat from for the engage from the Hecarim, and there's just nothing left.
Just nothing left. Cryin will trade back his life. Actually ends up flashing as well. Bit unfortunate there for him, but great hook there from Xiaoxi to stop it. Distortion, LeBlanc running away, and now the game is 4,000 gold in the favor of Ultra Prime. They've got themselves a Mountain Soul point as well, so in 4 minutes time, you're going to a little bit over it. You're going to have that fight once again, and that's just not what you want. You mentioned it so many times, the Hecarim, the Gwen, there's just so much available to you on the side of Ultra Prime that FBX, they really will struggle to do anything about it.
And it's kind of what I'm surprised to see this composition come through from it, right? Like, we talked about FPX wanting to play around a strong bot lane. Not a strong bot lane when you consider the matchup. You look towards the ability to actually play through sides. That's not what FPX are known for. They like to play these team fights that enable LWX. So the whole composition as a whole does seem kind of bizarre to me. And even, LWX, okay. But
yeah.
even Hung, like, Hung, we kind of look at like, hey, this engage tool, right? Like, loves flashing in aggressively, setting up these fights. Not what Lulu does.
ZS, they're going to find himself in a 2v1. I wouldn't count out the Gwen just yet. Is he going to try and jump into Xiaolahu? He's taking a lot of damage to flash away. ZS should go down here. The Super Mega Jet Rocket comes back. He tries to get the slip snip out, but not able to make it work. But while that's been happening, you're losing so much in the mid lane. That lane is now completely exposed, and Ultra Prime, they got what they wanted.
TP coming in from Cryin at the bot lane to defend the tower. May actually be able to chase down Xiaolahu, but doesn't really want to. Baron is in control of Ultra Prime. Got the vision control down off of that push in the mid lane. So for Ultra Prime, you're pretty alright with just losing ZS on the side lane. It really doesn't matter that much.
No, it does not. And now, Clid trying to clear out some Baron vision. You're about 4,000 gold behind 3 dragons. You actually have objective bounties here available for FBX, so they'll get a little bit of extra gold once they take that top turret. But let's have a look at this one here. They see Xiaoxi and Elk, so they know they're coming here. LWX just not paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Goes toward the bush, so then he can spot out where they already know they are. Seems a bit strange to me, especially with Hung committed to the bot side. Like, you're completely on your own there as LWX. So LWX making a fairly sizable mistake, but honestly, I don't think it's going to change the path of this game too much. Like, FPX have got to try and look for some sort of pick to slow down Ultra Prime, but they're not really getting the opportunity to do that, right? Like, your only kind of setup tools for that are maybe LWX with a Graviton, which he has at the moment, or Clid trying to find a some sort of snare, but the vision control is there for Ultra Prime. Like, they're not really allowing FPX much of a spot, and like, even if you manage to get them, right, like, you've got one CC tool and you've still got flashes and everything that are on most members of Ultra Prime, or at least some way of escaping from that engage.
Both teams going to be happy enough to try and take down some of these turrets, get a little bit of standing gold. Shallow recognizing I don't need to be anywhere else, and he's doing the best he possibly can, living his best life. And honestly, this could be a big moment here for Ultra Prime. They're trying to see if they can maybe force this Baron. FBX have an opportunity to maybe bring this one back.
They're checking every bush. Now they'll spot. There's the TP. But Ultra Prime, that's all they really wanted, right? Like, they know that ZS can't really deal with Shallow in a side lane, so instead, they just burn the TP from Shallow. Now Ultra Prime set to defend mid, as ZS will move down to this bot side to collect that big wave.
Yeah, I feel like FBX were just a little bit too quick to try and answer that call there. They could have maybe waited a couple more seconds, kept Xiaolahu in that bot side. I understand he went back and picked himself up a bit more damage, but just not really where you want to be. Crying the flash forward from Xiaoxi as he lands the hook. They go in with the onslaught of shadows. They try to get the Moonlight Vigil off, and that's a big shutdown now onto the Hecarim. Way too far aggressive, as we can see now ZS trying to make something work for him. He's finally in with the teleport, but there's nowhere for else in to go. 30 seconds till the dragon spawn, and you don't have your jungler.
It's Valentine's Day. I will spread love. I will not put out all the anger that is in my body right now at that point.
It's a beautiful holiday. I will not have it sullied by negative thoughts.
It just didn't make sense to me from Ultra Prime. ZS, you just got the TP and bot. He's moved down to bot lane. And with Elk unable to get into position, that's where you decide to fight. Well, I love you for trying. Moving over though, FPX here trying to get the dragon. He should get it before it goes down.
It's very low. He does get the secure and flashes away. Now ZS a little bit too far forward. Elk is on the side here. They are going to be able to get the Realm Warp and get everybody out. It was a little bit touch and go, but FBX get the dragon, get themselves back out, and now they're only about 1,500 gold behind, so it's not as bad in that front, but like you said, scaling very much on Ultra Prime's side.
Yeah, ZS shown on that bot wave as well just before we hop into this replay means that FPX know Ultra Prime are going for Baron, but look, Elk isn't in a position to follow up on any of this, right? So you are essentially in a 3 versus 4 scenario. Now Elk gets one Gale Force off before this fight's done. ZS is pieced out to the bot lane. He TP'd in to get one snip. Like, I don't know. The thought process isn't there.
They're just sharing the love, you know. Just wanted so badly to give Clit a hug that Xiaoxi decided to flash hook to bring him over closer, you know. Mortal Kombat style. Get over here and give me a hug. Oh look, it looks like a heart, sort of. Looks kind of more like a butt, but whatever.
Isn't that the origins of the heart?
I
like
think so. Yeah, I think yeah, it's like upside down. It looks like a butt.
Yeah.
Because you know, if you know what a heart looks like, I'm gonna stop myself. Because Clit has to use himself. The Heartbreaker breaks our own heart. And see, we're keeping on theme today. It's a good day to be on theme. Can't wait for Shockton Naguelga.
Yeah, take 2.
Yeah,
for
take
Irish
2.
Week. Yeah.
Irish Week.
Anyway, Ultra Prime moving in. Hung needs to be careful of not getting hooked. So does Clit. But Chelsea's just gone wide. ZS now pushing in this top side. And full control for Ultra Prime here, which is why FPX are struggling.
And they are struggling quite a bit. Hong almost goes down. Important to note, though, he doesn't lose his flash and he doesn't lose his ultimate. So still has that kiting tool available to him, but will have to reset. And that should be a go sign here for the side of Ultra Prime to start up this Baron.
Yeah, and Elk moving in here with ZS. They should get a lot of damage down. Crying, I like these trying to keep away. Not the box that I want to see from Xiaoxi, but trying to keep FPX out. You know that Crying's not going to do a lot for Baron, so he's trying to do the damage to FPX.
Oh, they go over the wall. They're trying to go for it. Moonlight Vigil has been used. as Shallow keeps himself alive. The onslaught of Shadow. The Hecarim is dead. And this Baron is so low. They can't get over the wall, though. Clit does not have his ultimate just yet.
Stop
They're trying to
this.
finish this one up. Crying, what are you doing? Where are they going? He gets the steal. FBX have been gifted a miracle. And they are turning it all the way around. Ultra Prime didn't know what to do. And they fumbled the ball in the end zone. Don't leave me alone with this.
Why?
You have to be here.
Clit is there. Clit has his ult. Clit can follow over the wall easily. They have vision on the Baron. Why are you trying to finish the Baron in that scenario? Just let it go. Let her go. It's over. It's done. God, why?
Yeah, I don't...
Look, great job from Shallow here, right? And LWX gets a ton of damage with the Moonlight Vigil on the wall. They're doing a really good job. Hacker, unfortunately, tries to, pick off Shallow before he goes over. But this job's done. It's over. But they still have vision in the pit. Why are you trying to burst Baron? It's always going to go to... And even, I don't know. Ultra Prime, like, you have everything in this game. You have the drop diff, you have the gold diff. At least you had. Now, you've given it to FPX, and they've got Baron, and they're just running it straight down onto all these existing towers for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, running it down in probably the best way possible. They are just doing so much, and like I said, it's a miracle. It's a gift for FPX because Clid didn't have ultimate, Clid didn't have flash, and it felt like those timers just weren't being tracked by the side of Ultra Prime because they panicked. They didn't know what to do. They could have just, like you mentioned, backed away, taken the L, and walked away. But now we're seeing tier 2s being taken out. Now we're seeing a split push come out from the two solo laners. They are really starting to put down the hammer here, and this Hecarim is slowly losing its relevance. This Viego slowly gaining in terms of the skirmishing power, and you're losing a lot of pressure here as Ultra Prime, and straight up, you just shouldn't be in this situation.
Now, there's no way that FPX should have been able to get that Baron and then move into this. You have the push coming through on this bot side now to just keep that wave off, but tier 2 tower is gone. Dragon in 30 seconds. FPX need to be in position to try and steal this. Gory doesn't have his TP, but should be out of base in time. LeBlanc only coming out of the base now for Crying. Maybe Ultra Prime can redeem themselves in this fight with the Infinity Edge completed for Elk. If they can play this right, they should be able to get it, but I'm not convinced after the last kerfuffle that we had.
Yeah, no, a little fumble, and we do have a Nashor's Tooth, though, onto the Gwens. The Gwen very much online. Infinity Edge was finished for Xiao Hu, so both the top laners on either side very, very powerful should they get on top of you, so have to keep careful of that. FPX now starting the Dragon. LWX will take a bit of a hit. The Dragon has been spawned up towards that top side, so favoring Ultra Prime. It resets back into the pit. You can see now both teams just hovering around, seeing what they want to go for, seeing what they can do. Here we go. They're going to go for the full fight as the Gwen goes in. They try to get the onslaught of shadows onto LWX, and he is dead. The Gwen has finally done the job as he jumps back onto the backside. The Thresh has fallen, and now the rest of the team can really make this one work. It is finally the soul for Ultra Prime, and they are still pushing out on top of this. Gory is still pretty big. They have to respect him. At the end of it all, it is still 2 kills to 1 in favor of Ultra Prime, and they got the soul.
Just about, I will say, getting the soul. It was actually not the smite, but Elk managed to secure that. Xiao now keeping Ultra Prime at bay as Elk wrapping around with the TP.
They're going to go for it. There's the Realm Warp coming in, but they're going to find himself between 4 people. Xiao gets himself over the wall as Gory's kind of saying, look, I got to make something work for us here, but he's just not going to find anything. Elk picks that one up. He was the perfect bait, and now Ultra Prime finally get themselves back into control of this game.
I don't know if I want a game 3 of this. I really don't.
It's not about what you want. It's not about you. It's about us. This is Valentine's Day, and we're gonna have fun.
Like, again, this is like why I was talking about Ultra Prime having big advantages in this team, right? Like LWX, there's very little you can do. There's so much follow up. There's little to no heal. But I want you to keep your eyes on this pit, right? Xiao is in the pit with the Dragon. The spike comes through 100 HP, and Elk is the one who grabs the Dragon. That was nearly stolen by the Graves, but team fight does go the way of Ultra Prime. They now have the soul, and surely they can close this one out.
Well, don't call me Shirley, and we'll see what happens. That's a really bad joke.
Airplane reference, yeah.
Yeah, that's an old movie, man, even for us. I think it was Airplane 2. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. But again, very old movie. But coming back into the game, Gwen pretty much going to be working towards that Zhonya so they can get some more survivability. On the other side, though, you've gone full AD carry for Xiao Hu. You are looking to just one-shot basically any carry that get on top of you. But again, you have to be in the right position. This time around for Gory, rather than the Crying Ryze build we saw last game, he is going very much tank Ryze. He's got himself a Thimble Winter alongside the Frozen Heart, so working towards just being able to survive in these fights. And Hex Drinker for LWX is decent, and the stopwatch, so he's got a lot of survivability. I feel like FPX, they're gonna have to make this one work at the next Baron in 30 seconds, or they are just not gonna have any more options available to them.
Yeah, TP not available for ZS, though, means that he's on this top side. Crying is with the team, so I was wondering if they just leave Xiao to try and push in on this bot side, like maybe double up onto the minion wave to with Gory having that TP soon to just go for a trade on Baron, but I don't know, like giving Baron for the inhibitor bot is a very risky play, especially as you're kind of putting your backs against the wall. But honestly, I don't know if FPX can take this fight, unless again they find someone out of position, or they can, you know, have Ultra Prime kind of mess it up again.
I like this though from FBX. They're recognizing that the Graves is being collapsed on relatively quickly, so they take this opportunity to then move in, get some vision control back down. Hacker still hovering around in case there was to be a quick start here. As Hacker now off the side, maybe looking for an engage or a fight, but FBX as a 4-man team will not be held that same kind of flank engage once again as they now push themselves forward. And it does feel like Ultra Prime not feeling super confident in their own team fight as of the moment. They are very aware that they're without their LeBlanc. They don't want to commit to something where they could end up losing.
I mean, slowly but surely gaining vision traction in this river, though there's not really anyone on FPX, we said, who can like start off a quick pick, unless you're looking at maybe Clid getting something off, but that means that you've got to face plant yourself into Shousey.
I'm not quite sure what just happened there. My brain cannot compute, and now the Baron can be started. You're without your Thresh. As now we see what the side of Ultra Prime can do. They can still go in with the onslaught of shadows. We are going to see ZS going in. The needlework will do work as they go in. It's going to be secured by FBX, and now the fight can really start off. We reset down as the Gwen is almost taking people down. Double kill for Cryan though, and the Jinx is still pushing out damage. These carries are just too damn big. It's going to be all on Clid. He gets one reset. He gets maybe another one. It's a quadra kill though for Cryan as he looks to maybe make this a penta. It's 1 against 3. Can he make it work? He knows there's no more to do as Cryan looks for something. Clid runs away. He will not get the pentakill today, but Ultra Prime, they lose the Baron, but they kill everyone else.
Yeah, the TPs are coming through though. ZS reset. That was your best chance, Clid, to shut down Ultra Prime. Yes, you got the Baron, but you've lost everyone. He needed to just go for it, try and find the damage, but not convinced that he could do it. And now Ultra Prime, despite the fact they don't have the Baron, they could be the ones knocking on the base.
I mean, Scuttle, sure. That's what you needed to get right there, Clid, but will finally get his reset off, and they will break open the base on the side of Ultra Prime, so FBX will lose a little bit more, but they are still in the gold lead.
So just for context on the Scuttle, 45 seconds until Elder. Having that speed up in that area is going to be super important, so here is the play. Shousey, like, that's the only way that you lose this. But even the fact that FPX end up trying to like flip this is absolutely insane. Like, just try and take the fight instead. But LWX caught in the back line. There's just too much damage. Elk again. This is why you don't need the Gale Force. Completely untouched. Like, if this is Kraken Slayer, this is a fight that's just so much easier for you to win. Shella, who's doing a ton of work here as well, like flashing in to get the picks. And then Clid, I thought this was it. I could see it, like, but unfortunately, like, not actually able to get the damage. Like, Cryan doesn't have the cooldowns right now to actually make these plays happen, and you have the reset on the ult, but what? Hung's gone.
Yeah, Cryan will not lose this game. He gets his 5th kill out of the last 4 for Ultra Prime, a very delayed pentakill, if you will. And now Elder Drake is up. Elder Drake is being taken. FBX, they gotta flip it. They gotta go for it. They can't just wait.
But if you lose one more, you're just gone. Clid now caught out. Dragon's still too healthy.
They're still too healthy. They're going to use the Heartbreaker to get him away. They're going to try and make this one work. ZS goes in with the needlework, not quite able to finish him off, but it is enough to dissuade the rest of FBX. Ultra Prime claim themselves the Elder Drake, and now FBX got to keep running away. They cannot deal with this team fight anymore. I feel like they're just getting outscaled.
And they can't deal with Cryan either. Like, Elder Dragon, Cryan is going to be able to burst pretty much everyone on FPX's side apart from Gory, because that gigantic health bar this Rise build has. But you see there, right? Electric, you just finishing off Lulu in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And now, Ultra Prime feeling strong, pushing in here. Baron is about to wear off in 10 seconds, and look at the gold difference. Minus 2,500 gold off the Baron power play.
Clid's looking for a flank. He's looking for something, maybe even just a push off the minions as best as he can possibly do right now as the rest of Ultra Prime push forward. They don't have any minions left, and Clid's just playing his best keep away as he possibly can. Should be able to run away after this as well, as the rest of Ultra Prime are hunting him down. Eventually will get caught out and sees them all running back towards that mid lane, but Clid, he's just going to do the exact same thing again. Ultra Prime need to deal with this nuisance.
They have the wave though this time. They've actually managed to march it up, and now still got a minute and a half left. They can look for the end if they can find the fight, but the wave clear is too good.
Yeah, they've got themselves a Felios, they've got themselves a Rise. You just cannot clear out these minions, and now you can see Clid just being a nuisance, making sure he can just be on the backside, something for Ultra Prime to think about, and it means Ultra Prime will get the inhibitor and nothing else.
Yeah, and this is the last wave that Ultra Prime could remake a play off of, so you get the inhibitor, sure, but you don't really get anything else. Khalid doing a wonderful job of keeping that in check, whereas when you look at like the waves that were lost on bot, the big wave that was lost on top that nearly took that top inhibitor for FPX, sorry, top inhibitor turret, honestly, you're not actually that out of it with the, even with the Dragon going over to Ultra Prime.
Yeah, because the Dragon didn't really do a lot. Normally we see the Dragon taking, you go into a team fight, you're able to convert it into something else, but we're only 30 seconds left on that buff. You're going to get another wave pushed in, but with Gory and of course LWX in position, nothing really to be worried about on the side of FBX, and the gold lead is still technically in FBX's favor, but not 100%, you know, in anyone's court right now. It feels like both teams are just going to hit critical mass pretty soon. Both 80 carries now looking to finish off their final item, similar enough to the mid laners as well. Top laners have almost been full build this entire game, it feels like, because they've just been farming up an absolute storm. We actually have 400 CS right now for Xiaolahu as we can push in now and see Ultra Prime looking to try and make something work as a minute until that Baron spawns.
Yeah, LWX really needs to swap this Collector for the last, or Lord Dominic's regard. Like, he's just not hurting the front line of Ultra Prime, and you know he's got that Hex Trigger there because the damage is coming through from Crying, but if you really want to have him be a big carry here, he needs to swap that item. But for Ultra Prime, they're in a good spot, right? Like, you've nearly got the last item coming through here for Elk. Crying is monstrous at the moment as well, and because of the range advantage, there's not much that FPX can do with the push going in top. Vision control established for Ultra Prime in the top side jungle, and Baron is up in 30 seconds. How do you try and leave your base as FPX right now?
I will say gold does not matter anymore. Both top lane in terms of the Gwen has finished it up. Graves will be finishing off his last item here. I imagine it to be a Bloodthirster to give himself an extra bit of survivability. We'll see the Super Mega Death Rocket come out just to delay the back. That's actually pretty big. Xiaolahu will have a TP available, but it does stop the side of FBX from pushing forward and getting the time they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, not having that ult, though, might be an issue. I mean, it's about 3/4 of the way back up, so... Sorry, about 1/4 of the way back up, so maybe it's not going to be too much, but FPX, maybe they can try and find this window of opportunity. Xiaolahu moving out of the base. Zenes already trying to clear a Vision in the pit.
Yeah, they are hiding in that brush there. If that hook lands, that is a dead Clid. I don't care who you are, what you do. He's actually a GA for Xiaolahu, goes for pure survivability, getting those resets in and trying to get himself back in. Clid finds himself. LWX in a lot of trouble. He gets himself away, though. Will stop down the Moonlight Vigil and goes straight into GA. The Viego, the Lulu are dead. Ultra Prime have found their target, and there's nowhere else for you to go. Double kill there for the Gwen. Maybe even a triple. Not going to be today. It's going to be a double-double as they finally finish off Gory, and there's going to be a double-triple for Elk as we come back into this game. Full ace. Ultra Prime bringing us to game 3.
And it was just LWX taking that step too far forward, and Ultra Prime pounce. No engage for FPX coming back to bite them there as Ultra Prime, with the wave slowly conga lining its way in, will take the win.
And as we said, this matchup on paper, probably not as close as people thought, but if you look at the matchup, if you look at where they are in the standings, this is exactly what we expected. Two teams fighting it out, looking to try and get themselves up into the top 10. Ultra Prime not done with this series just yet.
I did think it'd be cleaner from Ultra Prime, though. Like, when you have as many advantages as were going in their favor, this shouldn't have been as close as it was. Like, fumbling that Baron play magnificently, the initial Baron play that we saw, then also working over towards
what a positive
the
way to say a negative.
Yeah. We're all about love and positivity today, right? But yeah, the mess kind of that they caused, honestly, for themselves was pretty apparent. Even when you look towards, like, the Dragons, oftentimes it looks like it was going to be flips. The Baron flips that we saw coming through from both them and FPX as well. Like, nothing about this mid-game has been clean on either side. And it's why, look, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it is very entertaining. It's not good League of Legends, though. And when we're kind of looking at teams as, hey, are you a playoff contender? What's the story with you going up against some of the top teams? If you end up in that playoff spot, this isn't a very convincing story for either of these sides.
I think that's the big thing as well. Like, this is a very good litmus test for both these teams. We've got a temperature check to see where they should be, where they could end up going. And right now, regardless of either of them make it to playoffs or not, this doesn't scream like people who are going to be making a LNG miracle run like we saw in summer 2021.
FPX, you can look at Xiaolahu though. This guy, I think if you're looking for anyone on that squad that was really stepping up, it was him. The Graves and team fights was actually really, really good. His lane phase has been phenomenal. It's just unfortunate that, like, with the style of composition that FPX went, because it was Graves in the top lane, because it was Lulu bot, you just don't have an engage tool for them. So they struggled to find these fights, and it felt like if they had anything like an Alistar, a Leona, something that could go into that support role to set them up, maybe they could have been able to set up a play for themselves and bring back this game. But with Ultra Prime being able to find Elk untouched in the back line, there's just no way that they were able to manage.
And Ultra Prime is, again, we talked about their composition. They picked a very, very good comp to do what they do best. It's just finding, gold onto Elk, keeping him safe with the Thresh, and then just having hard engage with ZS and Hacker. The Hecarim really, I felt we were talking about it during pick and ban, that the last few bans going into the jungle role, we didn't really know exactly where they're going to go. The Hecarim fit perfectly into this mold. It was not clean by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a win, and that's what you need to keep yourself in this league, and what keeps them in this series.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to come back down to the early game again. Xiaoxi looking phenomenal when he was roaming around the map and got those early plays, even setting up the mid lane well. So I think if Ultra Prime can keep this early game going in their favor for game 3, they might still have a chance here against FPX.
Well, we're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll see what happens in game 3. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平淡。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。
大家
准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思
直接有思路了。
他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我站这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，这
你没闪现
，OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的，
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪，可以逼个闪
，OK，
再看，啊，这样就死了，哎，你中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，
我顶，没事。
雷克赛，雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，可以打，输出，
慢一点，
你没闪了，慢点。
行，我灯，捡灯，可以打，我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看着有点
没听会了，
稳点，赵姐，太着急看你操作，回了，
我开吧。
对，盲僧别乱冲，
没事，有点失望，赵丽姐。看一下这波
，OK，
准备好看，
可以，
先看泰坦呗。慢点，没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，维克多。别这么大钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD， 哇，闪直接拿下了吧？
对。你这羊不对劲啊，黄霞。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大招把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
上
鱼没闪，
跳走了，上鱼，nice，
黑这边我接过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，我死了，可以打，没闪，
你看，AD 没闪，
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作，
打断了，
这个，
我来了。
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了，可以。
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice，
兄弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了。
稳住就赢，真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看我靠。你们拉掉，推他，就赢。
推他！
杀人！来手！
过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，空大，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会，挖掘机，来。哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来杀！
来，过年了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fight. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
我个人认为塞纳塔姆的话是想玩的话是可以玩的，然后这个组合也比较强，因为塔姆的大招加强了，然后就看队伍的风格吧。对阵 UP 下路组合的话，因为他们下路比较厉害嘛，然后我们就下一场就好好打，然后努力备战吧。
Try their best, and it shall not be good enough in game 2, as it was the bot lane of Ultra Prime that kind of sprung out in that early game, put LWX and Hong behind. As we come back in, we're going to be going into game 3. Before we talk about that, we got to talk about our MVP, ZS on the Gwen in the top side. Was able to go toe-to-toe in the early stage, didn't lose out a lot, and when it came to those team fights, shredding people.
Yeah. Sorry. Go do it's the minus.
I know.
Oh, God. Says a lot about
Still did nearly 2% of the team's damage, though.
Yeah, he still did a lot. Bigger number, better person when it comes to that damage percent. But you got to say, look, the Gwen was turning it a lot. And I honestly expected this to be more so on Elk. But because of the build that we were talking about for Elk, kind of his position in fights not being that great, definitely ZS was stepping up to be a big carry. Found a lot of flanks in these fights as well, so he was like consistently putting pressure onto LWX and Gory. Meant that it was actually really tough for LWX to operate in these fights because you've got the Hollowed Mist that we talked about at the start, making it a nightmare for him to deal damage back to this Gwen.
Yeah, and then you can see every single time he's just able to get onto the backside. He's able to just be a thorn in the side of LWX and the bot lane of FBX in general. So this is a very good example of what ZS can do. A man who's been in this league for a very long time, has been seen many iterations of top laners, and honestly is looking like he's finding a little bit of form. I will say though, as we always say when this comes to things, not the greatest of games for Ultra Prime as a whole. Definitely a bit burger flippy. Not quite sure what that Baron play was called, but we'll see what they're able to do. We are going to be going back into game 3 for picks and bans. And honestly, I just want to see FBX on the other side of this work around Xiao Hu. The guy was doing so much on his own. Just give him some resources.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the biggest problem with trying to put your resource into Xiao Hu is that FPX aren't really a split push type of team, right? They're not really sure how to try and play a 1-3-1 out. You kind of see it here that even in a composition where they could play 1-3-1, they actually were just like, no, we just played for fights. So I think in a lot of respects, that's the biggest issue with trying to give resource to Xiao Hu is like, what do you do with it after the fact? Because even if you stick them onto these split push oriented champions, FPX just don't look comfortable playing that style.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. They do not look comfortable in that particular setup. So we'll see what FBX can do now that they are on the blue. Ultra Prime on the red, so it will be first priority going over to FBX. We see the Corki, the Twisted Fate, the Caitlyn, and the Lee Sin, all pretty much standard throughout both these games. This time around, though, the Aphelios. So Ultra Prime got an opportunity here to decide what they want to be their final ban, because the Jinx could be a priority here for LWX.
It's actually going to be the Galio banned away by Ultra Prime. I was kind of surprised to see that one go through. Does leave like the Caitlyn taking off forward, so really does leave open the Zeri, which instantly LWX is going to grab here once more. Thresh is open, so I feel like for Elk and Chelsea, it's just a Thresh Jinx angle, right? Or maybe you just take the Thresh for yourself here, lock in something like the jungle instead. But actually, with the looks like with the speed that the Zeri offers, they're not really comfortable enough to say, hey, we can hit the skill shots. We're going to go for the point and click instead.
The point and click, that Zeri will do so much damage to those range, that's the word I was looking for, team fights, so we'll see what they're able to build around that. And again, we're seeing the Nautilus come out here for Xiaoxi. Has the option to maybe go for the Thresh, but decides it's just not good enough into the Zeri. Needs something with a little bit more punch.
Yeah, it's about trying to lock her up in the lane phase. There's another point and click CC you can add to the equation to try and make sure that you're able to keep this Zeri in check. This Ryze has become really high priority in this series. We've seen it pretty much every single time, but we'll have to see if it can have that same impact as we saw in game number 1. Coming across though, Jace has been left open. Xiao Hu actually going to take that straight off the bat. So, going to get himself into a nice matchup in that top side. ZS not really played a lot of champions that can really punish with Jace in the top side, although we have seen him bring out the Wukong in the past. And when we talk about Ultra Prime playing for these big team fights, maybe that's a decision that Ultra Prime want to go.
I will say, yes, the Rise is a lot of priority for both of these teams. Rise is a 100% loss rate so far in this series, and whoever has it has not been able to win off of it. So we'll see what way this one works in the last few picks coming in on the first round, as now FBX. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see them pick up their jungler. The Xin Zhao has been left open, one of the strongest junglers, if not the strongest, after the Lee Sin, in my opinion, and just a very good all-round pick for when you're trying to go for those big objective fights.
There's the Jinx though on the opposite side. Ultra Prime, I think you just banned engage supports here, right? Like, get rid of Leona, Rakan. Then what really sets up the fight for FPX? Because yes, they can go back towards an enchanter for the Zeri if they want to, but that doesn't really do very much for you in the grand scheme of things. And when you've got a decent amount of range with the Jinx, you got the ability to play side lanes with the Rise, ZS even with the potential to go for the counter pick in that top lane with the Wukong, like, you can actually end up in a really good spot here as Ultra Prime.
Yeah, the LeBlanc going to be banned away, so they recognize that Cryan had a pretty good time on the LeBlanc against the Rise, but now we're starting to see a couple more bans come in. The Malphite going to be banned away here from ZS, so maybe taking away a couple of the tank options. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea, maybe if they're really scared for those tank options available, to ban away the Ornn as well and just force them onto a carry.
Yeah, it's not so much the tank, it's just counter to Shadow, right? Like, the Jace just can push the Malphite out of lane a little bit, but when you get to the later portion of the game, literally just press Aura at the Jace and he's dead. Especially if you've got like a strong jungler there for hackers. So maybe we actually do see the Wukong bang here as well if FPX are going full that style. But again, I feel like Ultra Prime could have banned away the supports, right? Like, not the Yuumi, the engage ones, because you've already got Klee who's already been picked up. Gory, unless he goes for something like the Vex in the mid lane, which isn't the best of matchups into the Rise, doesn't really have engaged champions in the mid lane, and suddenly Zeri becomes relatively useless because she doesn't really have any way to get into these fights because no one's locked up to deal her damage at short range.
Well, the Hecarim going to be respected here by the side of FBX, so they banned that one away. Not the most highest priority I would have personally put onto it, but you got to adapt to the meta of your series, let alone the meta of the entire game. And now we see the Wukong that you mentioned earlier. Yeah, locked and loaded here for ZS. Very soft counter to the Jace that can do very, very well in those early stages and then work to become that big hard engage later on in the team fights.
And I think you try and go for something like the Jarvan here for Hacker to make sure that he's going to be safe. But as we were talking about, right, you need engage in FPX. Leona hovered here for Hong. I'm still baffled that Ultra Prime didn't try and take this away. So now to see what the plan is going to be. Gory now trying to go for the Orianna, which at least here would give like a little bit of control and zone control in these fights, which I think is going to be desperately needed because everyone on Ultra Prime is going to be trying to follow up on the Wukong ultimate. So if you can actually have a good spot to have this ball in, it can make it very difficult for people like Elk to actually follow up because they've got to run over the Orianna ball and the potential Orianna ult to try and get onto these fights.
Will FBX be ballin'? That is the question as we come into this one here, as Ultra Prime now know exactly what they're going into. They will have their jungler last pick, so Hacker has himself an opportunity. Still plenty on the board. The only thing that was really banned was the Lee Sin in terms of higher priorities, the Hecarim as well, of course, but going into the Xin Zhao, I was just going to mention that Trundle is a fantastic pick to stop those early skirmishes and to get yourself into a nice, decent position at that mid-game. It works very well at just setting yourself up for your team. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to go for. Still plenty of options available to them. They land on the Jarvan. Good engage available to them. Good way of following up with the Wukong and Nautilus. And honestly, just a good front-to-back team fight available now for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I like just having more CC on Ultra Prime side, right? Like, you've got the range scaling on Elk and the damage scaling as well coming through in the Jinx. You've got a ton of lockup now for Zeri if she ever tries to go aggressive. And the big thing here as well... Again, no real access to the backline onto Elk, so he should be in a pretty good spot for these fights as long as his front line stays beefy and is able to like kind of set him up for success. The big thing is going to be trying to lock up like LWX and Gory in these fights for Ultra Prime, which when you've got a Jarvan and a Wukong and even Xiaoxi on this Nautilus as well, really shouldn't be an issue.
It shouldn't be an issue, but we'll see how it all ends up going. If this series has taught me anything, is to expect the unexpected, and what is optimal is not exactly correct in the eyes of some of these teams. So we will wait and see how both these teams will end this series. Both of them desperate for a win, both of them looking to try and put them up. And for FBX, you need to be keeping yourself relevant. For Ultra Prime, it's about keeping the distance between you and the chasing pack for the playoffs as short and as small as possible. Both these teams need to make this one work. I'll be looking down towards that bot lane. It's where we've seen the most action all day, and I would not be expecting anything different from this game.
Yeah, it really does feel like you're going to see, at least on FPX's side, them trying to invest those tools there. Hacker and ZS, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and make some sort of play up towards the top side early. Burn Xiaolao, who's flash, and then as soon as you hit 6 for Wukong, it's just a field day up there.
It is just going to be a field day. We'll see where both these teams end up throwing their resources, and we'll see who ends up being the hero at the end of it all. FBX going to be very, very curious to see how they work around this Jace. We've seen what Xiaolao can do on this pick. We've seen what he's able to make happen for himself. The massive CS leads, the 1v1s. He's got to make it happen now. And honestly, ZS going full defensive right now, saying I'm going cloth armor. I know I'm going to lose this lane. He's going to be about 20 CS down, and he recognizes that. He does not care.
Yeah, it's just get to level 6. That's all you have to do as Wukong, and you just instantly kill the Jace. It is obnoxious. It's such a good matchup for ZS post 6, and it's why now, like, looking at Ultra Prime, you still have the option to play 1-3-1 if you really want, right? Brian and ZS can do well. Gory on an Orianna does not want to be in a side lane. Xiaolao just loses to the Wukong. So you can try and continue to put that pressure in the mid game if you want. And then when you actually come towards team fights, right? Like, you can deny vision for FPX, find good flanks for ZS, for Cryin, and kind of just set up your team fights really well. So at least if I am looking at these squads, Ultra Prime for me has the better team because they can just play, or at least composition, because they can play multiple different styles relatively easily. It's just going to be a case of like how well they can actually orchestrate that mid game.
Already ZS saying, look, I need to try and just get the health bar down so we can at least get some CS. We've seen this many, many times from Wukong, as we now see hook down on the bot side. LWX will get stunned up, but here's Hong. Straight up, I actually saw, just wanted to mention it very, very quickly. We actually saw a lot of respect from FBX. They thought Ultra Prime were going for the full invade on the red. So Clid very late at starting his red, only getting it now. As we can see, basically a camp ahead for the jungler of Ultra Prime. But with the presence they have now on the spot side, Clid trying to make that one work for them. They're going to go in on top of Elk as they get down the Glacial Augments. They're going to see the heal coming in, the flash away by Clid as he tries to jump straight in onto this Jinx. It's going to be all too easy for Clid. He took a little bit of his time, but he gets himself the first blood. The level 2 gank is just too good.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the answer is going to be from Hacker, though, because yes, you end up getting that kill, but Clid now needs to reset, only has one camp to his name, and Hacker will have full control over the jungle, maybe looking to get into the top side, but at least for a nice job for Clid, right, getting this early kill for himself and setting up LWX and Hong in that bottom lane.
Well, seeing already in the top side, ZS being bullied out by Xiaolao, who again, to be expected, not really expecting much else from this matchup. And yeah, we're seeing now immediately Clid roaming back up towards his top side, recognizing he just needs to try and get as many of these buffs as he possibly can. It is going to be Hacker ahead, very much so on the camp rotation, but can they make anything else happen from it? Gory might be in a little bit of trouble, so needs to be very careful. Flash in with the flag and drag. They're going to get him down with the Rune Prison. It's a nice little setup. Hacker responds in kind. Both junglers very aggressive and very proactive in this early game.
Yeah, Gory did not need to be positioned on that top side. They knew, or at least maybe they didn't, I suppose. They may not have known that Hacker started on this bottom side. Positioning up towards the top side gives an easy setup there for Cryin, and now Cryin will get a good reset off. He'll be able to move back into lane, and it also means that if you're looking at a level 6 play, a ton of control for Cryin when he wants to look for these realm worms.
And we can see already just the Clid recognizing now the Jarvan did path towards that bot side, so maybe going to try and take away these Krugs and put a little bit of pressure onto ZS. I will say, very difficult to dive a Wukong, especially with that decoy, so needs to be a little bit careful if he does decide to go for it. And we'll know now that there is no TP available for the Rise, and the decoy is down, so maybe could go for something here, but I think Clid's just happy enough to take the farm.
Yeah, you can see the ZS actually stops this. This is dangerous now.
This is very dangerous. ZS recognizes it. I think he's just going to try and walk away. He does have himself the decoy. Should be back off of cooldown now. Yep, there it is. 1 second there it was away, and now should be able to walk himself out of this one here. Was a little bit risky there for a second, but ZS now still in a little bit of a precarious position. Going to lose a lot of experience, and that's the big thing here, is experience on the Wukong. You mentioned how he needs that level 6, but if the Jace can keep him as far away from it as possible, his matchup just becomes so dire for the Monkey.
at least there with Hacker coming up, ZS should pick up the majority of this farm underneath the third, so it won't be the end of the world, but you can see, yeah, very big CS lead opening up for Shellahoo on that top side. Plus the first strike gold going to be giving him a nice little boon there, as you can see, about a 400 gold lead for Shellahoo. But again, I'm curious to see what happens at this 6. It feels like, at least if Hacker wants to, that path can lead him straight back up the top side as he looks for a reset here. And maybe that's where they're going to try and make a play, because I think in about a wave and a half, 2 waves, you should see ZS hitting that level 6 and being able to set up for a play topside.
Well, Dragon has spawned. They will spot Clid on this ward, so they know exactly where he is. Hacker moving going towards him. The hook will not land by Xiaoxi. We do see the headbutt Pulverize combination here from Hong. Both these AD carries happy enough with the trade. It is still very much in favor of Ultra Prime as they get a lot of Xiaoxi's health bar out of him. Now, where do you go here? We can see now Cryin with the Realm Warp. He may look to try and make something happen here on the bot side. No flash or level 6 for either of the supports. Excuse me, I say that. Hong only be one without his flash, but it's just going to be the Dragon here for Ultra Prime. So using that early pressure in the mid lane to get themselves that early objective.
Yeah, only the level 1 Smite though. They haven't got that upgraded, so you need to get this low before you can do it. A Hacker.
Oh, Hacker, he didn't want to use the Smite. He actually didn't even have Smite. I just looked at it there. The cooldown wasn't there, and that's why you need to make sure you have that cooldown before you go for these fights. Speaking of these fights, we're going to see now Hong going in, has the Shockwave, going to land it down on the Xiaoxi, and LWX picks up a kill. Ultra Prime, what are you doing?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you, but here we go, level 6. This is the problem.
This is the problem. Cyclone goes in, ZS flashes over, gets the knock up, Xiaolahu flashes back, and straight away, like you said, he gets himself his armor boots, and all of a sudden, this top lane matchup's gone very skewed.
And it's just about that first one getting the flash in, right? Because now you know you can pretty handily follow up the next time around. And that 30 CS lead that has opened up the top side ain't going to stick around for very long, as Shellahoo will have to put some manners on himself and stay away from this monkey.
Well, the end of it all is still a Dragon for FPX. They got a kill as well. No flash available in the top side, as both top laners did end up using that in that last little skirmish. We will wait to see now where both these teams want to go, but the Zeri working very healthily towards that first mythic item, getting that Triforce down. Already has the Hearthstone Axe and the Sheen. And now we want to see where Ultra Prime want to go, because again, they answered very nicely in that play, but just small little mistakes. Where do you want to see them really pressure? Because they have this Jarvan that can make things happen in the early game.
So FPX are eyeing up the Rift Herald at the moment. I feel like you just kind of gift it at the early stages and look to make a play down on the bottom side instead. Cryin has ult, Gory can't really follow, and with the position that LWX has with pushing in bot alongside Hong, you're going to end up with a numbers advantage for FPX. Xiaoxi sitting mid though, just trying to see if they can get this push in for Cryin, and maybe they will look for a play elsewhere.
Both supports now in the mid lane. Clid as well, so soak up a little bit of that XP. Makes his tax. You gotta pay your taxes, man. To back himself up. Now Shellahoo starts up the Rift Herald, so Shelly is going to be the point of priority here for the side of FPX, but Hacker, I think he's very close to his Cataclysm right now, so trying to see if he can take away this red buff as quick as he can and then maybe move forward. Yeah, he just pinged it there, so Cataclysm is available now for Hacker should he want to go for something here. Hong is just hovering off to the side. AD carries a little bit late to the party, and Hong caught out. He is going to have to use his Pulverize to try and keep himself alive, but he doesn't have his ultimate available to him. They're not able to kill him off. There's a Shockwave on the 3. They even get the Crescent Guard down as the Cataclysm comes off, but LWX is here, and you can see L just too slow to the party. It's a double kill for the Zeri in a 5v4 situation. FPX are always going to win.
And especially when you look at the damage dealers that are on their team, right? Like ZS was still waiting for that ultimate to come up and didn't have push in top side, so Shellahoo gets there faster, and Shellahoo has way more damage with the Serrated Dirk over the monkey. Same when you look at LWX, Zeri just way more damage in these early team fights, and Ultra Prime don't have the fuel in the tank to take it. Now FPX get more kills in their back pocket. The Rift Herald, turret plates for Shellahoo, and just like that, Ultra Prime 2k behind.
I mean, I know we said that this top lane deficit doesn't mean that much, but when you're pretty much more than double in the top side, that's when this becomes a bit of an issue. You could still be a hard counter and lose this so damn hard if you're able to, you know, get that much of a lead. So ZS really needs to be picking and choosing his battles. As we can see, just more and more advantages going towards that bot side. I'm gonna have a look at the pro view here of LWX. Again, look at the map. He knows exactly where the Jinx is. He even pings it and says, look, we can take this fight. Go for it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Hung taking a lot of damage, but watch how much damage that LWX can do, right? Now he's got the ultimate popped, and he is just shredding through people here. There's just nothing that you're able to actually follow up on here. And again, now 3 kills for this Zeri. The Triforce nearly completed. She's been accelerated, and she's going to be an issue for Ultra Prime because, yes, we talk about the great team fighting for Ultra Prime, but this is a very much a composition that will group up, and with the damage that Zeri can churn out in those like close quarter fights, that's kind of perfect for her.
This is where the game gets a little bit tougher and a little bit ridiculous for the side of Ultra Prime. How do you protect this Jinx? We talked about it in game 1. Similar situation. Who keels for this Jinx when the Zeri's able to get on top of you? The Alistar, the Xin Zhao. There's just so much available to you on the side of FBX to make this one work. As I say that though, Cataclysm down. We are going to see the two disguise of Shala who gets him outside of the Demacian Battle Dome, and now will work himself back up towards this turret, maybe making it work for himself. Who are they going to give this kill over? It is going to be ZS, so the Monkey King will get himself back onto the board and get himself a kill at least.
And that's what Ultra Prime needed to do. As you rightly said earlier on, the problem with this matchup is that if you fall too far behind, it won't matter, so you got to help ZS. Now Xiaoxi getting the answer.
Yeah, getting the answer. Xiaoxi just kind of finding Clid, but Elk being very much taken away from this farm that he very desperately needs. That's a 3-0-1 Zeri right now as LWX picks up all of these solo farm, all of the solo plates, and just accelerating himself so far forward. He actually has a 1,300 gold lead, and he's still not done with this turret.
And I mean, look, FPX have set themselves up wonderfully in this early game, right? Like, we talk about Ultra Prime having great late game scaling, great team fights once Elk comes online, but FPX have kind of taken that pace away from them, with LWX now monstrously far ahead on this area. And when you've got Clid and Hung being able to move around as this kind of duo unit playing around LWX, you just don't have the damage right now as Ultra Prime to try and answer. So again, we're down this bot side, and I don't even know if Clid has to use the Rift Herald. It looks like LWX is just going to be able to take this by himself.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do this, no issues whatsoever. They actually don't know the Alistar is there. Xiaoxi now sees big old cow man, but doesn't even have to use the Rift Herald. That means they can use that in mid, they can use it in top, get more gold, accelerate their team further and further ahead. They're now 4,000 gold ahead at the 12-minute mark, and plates are still available.
The only thing is they may not be able to get into a position in time to use that Rift Herald to take more plates, but when you look at like Bot Tower going down fully, Xiaolao who being able to take 3 turret for itself on top, and even Gory nearly taking one for himself, FPX have just been playing so strong through their lanes. Look at the build for LWX. Triforce completed. Tiamat already as well. God. LWX is huge.
He is disgustingly big, as we can see now. Clid, he's going to have to drop the Rift Herald pretty soon, not just for the plates, but just because he will lose the buff if he doesn't drop it in the next 30 seconds or so. You can see him now moving up towards this top side. They're going to give all that money over to the Zeri. Why not? Keep this Zeri going. Get the Titanic Hydra. Get the Runans as early as you possibly can and make this as difficult as possible for the side of Ultra Prime.
They're going to get the plates. I mean,
Yeah.
you get the charge off in time. As long as LWX is in range here, they're going to be able to get that one for themselves. And now Zeri's so large, my God.
Gold, man. That's a that's 2,200 gold lead in the 80 Eri carries alone. We haven't even looked at top side.
It's against everyone on Ultra Prime. Nobody on Ultra Prime is even close to where LWX is. And now they're going to fight him.
They're going to try and go for him, but Hacker, you're all by himself. He flashes over the wall after dropping down the Cataclysm. They will get Shelly to get another little knockback as we get the Super Mega Death Rock coming in on top of the Cyclone. But Cryan, in the caught between no man's land, just needs to flash himself away. And yes, you're getting time on bot side for Elk, but you're not gaining anything either. In fact, you might even lose a tier 2. I don't think you can defend this.
You're going to lose the mid lane anyway. Shella, who already making work there, as well as FPX can just move up to try and help him out. So Elk, yes, you take bot turret, but kills going over towards LWX again. That's 7,000 gold already picked up for LWX. Shella, who getting this mid lane turret, and LWX, he's not done. He's looking for ZS.
I mean, honestly, ZS needs to be so careful there. LWX was in a position and had a lot of defense and a lot of catch-up with him. Support is probably the word I'm looking for, as Hong. Maybe thinking about it, doesn't have his unbreakable will, but they are just looking to try and maybe take down this turret just before these minions die, but they think the better of it as there are 3 members of Ultra Prime to defend. So they come back, we reset, everyone's coming back onto the map. Let's have a look at the replay here, because this is just a massive skirmish that just doesn't really stick for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, LWX did a really good job avoiding the flagging tracks by hopping over the wall there, and then it's just disjointed, right? ZS actually isn't able to follow up on the engage because LWX is too far away. Jinx is on the bottom side of the map, so she's not doing anything, and your only real damage source at that stage is Crying because ZS is so far behind. Like, Ultra Prime didn't play towards any of their strengths on the map in these early stages. We talked about ZS having this counter matchup. Get Hacker up there. Make sure that Wukong doesn't fall behind, but 2, burn the flash and Xiaolahu. When level 6 gets hit, ZS can make the play. Not seeing that happen. Not playing through Crying in the mid lane to get this Rise out and get him access onto the map. And bot side, Elk and Xiaoxi fall prone to that level 2 gank, and they're just on the back for the whole time. Now FPX have their run of the mill, and you can even see, yes, Ultra Prime are kind of looking at this Rift Arrow going, but Hacker's just the bot side. They're just giving up on trying to contest anything that FPX are doing.
Yeah, it's just not worth it right now. There really is no way they can come back to it. You're still waiting on the Divine Sunderwear for ZS. You haven't got that Mythic available to you, and that can be the difference. Hung, seeing if someone is hovering around here. 43 seconds until that Dragon spawns. That would put FBX on Dragon Soul points. So, Clid, does he get caught out here? I feel like you don't even want to fight him right now. He has so much survivability with that Gore Drinker, with the Crescent Guard as well. And looking back in towards how these items are building up, you have the Everfrost and the Stopwatch here for Gory. You got yourself some survivability and just straight up burst on the chase of Xiaolahu when he's got himself another Serrated Dirk and Caulfield's Warhammer. So this is going to be very, very difficult to contest if you're Ultra Prime, but honestly, I feel like they have to, because if they don't get this soul point away from FPX, there's no way they can contest the next one.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's kind of, damn if you have known for Ultra Prime, right? Like, you try to play at range, Xiaolahu beats you. Try to play into the engage, LWX beats you. Like, FPX have taken over this early game, and because of that, Ultra Prime, their easy to access win cons aren't there anymore.
ZS, though, gets himself TP'd on the flank here. He may have found himself an opportunity. They're going to be able to jump onto Gory, who's a bit by himself, and they're going to jump straight onto LWX, who gets stunned up and taken down. Massive shutdown there up to the Jarvan, who goes golden. Hacker trying to keep himself alive. The Cyclone is good enough to just delay the inevitable, but you can see these health bars are so low. FBX are just too damn big. Crying is still trying to make this one work, but he just cannot survive. It was a valiant attempt from Ultra Prime, but they're just too far behind.
Even guessing LWX at the start of that fight, it didn't matter. Xiaolahu is too big. Gory is too large. And Clid is tearing through people on this Xin Zhao. Ultra Prime try to go for the fight, but they end up giving more gold towards FPX. Another dragon to FPX. And now with Mountain Soul potentially on the cards in 5 minutes time, Ultra Prime have got to try and find a miracle fight once more. We're going to look at the replay here coming in. ZS, like, gets on towards Gory, but kind of realizes, actually, I need to be trying to get into the rest of this fight. LWX gets soloed out by Hacker, which is nice, but, I mean, Elk has already been jumped on by Clid. He's completely out of the fight. Gory gets a gorgeous 2-man shockwave onto Crying, who's the last member that's really there. And Crying just ends up in the pit, trying to kill Hong, as Shella, who has dealt with the rest of the members of Ultra Prime, who try to scuttle into their own jungle.
Again, you talk about a miracle engage, but that was kind of it. You found the flank. It was just a little bit disjointed. You weren't able to get exactly the one you wanted, but that's as good as it's probably ever going to get for Ultra Prime. And now, 6,000 gold behind, soul point available to FBX. They'll have that available to them for 4 minutes. They can't even go for Baron. They can't even flip it at Baron yet, because it's not up for a minute and a half.
And they can't contest FBX on this push into the jungle either. FBX moved as this 4-man unit. LWX would shred them apart in these small corridors. So instead, they've got to back away. So FPX now, they're getting more control. They have the Rift Herald here still as well if they want to try and get onto the tier 2, but I think you go for tier in the mid.
Looking a lot cleaner from FBX now coming into this game. Game 1, they had some issues. Game 2 was very, very scrappy, but Game 3 seems to be just right as they finally get down this tier 2 on the top side. Crying in a little bit of trouble, is going to be pulverized, knocked up. Maybe they fully commit onto him as Clid is here. The Shockwave going to be forcing Crying's flash out of him, or he takes about half his health bar out from the turret, but see, these shock blasts are starting to do some serious work, and you're running out of defenses here, Ultra Prime.
Yeah, Rift Herald in the mid as well, gets the tier 2 and now gets the charge onto the inhibitor. So you got 2 and nearly a third tower off of that quick push from FPX. And this is before you even look at, like, FPX, some of their champions coming online, right? Like Gory going for the Everfrost here. he's actually not going for the full damage Orianna. Instead, he's going to opt in towards a more like utility style build because he just knows he just needs to set up for LWX, set up for Shellahu in these fights, and they're going to be totally fine. It's also a build that kind of comes online a little bit earlier rather than the like Luden's Tempest style build. Or so, I mean, for FPX, they're in the best spot that they could be, and they're just powering home through their strength.
Again, for Ultra Prime, you need a miracle. There's no other way to put it. You need something that gets Elk resets. You get on the back line, you kill off the Zeri and Xiaolahu, to be perfectly honest, at the same time nearly to make this one work for you, because you just... Even in the last fight, we mentioned it, they got the Zeri. The Zeri was not a factor, and they still came out so much more battered and bruised than they were able to dish out. So right now, FPX feeling very, very comfortable coming into this potentially next fight in 2 minutes. But even if they don't need it, because honestly, there's no way you can really defend these towers right now if the poke lands from the side of FPX.
And they're just not in position either. FPX have full control of the jungle, so they can't spot out where they're going. Now, you could assume they're going to go for this. But,
here we go.
Where's that go?
They're going to go straight behind them as ZS finds himself a little bit of an improvised flank, but they've got a two-man Hong knocking up people on the backside, and you can see that was it. That was what they wanted to try and do. The Shockwave comes out to try and get something back, but there's nothing else for Ultra Prime. They can't do anything about it. They honestly might just lose the game right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a minion wave, and the death timer is 20 seconds, but it does mean that it's Baron for FPX, right? They can run over here. Nobody's going to be up, and if that attempt at engage isn't going the way of Ultra Prime, they certainly won't be able to do so at a Baron either.
Yep, well, Baron going to be started and taken here by the side of FPX. So let's have a look at Ultra Prime. Again, they had to go for something because they're just losing a battle. If they wait any longer, it's just going to be dead anyway.
I mean, it could have been a fight at Dragon, though, which is the part that gets me. Like, you can actually try and, like, find some better setup, but they don't even get onto LWX. LWX is just totally fine to power through here. Xiaolahu, completely untouched. Like, getting on towards Hong and Glid doesn't give you anything in these fights. Like, you need to get onto a core carry, and none of them are picked up. Now, the LWX is the Ruin's Hurricane. He's on full attention. Like, he's just going to shred through people in these fights. You're looking at 3 items picked up for Xiaolahu as well, with the stopwatch and another stopwatch in the back pocket of Gory as well. Like, any chance you had of a fight is just gone with that play.
You had to use a teleport from Cryin as well. Recognized he was just a little bit too far forward. They haven't lost their base just yet, but 20 seconds up until that dragon spawns, and Ultra Prime are not really in a position to go for something here. They'll put down a little bit of harassment there on the Hong. TP going to be coming in. That's going to be the Wukong jumping in. So they will have a full complement of people to try and make something work for them here. As you can see, the mid lane, though, is crashing into their inhibitor turret. Good damage here from Xiaolahu to try and just pepper these people down as they just take away the Grump. And Dragon has been started and will be soloed, to be perfectly honest, by LWX. But he has to stop that one now because Xiaolahu has to go golden as he gets jumped on straight away. They will use the Cyclone. That's the chase down. They get the Cataclysm to try and delay the rest of the team. But Jarvan is dead. And look at the Zeri. Look at the damage they're able to put down. Even with ZS jumping straight in, there's just nothing he can do. And LWX flashes forward, recognizes that he's stronger than everybody else, gets himself a double kill, and it's not done yet. Triple kill for LWX. And that's going to be enough to basically end the game. FPX going to run it down in mid lane, finally get the ace, and finally take this series 2-1.
And Elk just couldn't get access to that fight. He was completely zoned off by LWX. He could have hopped over the wall at him at any point in time. FPX find the fight, find the win. Now, with the push coming through, it feels like they're going to be able to take 10 seconds now on Cryin, 13 on Elk. Could just be 2 inhibitors instead, and a Dragon Soul as Clid will solo that one out.
It's going to take it nice and easy. 50,000 gold lead, just in case you were wondering, as we have a look at the replay here. And like you said, Elk just not able to make any purchase. This is great from Xiaoxi, but just after that point, look at Elk. He just gets, what, 1 auto attack, maybe 2, and then he has to flash away because of the Shockwave.
Yeah, and again, like, he's just being pressured out by LWX and Gory, right? Like, he can't actually step up here until someone gets onto them, and ZS tries, but, it's kind of to his own demise, and now Elk is forced to run away, and Ultra Prime get out. So even though it was a good engage coming through from Ultra Prime, just Elk's positioning not giving him access to that fight.
Xiaoxi, we thank you for your service. To delay the minions just a little bit, and that means that we are going to have another reset. Mountain Soul, Baron buff still available for the 10 seconds. It is a 4,000 Baron power play. This game feels all but done at the moment. Feels like there's nothing else you can really do. Unless there's a monumental throw from FBX, it should just be as easy as they like to try and just push in these waves in top lane. They don't even have to take it. They can take their time with it as well. Sync them up with the mid and bot, and eventually they'll just overwhelm the side of Ultra Prime.
I mean, getting top inhibitor without a fight is just... It says a lot of where Ultra Prime are basically just waiting for a minion line to come in at some stage. ZS is behind, but I mean, FPX are aware he's here. He's spotted on the minion.
Spotted on the minion line, but they're going to jump in. And Shouty gets taken out. Cataclysm goes down, but he's deleted anyway. They're going to go in with the ultimate. Cyclone trying to do as much work as they possibly can. Crying and Elk trying to run away, but there's no running from Fate. Destiny finds you regardless of what you do, and they're going to be able to try and just end this game. Crying left on the fountain, crying, as he is just not going to be able to do anything else. Clid will not even fall. He has got himself the Crescent Guard, and then the execution onto Kong. Game number 3 goes over to FBX, 2-1. They get themselves up to a 4-3 scoreline.
And I wonder who the MVP is going to be, you know?
I wonder.
Would it be the 10-1-9 Zeri? Maybe that's the play. But yeah, I mean,
like
look,
a stretch.
for FEX playing well around the spot side, we kind of said, look, you had opportunities here as Hacker, as Crying to get out of lane, influence the map, play through mid, play through top, try and shut down these plays coming in the bot side. But without Ultra Prime kind of moving from their set lanes and having any sort of impact in the early stages, FEX get their comp to the mid game where they're strongest and just decimate Ultra Prime.
Yeah, that was a bit of a massacre there for Ultra Prime. FBX taking absolutely no prisoners, and this is good for the side of FBX. Again, big rebuild coming in for them. They're looking to make sure that they can get themselves back up towards the top. Again, this is the team that made back-to-back finals in 2021. Well, this is the organization that made back-to-back finals in 2021. Completely different team in terms of the roster, apart from, of course, LWX. And this is a positive trend. It was by no means clean apart from that last game, and it is still a lot to work on, but positives going into the start of the week.
Yeah, I mean, at least this one, it looked a lot better, right? Like the last game looked a lot cleaner, able to actually like play out well through the map state. We didn't see them flip the Baron. Instead, they were able to like actually play through the strength that they had. And overall, I think a stronger performance from them than we've seen over the course of the series. But I definitely still think that this is a series that you look at and kind of go, all right, you know, we could be drafting better. We could be looking at our mid game and how we're actually doing these Barons. But I think that's been a conversation with FPX for a long time. So the fact we're still kind of seeing, at least in game 1, this like, hey, we're just going to start Baron and see what happens, is kind of getting to the stage where teams are going to start figuring out that they can just like push them in and then what they can do with that time as well. So I don't know, for FPX, still not fully convinced that they are going to be coming out as massive favorites in playoffs, but at least they have stopped that 3-loss streak and put one more W on the board for them.
Yeah, exactly. They've stopped the bleeding. Now it's all about healing, refreshing yourself, rehabilitating yourself. And again, that puts them up into 7th in the standings, just below BLG, who are on 4-2, and just kind of away from the 5-1s, the 6-0s on the top side of the half of the standings. So still a good win for them. Unfortunately, though, for Ultra Prime, that kind of knocks them down even further away. They're now sitting at 2-5. They're down very much in the bottom ends of the standings, and they gotta figure out what's gonna work for them, because again, very similar to FBX today, Ultra Prime very scrappy, very much not looking as coordinated as we would have hoped. And their next match is against Weibo Gaming. That's gonna be a very difficult match. I think they play Weibo OMG in the next 2 series, and they need to come out with some kind of a decent result from those 2 games.
Yeah, and when you look across at FPX, their next game isn't any shrug either. It's up against Edward Gaming. I mean, you've
still undefeated.
You cannot have this kind of style against EDG. They will just eat you alive. So I think for FPX, it's going to be a bit of another rude awakening for them as they start to go up against some of our top teams. But at least, again, able to pick up the win here today. I think the early game looking a hell of a lot stronger. I think shout out to Clid, because I think a lot of that was coming from him in those early stages, being able to play down towards that bottom side of the map. And again, like Hong and LWX, it seems to be the go button for them. If we can get bot lane ahead, fantastic. If not, what do we do?
Yeah, it does feel like LWX does feel like the catalyst for how this team wants to play, especially in the early game, especially how they approach the game in terms of those first few skirmishes. So we'll see how the game or how the team develops going on forward. And For me, it is going to be a little bit more of a test. We look at some of their further ones. They play EDG, and the next week I believe they have 3 series: Top Esports. I think that I've got it here in front of me: RA and TT. So 3 series they could potentially come out, or rather, they should be coming out in terms of W's. With especially the Top Esports series, it does kind of feel like that team is not exactly where it can be or where it should be in terms of the roster as well. So for FPX, it is a big opportunity for them, but we're going to send it over to LWX, who is ready for his interview after taking a 2-1 win.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited LWX from FPX with us. So congratulations on today's win. And my very first question is, now FPX were able to end up the losing streak. So tell us more about the changes or adjustments made by the team before today's game. 那首先恭喜你们，今天很漂亮拿下比赛的胜利。第一个问题是想问到的是，现在小凤凰也是终结的连败，也想问一下，可能在今天比赛开始之前，你们队内有进行哪些调整和改变呢？
因为之前连败嘛，我们回去复盘了一下，我们就是输的那个一些失误嘛，然后总结了一下，到底要怎么样才能打好一点。
So after losses some games before, we would like to have made so many feedbacks and also to just point out our mistakes, and would like to think about how can we just make an even better performance in the next matchup. So this is basically the feedbacks we have made. And I would like to talk a bit more about your bowling choices, because for today's both game 1 and 3, you guys has picked Zeri as and Alistar as the Badu. Definitely, we have seen Zeri to be picked with so many different support champion partners in this meta. But what do you think can be the strengths of Zeri and Alistar this Badu? 那其实，在今天的比赛当中，你们也是2局都选出了泽利和牛头的这样的一个下路组合。在泽利这个新英雄登场之后，我们也看到了泽利和很多不同辅助英雄的配合。那你觉得泽利和牛头他们的强势点会是什么呢？
因为泽利这个英雄就是配很多辅助都还可以嘛，然后因为看到对面那个阵容都没有位移的话，所以考虑选择了牛头这个英雄。
So it really feels like Zeri in this meta can be quite strong, so she can have so many different choices in picking the support champion. And the reason for us to just pick Alistar is because based on the opponent's compositions, they don't have many champions, they don't have the dash skills, or they don't have very high mobility. So because of that, we think like Alistar can be a very good counter pick to against the opponent's draft. So that's the reason for us to make this pick. And also, we feels like previously, definitely Jinx and Alphaleo, these champions, have the highest winning rate as a marksman on the stage of LPL. And also Caitlyn, who can just push the tower so fast, is also a very good pick. But after Zeri has joined into the Summoner's Rift, what kind of effect this or influence this champion will bring to the Badu environment in your perspective? 那其实当然，在之前的版本当中，像金克斯、厄斐琉斯，无疑是在 LPL 胜率最高的一个下路的英雄，而且同时，比如说女警这种推塔体系也非常的火热。那你觉得在泽利加入到我们的战场之后，他可能会给下路的生态带来怎样的影响呢？
我觉得泽利的英雄，他就是对线比较全能的一个英雄嘛，然后你很难在前期对线压制住他，然后他发育到后期的团战是比较强力的。所以我觉得这个英雄可以就是比较 T1一点。
So I feel like Zeri, this champion, is a well-rounded champion in the laning phase. You really cannot punish her in the laning phase or get a huge lead from her in the laning phase. And also Zeri can have a super good performance in the late game team fights. So I would like to put Zeri as a T1 marksman in this meta. She's quite strong. Yeah, definitely agree with you, especially based on your performance on Zeri today. And my very last question is, for today's game 1, you guys used the mid Galio to help the ball lane from the early game. And in game 3, cleared with so many ganks around the ball lane as well. In the previous interviews, they have mentioned you are the man shot caller inside the team. So I'm very curious about what kind of communication you would like to make inside the team in the early game. 那其实，在今天的第1局，你们是选出了一个中路的加里奥来支援下路，然后第3局 Cleed 也是很早就开始围绕下路也进行一些 gank， 而且在之前的采访当中，队员们也提到过，你好像是队内比较多的来担任一个指挥，所以说也比较好奇，可能我们翔哥一般在前期是怎么样来和队友进行沟通，然后为队伍打开局面的呢？
一般会根据就是选择英雄，然后打开有优先的决定前期的节奏吧，反正就是这样子。
So mainly, I would like to, based on the laning situations and also the pathing of our junglers, to make some strategies, to make some communications with my teammates in the early game. Thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，接下来比赛要加油。And back to you guys and happy Valentine's Day. Bye bye.
And happy Valentine's Day to you too, Wendy. That's from myself, Dagda, and all of chat who are spamming the IAS, I'm almost certain, when you come on sword. But great to get its insight from LWX, recognizing Zeri is just super strong. And honestly, he made it look just like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. When you can get these team fights going your direction, you're able to do so much damage. And we heard from the man himself, well, we already knew it was coming. It's going to be the MVP for LWX.
Yeah, it was just too good. Too good. And you can see just what he's able to do, what he's able to make work with this champion. And like you said, the safety you have, you're just not able to kill this champion early on in lane, which means you're just not flipping that lane as much as other matchups. So really well played from him. Really nice to see it. And we've seen it a couple of different ways. We've seen it in LCK with the Yuumi and the more Enchanter supports. We see it a lot more with the Engage supports as well here in LPL and LEC. It just feels like it is a catch-all to do whatever the hell you want to do and fit in whatever comp you want to fit in.
Well, it definitely works better with the compositions that can kind of like set her up, right? Like, at least in this, you got Hong who can kind of enable that alongside Clid, because she is short range, but as you can see here, right, like that speed up makes it so difficult to lock her down. So if you're not able to actually like get on top of her and do anything about it, like she'll just chase you to the ends of the earth.
She really will. And again, just the resets, you know, or excuse me, not the resets, but the stacks you get once you pop your ultimate, you're constantly just moving forward, getting that momentum going for you. It means that even if you try to run away, you just cannot. There is no escape available to you. And LWX makes this champion look broken. So again, good moves here from FBX. Still a lot to work on, but like we said just before the interview, positives for this team.
Yeah, a lot of positives, at least for the game number 3, right? Like, we kind of hit on a lot already that they got to work on, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it as we start to continue forward into our LPL split.
Yeah, well, they got the win today. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will have our second series of the day. It is a bottom-of-the-table clash between Team WE and LGD. We'll see which one of these titans will come out with a win.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory. glory and the fall.
All these years I don't know where to begin. Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost me all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gun now lost me all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Take me to the place now. Take me to the place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost me all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes.
下场打老干爹嘛，然后他们中单叶也是打得不错的嘛，然后他也是刚从 LDL 上来的嘛，然后之前在 LDL 就跟他打过一次了，然后觉得印象还挺深的吧。我们这个赛季一开始目标还是有的，然后现在的话就肯定就希望先赢一场比赛再说吧。
We all have goals at beginning of splits. We all have dreams and aspirations. And for WE, their goal has become a very, very simple one. Win. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to try and make happen for you. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the first day of Week 5. It is going to be Team WE versus LGD. And Dagda, the wait is over. Beishang is back, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm delighted that Beishang is going to be back because Beishang was such a large part of WE in 2020 and 2021. Like the entire team was focused around this guy. Now, I think the big question is, where do we see Beishang put his attention? Because one of the big things that Beishang was very good at was not only playing for his own advantage, but like invading, getting like efficient jungle pathing and kind of putting his enemy jungler behind. He put a lot of his attention up towards that top side and towards Breathe, enabling him to kind of be the big carry for the squad. Now you kind of look at the roster in WE, you're like, well, we don't have that same caliber of top laner in BuBu. We're looking at Shank still kind of a mainstay on the roster, but their bot side also has been struggling. So I think it becomes a very interesting conversation about like what changes do we and what adaptation do we see from Beishang fitting into the 2022 iteration of WE.
And that's the thing, like WE, they kept Shanks, who honestly had a great split last year, was really, really solid in 2021. Very much had champion issues, but we digress off of that. And his combination with Beishang was a lot of the core of what gave WE even a chance of going to Worlds last year. Yes, they failed the final hurdle, but this was still technically a top 5 team in the LPL. This was still a team that was pushing to try and make themselves go to an international event. So I'm so excited to see how this guy can come back into this and straight up just right the ship, get them the dub. And if it does come back and have a massive impact, that can only mean more positive things for this side going forward.
Yeah, and I 100% agree. I think Beishang has been sorely missed from this team. And especially, I think, having that kind of veterancy on the team as well to just be like, look, this is how we want to play. This is what we want to do. Because there hasn't been a huge amount of strong voices, it seems like, on WE, right? Like BuBu kind of being the guy with the most tenure on, or at least in the LPL. But bringing back Beishang at least feels like they're kind of getting some semblance of control back in their game.
That's the big thing now. But of course, when we talk about WE, we got to talk about what they've currently been doing in their current iteration. And for me, with Beishan coming back, it's go back to basics. Look at how your lanes are working, how you're running around these objectives. Because right now, even regardless of Beishan coming in, the basics aren't even there for this team.
Yeah, it's kind of been a messy bot lane for them. I think the identity of the team hasn't really come to fruition yet, especially when we look at, like, sometimes we're seeing them go for these early skirmishes that would kind of work out in their favor, but weren't really able to transition that into a mid-game success. We then look at the way that their team fight setup. They've been incredibly messy with no real, like, setup as a front-to-back style in certain situations, people not being positioned correctly. So I definitely think with Beishan coming back into the team, I think that should lend itself to having some of these more basic things coming into play, where he can add into that voice and kind of set up WE a little bit stronger than they have been thus far.
And again, look, you're looking at some of these clips here, and it is very much WE looking like they're ahead, looking like they have an opportunity, and they're just flubbing the execution. This is a 5v3. They're not even got the Thresh with them on the side of EG, but then Shanks just goes overextended. Then they give an opportunity for the Cataclysm to come in. They don't even get the Baron at the end of it all. So it is these small little domino effects that, like, one little small decision that leads into a much bigger mistake. And that's where I want to see from WE coming into this series to bring it back. And again, no one wants to be with 0 wins. It can be demoralizing. It can have a lot of effect in terms of how you play the game. But with Beishan coming back in, they have an opportunity, and probably the best opportunity, to be perfectly honest, against LGD to really get themselves on the board and try and make something work with this roster.
Especially when you've been looking at this as kind of the waiting room for WE, right? Now it's time for Beishan to come in and see how sick is the patient. Like, how bad has it been? Because he's going to be the one that we're kind of looking, going, look, you need to fix this. And I do believe that, like, View did relatively okay. Wasn't by any stretch of the imagination close to how strong Beishan is. He was one of the top junglers in the LPL, honestly, for the last 2 years. So I definitely think that having Beishan come in is going to give a lot for this team's early game. And if that's the case, then maybe we can start to see that mid-game decision-making shine. Because when you look at, like, WE of the past, like, iterations with, like, people like Teacher Ma and that kind of stuff, and Morgan in the top lane, like, this wasn't the strongest team on paper, but the way the moving parts could come together were quite well, and a lot of that was focused around Beishan.
Absolutely, and we got to look at the other side of this coin, this other side of this matchup as well. For LGD, they picked up their first win of the season. I'm going to pose the question to you. Is this the start of a streak for them, or are we still looking towards maybe a couple more games before we start thinking of that?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been fully convinced by LGD. Honestly, I think that, look, Eric had some nice games and the Jinxon had some pop-off moments, but for LGD, there's still too many issues in their gameplay, and we'll see it here in the B-roll, right? Like, yes, they are getting some nice plays, but it's not like these are easy setup front-to-back fights, right? Like, these are very messy, very scrappy, with people kind of all just going after and looking after themselves. And oftentimes, although Eric has got this, like, big lead that he's able to play through, that can't always be guaranteed. And you'll see it again here, right? Like, nobody's actually kind of sitting there and going, oh yeah, let's protect Abel. It's like, hey, well, we've got one fight going on one direction, we've got people going off in another, Eric nearly dies to Abel in this. Like, it's all very scrappy, very messy. So I'm still waiting to see how LGD are going to do if they don't get these big leads. And it looks like, just from the caliber of players that they have in the team, they're just going to struggle to really take over fights or even take over the early game.
Yeah, and I think the thing we want to highlight coming into this is going to be the jungle. Shadow, the ex-Mad Lions jungler, and him coming into the squad and really trying to be the catalyst for them to work around. He's now coming up against a newly reformed WE, but a newly reformed WE that have got back their diamond. They've got themselves Beishan back in the jungle, and that's where I'm looking at these two guys, because I want to see how Beishan fares against Shadow and vice versa.
Yeah, I really do think that for Shadow, like, you've got to try and get control of this early stage of the game. Shadow's been really, really good at that. Like, I think the jungle pool that we've had for this guy has been really nice, where we're seeing things like the Talon come out and be really strong. We've seen him kind of play things like the Xingqiao and some of these stronger early game skirmishes like the Jarvan and the Lee Sin, the more meta picks. But we've even got him going back towards, like, some of the more off-kilter, off-meta styles, where he's able to provide these big engage tools for the squad as well. So I think there's a lot of situations where we can see him kind of lending that damage to, lending that unique style to his team. But certainly his pathing has been pretty smart in trying to get those early leads coming through.
And that's where I think Blue Side's actually going to be pretty pivotal for both of these teams. I think getting the pretty highly prioritized first pick is going to be a massive win for anyone, really, in terms of the Blue Side. So curious to see where we end up going in terms of the first game. And now, obviously, looking towards the meta, we can talk about what we would expect from these teams. We've seen, as you mentioned, a couple of things from Shadow. We've not seen anything from Beishang at all from in 12 point whatever you want to call it, 1, 2, 1, 3. So where do you think Beishang is going to find his niche? Where do you think he's going to find his comfort with the new champions coming in?
Well, I know, like, looking back, there was definitely, like, a lot of the early skirmish junglers were really, really strong for Beishang just because he was very good at being able to play off of lane strength into finding those invades in the jungle. So I think that's where we'll end up seeing a lot more of that coming through, which is like trying to find these strong additions like the Xin Zhao, these kind of things where Beishang can kind of try and play through that strength and make sure that he's able to kind of like, there's two ways he can play it, right? Is like the 2020 style, which is where he kind of like set himself up for success, or we can see him kind of go back to the 2021 style, which was like, hey, I'm going to go like Xin Zhao, I'm going to go for the Olafs, I'm going to try and play for setting up my lanes on these strong skirmishes.
On TWE finally out again. Pretty big pressure on them. They said this would probably be their best opportunity to be able to take a win off of pretty much anybody on the board. You look at some of their upcoming matches. They play up against OMG this weekend. It's going to be maybe something they could do with BLG. You know, again, big teams that going to be difficult for them to try and take down as they look to try and right their season. I don't think they're going to be making playoffs anytime soon, but they definitely should be feeling a little bit better about how their team should function should they be able to come out with a win today.
Especially for WE, like having fallen to JDG in the past, it definitely has felt like they've kind of like struggled with a lot of the teams that are seeing the higher end of the playoffs, or at least kind of like the 7th, 8th place. But when you look towards the rest of the schedule, this is where it can kind of be like, hey, we're going to start bringing back a few of these wins, right? Like LGD here today, OMG upcoming, Ultra Prime, Rare, Adam, FPX, IG, TT, and anyone's Legend still to play. Like, these are some wins that could suddenly catapult them right back into that playoff contention, especially if they can pick up one or two of those upsets against teams like BLG or even OMG.
Yeah, and if you're wondering as well why the two teams are in two separate arenas due to COVID regulations, we are having the two teams play in two separate arenas because Hangzhou is the home arena of LGD. WE are going to be in Shanghai, so they're just going to be playing at two separate venues. It is going to be the exact same game. We just won't be able to see the nice little fist bump at the end, regardless of who wins or loses. So it's the only difference we're going to be having as we come into this game. And now, for LGD, you want to try and get the momentum going. This is a great chance for you to get yourself up to 2 and 4. We talk about WE a lot. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about this team when you have someone as pivotal as Beishang coming back into the lineup. But this is still a great moment here for LGD, because this is a team that has shown a little bit of life in them. They just need to try and make it a bit more consistent.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is for me is like trying to figure out where that consistency is going to come from, because we've seen like Eric trying to set up and be that, but he hasn't really been able to find overly much success in a lot of situations. It's kind of been like a bit hit or miss, even when he was back on OMG, right? Like we'd see some games where he could have nice pop-off moments, others where it wasn't quite so hot. So coming into this, it feels like you're kind of going to be looking at like Shadow to try and set up Fearness, see if they can carry through that, and then kind of have Eric come in as this late game carry on things like the Jinx to set up LGD to take those points.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well, we're going to be looking towards the junglers, obviously, but the bot lane is going to be a big moment here for LGD. I still think that LGD are very scrappy, very happy to take those very, odd fights around pretty much anything. Very traditional LPL, shall we say, as anything is an objective, anything is a win should you be able to come out on top of it. So LGD very much embodying that. And so what I want to see step up a little bit more is, because this guy kind of came in from LDL. We obviously saw the interview there with Shank saying, look, I played against him before and I was impressed. A lot of people were expecting a little bit more from this guy coming into the season. Hasn't really been able to shine as brightly as some might have hoped.
I mean, he didn't have the best of times on TT, right? Like, I personally was kind of looking at him going, yeah, I mean, he's fine, but he hasn't really found much. And then you look towards what's been happening in the mid lane this split as well. It's like he's kind of there, but not exactly like popping the hell off, right? Like, I think the biggest problem is that like he's not able to like fully command his lane, so that then like Shadow's able to play through him, or maybe it's just a communication thing. But it does feel like when you look towards this squad like LGD, they're just not entirely sure exactly where they want to set themselves up for success.
See where they want to try and bring this draft in. Of course, we did see a lot of tank tops for LGD. We mentioned Fearness going on to the Ornn. We could maybe see the Scion as well. We are leaning back in towards the tank top meta when we start moving into things of like 12.3, 12.4. We'll see how it all develops, because I still feel like in the LPL, we still love the fact that you can play these very aggressive top laners. So curious to see what WE can work against Fearness if he does pick something very safe like the Ornn.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that from Fearness perspective, it's like I prefer seeing him on more of the, like, even when you look at it over the course of his career, like, because the Aatroxes, the Renekton's, these kind of things that he looks somewhat okay on. And I think then coming into today, I feel like you're going to get a lot of priority on that Renekton. Like, they're pretty happy in LGD to just blind pick that for themselves first rotation if it is left open. But we'll have to see what the plan is, as Corki taken off the board, LeBlanc taken gone by WE. There's the Renekton gone actually by LGD. And for WE, we'll have to see if that Zeri is going to be taken away or whether that could be an LGD.
We'll wait to see now. I will say this Xing today ahead of Stay, so going to have a slightly different bot lane than we're usually seeing from Team WE. And good happy faces, and wow, an early Jinx ban coming out here for Team WE, saying to LGD, look, we're happy to take the Aphelios if you want to leave that open, or we'll take either the Lee Sin is available. So many things up on the board here. This is exactly what I talked about, the power you have now to cake that first pick, and the Zeri's going to be the ban. Honestly, I think you can either take the Thresh here or maybe even Lee Sin. There's so many options.
I think you just take the Aphelios. Like, you can always take the Thresh in the next rotation, because like when you think of AD carries for Eric, then it's like not many of them are left that would actually want the Thresh pair beside it. So in that respect, yeah, I think you go towards your jungle here. Xin Zhao for Shadow been his most played, probably the strongest pick as well at the moment. And then you can kind of try and figure out, hell, look, do we want to just take something like a Leona here for Xin Zhao in the bot lane and set ourselves up for that nice early?
Well, maybe the Senna Tam Kench going to be the response here. We saw the other day, I believe it was yourself casting, the Senna Tam Kench getting very, not expected to win the lane, but very much heavily winning it. So see if Eric and Jinzhou can do something very similar.
Always an opportunity, especially where you do get that attention, but I still think that when you look at like a Senna TK, and especially like the difference that we're seeing in the LPL versus other regions, right? Like in the LPL, we actually see the fasting Senna, whereas when you look at regions like LCS and LEC, we're still seeing a lot of the farming Senna. So I think it'll be a case of like leave Eric and Jinja to their own devices, have Shadow play elsewhere. I'm not the biggest fan though of Shadow taking the Viego. It feels like you're putting yourself in the back foot. And when you've got like scaling bot lane you want to play away from, having a scaling jungler as well, now you're kind of looking at LGD going, hell, like what do we want to try and take here? Because you can lock in something strong like a LeBlanc here for Shanks if you really want to, or something along these lines. And that now gives you strong mid lane as well, and you can play elsewhere. But we're actually getting a Yuumi, which I did not expect here.
Wow, okay, so bot lane locked in here, but I kind of like this as well, because the Yuumi, if you do go Senna Tam Kench, you can just kind of leave the Aphelios in bot side. There's no real kill pressure a lot of the time, so it does free you up to just jump onto Beishan, go for a ride, and see what can work out for you. So we'll see what the side of WE want to make that work with, but the Gwen going to be locked in here, so LGD almost certainly going to be banning away the Jason, maybe even the Jax.
Yeah, but I mean, WE can ban away the Tam Kench now, right? Like, take away these things that Eric wants to try and like farm with in the bottom side of the map that can do well. So, kind of surprised that LGD didn't just take the Tam Kench, because I feel like now you just go for that here as WE.
Well, there's the Nautilus. Possibly going to see the Tam Kench coming in later, unless it is all just a massive ruse, and that is a support center. We will wait and see. The Akali going to be banned away here, so BuBu not going to be getting his hands on that. Neither will Shanks, in fairness, so not able to gain that flex. And now, where is your last ban going to go? I feel like it should be the Tam Kench, unless they feel like this Aphelios Yuumi can just do so much more into it that it's not going to be a problem.
If that's the case, then you don't ban the Nautilus, right? It just feels like we've seen Nautilus farm before, Set farm before, so yeah, they're just trying to force it into the Tam Kench. But yeah, but the Jace and the Akali banned away, things that can do okay in towards the Gwen, so Gwen's going to be totally fine. LGD would just take the TK then here. On the opposite side for WE, maybe you try and go for something a little bit different in your top lane for BuBu. Unfortunately, he's not going to have the greatest of times, right? Like, a lot of things that can do reasonably okay, they're already taken off the board.
No.
So it feels like you just pay for lane. Okay.
that technically could be a flex into mid, but I would be very surprised if
So
took
this
that
is
one
actually
in.
something. Maybe it was LGD actually that played this last year, but this like Karma mid, Senna boss, and you just become unkillable, and especially with like both the kind of season 11 champions and Viego and Gwen coming in. That could just be a hey, we want to fully enable both jungle and top to like take over in these fights. So and now the biggest thing that I think for LGD is actually like avoid the TK. You want something that can engage. So maybe a Leona is actually your best bet picking up in the spot side. Maybe it is a Senna Karma lane just to farm it up, and yeah, G would get the counter, but this Karma can definitely flex around.
And that's why I feel like this Kennen should be locked in here by BuBu. Does very well into the Gwen. Also very well at just stopping that massive healing coming out of the shields. You just get the stun out. You can solo out someone, and you can also set up for your team. So I like this from the side of WE. They have a pseudo answer for it. It is looking like it is going to be the Karma in the bot side instead, but they're roaming through those mid lane champions. But either way, that's still a hell of a lot of shielding you got. There's so much survivability on the side of LGD.
I mean, there's a lot of burst damage that can come through on WE though as well, right? Like, you've got the Kennen who can come in, you got a bunch of AoE damage on the Rise, and Felios should be able to find these fights as well. Even the healing for the Yuumi and the setup from the Yuumi for Beishang is going to be pretty big. So I think for WE, they've got a good composition here that can play early through skirmishes with this like link between Xin Zhao and the Yuumi, even having Shanks there who can do reasonably okay. On the opposite side though, for LGD, ton of scaling. Like this composition basically runs like a double support setup with the Senna and the Karma, so it becomes really difficult as this game goes on to actually deal with the double support bot lane that they play for.
Well, both teams locked and loaded, and like I said, the scaling element of this LGD side is just insane. It's going to be on WE with Beishang on something like the Xin Zhao to make moves early, get himself out on the map, and Shanks as well on one of his best champions, one of his most played champions on the Rise to make things happen. And then it's kind of down to Xing and BuBu to do the damage.
And it's something that we haven't seen a huge amount from Xing, to be perfectly honest. Like, he's been kind of quiet as he's come in. Like, obviously we had Stay starting off the year, but as Xing has kind of gone on, we haven't seen him really pop up off the damage percent. He's sitting at 23.8% of his team's damage, which when you look in comparison to like Shanks, who's at nearly 30%, and he's been playing like strictly Aphelios, Jinx, Zeri, all high damage AD carries. It hasn't exactly been a phenomenal stance for Xing so far.
We'll see if he's able to make something different out of this one, though, as LGD continuing to see if they can maybe push their wins slightly higher up the board. And WE, they're just hoping for a win. We are jumping onto the Rift for game one of this best of three. WE versus LGD. It may be a battle for the bottom of the table, but at the end of it all, that is a beautiful painting in the sky.
1-4 for LGD, 0-6 for WE. Still looking to get the first win on the board, but with Beishang back, we got to see what they can manage here. Beishang, a lot of hopes for a lot of WE fans riding on this man. And with the strong jungle matchup, the support for Kadaya being able to play with them as well, you should have the tools to try and take over this early game.
Oh, we jump onto the Rift. We'll see now where both these teams want to end up looking towards. We are going to see both junglers hovering for the moment on the top side. We'll see if anything changes until then. But got a moment here before the chaos really ensues. And I want you to talk to me about what you can expect from these junglers. We obviously know that Xin Zhao can have early aggression and also Shadow on this, Viego. Where do you want to see them prioritize? What do you want to see them do in the early stages?
So for Beishang, a lot of it is going to be trying to play through this mid lane. Like, Shanks will get pushed in early by Yeji, and, you know, it's not the best of matchups for the Rise, but at least you've got good ganks set up there, because when you look at the rest of the lanes, it can be a bit tough. Kadaya can offer some slows to help Beishang get into the lane, but with, like, shields and speed-ups and lockdowns coming through from Eric and Xin Zhao, it becomes really difficult to actually gank this lane. It's one of the reasons why it's, like, such a strong combo. Whereas when you look across at Shadow, he kind of has a little bit of a pick of the litter, right? Like, Eric and Xin Zhao can set up relatively well. Yeah, G, not so much, but certainly fairness, you can try and play towards a BuBu topside as well. The only thing I will say for Shadow, I think it's just a case of trying to farm it out, right? You want to try and track Beishang and see if you can dissuade him from making plays, but more than likely, you're just going to see Shadow try and farm as quickly as possible and look to just go for that scaling option.
We'll wait and see. Right now it is going to be just both junglers pathing towards that bot side. Shadow just taking his grump, and then should be starting up with blue. As I said that, actually moving down towards the mid or maybe bot lane. Very early for the scuttle, so actually just popping down a bit of vision, making sure he can get full information of where Beishang is going. And honestly, as much as we're excited for Beishang's return, and rightfully so, it does add this caveat of pressure onto this jungler. A lot of people, as you said, were the waiting room for Beishang. Where is he going to do? What's he going to be able to set up for himself? And this is where you kind of see was it worth the wait? You know, he could be, as you mentioned, how sick's the patient, but how good's the doctor?
Yeah, and I mean, right now LGD are doing a good job of trying to track him, right? Oh, actually, they should might just run into Shadow.
He should be fine. He'll be able to walk away pretty easily. He might actually go on him, but the bot lane pressure is in favor of LGD for the moment. You would lose a fair bit of CS for the Aphelios, and at this early stage is not exactly ideal, but both of them back away. We do see it's actually a farming Karma, fast Senna, just to clarify that. So it is going to be a pretty bit easier time here for WE in that bot side, as they don't really have much kill pressure on the side of LGD.
The thing for LGD though is that they've been doing a good job of like already setting up tracking for Beishang, right? So the word was put down by Shadow, just the entrance to river right where Shanks is there, so they cover that. You've already got the word again placed into the tri-bush on the bottom side. Fearness has actually warded just off the side of his own tower there, so can always spot in Beishang if he's trying to go for something like the Crow. So this entire early game for LGD is very much, oh, hang on, Kadaya.
Kadaya in a lot of trouble. He's ticking down, but he gets the auto attack shield, and he won't fall just yet. Just about keeps himself alive and can come back into this one now. Beishang recognizing there might be an opportunity. There is no flash here for Eric. There is one for the Karma, and they all back away. But that was very, very all of a sudden very dicey for WE.
Yeah, we'll have to get a look at like what happened, because Kadaya kind of getting caught there, separated from Xing, and it's not like you've instant CC from anyone on LGD, right? Like, so unless you got caught with like the route from Eric and couldn't reconnect to Xing, I'm not sure, but does seem a bit weird. BuBu now getting a ward onto the top side. Krugs will just spot Shadow moving back up there, and you can already see, like with Shank's positioning here, already beginning to just slowly teeter and look for the potential roams top side. It looks like, at least for the stage, they realize in WE it's too difficult to get Garrick and Jinja out. They're just going to look for Fearless instead.
He did lose both summoners off of Kadaya, but I will say it is combat summoners, so the exhaust and the ignite far less important than the flash of the Senna. So Eric needs to be a little bit careful of how he approaches the next few fights, but looks like we're not going to be getting a replay, so not going to be able to tell you exactly what happened. I'm very sorry, Dagda. We're just going to have to know the unknown.
If you know, you know. But
If you know-
BuBu anyway, pushing in this top side. Again, like, BuBu left on his own in this lane will do work against Fearless, right? Just kind of slowly chipping away at this turret. Again, I think we've said a couple of times, like, the reason Gwen is so powerful in the top side is because a lot of the champions that go up there are AD focused, and Gwen has insanely high base armor, so it's really difficult to trade against her. Still kind of works a little bit for BuBu in the early stages on Kennen, because Kennen does tend to be quite auto attack reliant at the early stages, but when that AP damage comes in, it means that you just don't really have the opportunity for Fearless to trade as effective as you'd like, and that's not even taking the range into the count as well.
Well, Dragon has been started, but it is with the knowledge Beishang has that it is going down. Maybe they try and make something work here onto the Karma, but they're actually just being aggressive here. I don't think you can fight this LGD. You don't have push it mid, and exactly as I thought would happen, Shanks roams down. Thank you very much for the leash. Very easy collapse here for Team WE.
Much better coordination from WE though. Like, you can see instantly Beishang's like, look, this is the call, we're going. And it's something that's actually been lacking from WE's early game, is that kind of cohesiveness and where everyone's on the same page. And even when you have Kadai on things like this Yuumi, where I've been pretty vocal about in the past, I don't like him on Enchanters because I felt like he's been a very strong engage tool for them. You're not missing out on that early stage. So Xing and Kadaya to get that roam across, they actually zone off Jinjiao in that meantime as well. So you get the numbers advantage for WE on that Dragon, they can just take it away.
Shanks roaming up towards that top side. We talked about him cheating up there a couple of times, so see if he's able to make anything work. But the TP coming in from BuBu means that he'll be getting himself back up towards that top lane. And again, all said and done, it is only a 300 gold lead here for Team WE. To be expected, realistically, given the setup they have in top side. As I said, I mentioned the range matchup for the Kennen, but other than that, still very, very even. We're waiting for big level 6s, which have been hit by the solo laners and will soon be hit by the bot laners as well, and that could be the go sign for either of these teams to really make a name for themselves.
I think with the push that Eric and Jinjo have on bot side though, and it should give a little bit of ease of access for LGD if they're looking at a Rift Herald. Bubu though?
Oh, he's gonna find Viego. Had an inkling, didn't 100% know where the Viego was, but had an idea. So, Xing. It's a lot of damage, but of course has the Yuumi, so should be just fine to be able to heal that one up. But again, nothing else really to talk about. Again, both these teams, I know it's a bit of a meme that they're kind of like bottom of the table, but you can tell just how much they want to win this series because they're just not risking any kind of flip. They're not looking for any kind of crazy aggressive play because it could literally mean the end of the game before they've even had a chance to play it. As I say that, Shanks, he's going to get caught out. Shockwave down. He actually no. Oh, I think he was trying to get himself over the wall to guarantee at least Summoner's Burn by the side of Shadow, and yeah, but didn't quite come out to the way they wanted it. As I say that, final chapter going to be used here. They're going to use the Midnight Vigil as well. Eric taking a lot of damage here, a lot of hurt. The Exhaust didn't come out and the Ignite. Xing did take the Ignite back from his side, so they do trade 2 Summoners for 2 Summoners. WE do lose the ultimate at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, Xing and Kadaya trying to see if they can force the fact they have the level 6 first, but now Beishang moving top side.
Yeah, he's moving top side, right inside of the Shroud as well. Should be able to get him CC'd up. Nowhere for him to go. Beishang picks up his kill in top side. Very nicely done there by the WE mid laner. Or sorry, excuse me, jungler.
And the fact that LGD haven't been able to respond to anything on WE's side is actually a bit of a win. Like, yes, they got the kill on towards Shanks in the mid lane, but they didn't turn that in towards the Rift Herald, which is what I was expecting them to go for. Means that WE now, with that pick top, are actually the ones that go towards the mid lane, and they're able to get that win for themselves. So you trade tip for tat, and then they get that little bit of an extra cherry on top. We're just going to see it here, right? Like, WE are trying to set up for the Rift Herald. They just don't realize here for Shanks that you've got the Ori and also the Viego in the bush. And that flash, I don't know, it seemed like maybe a bit of a panic misclick because he was not getting over that wall anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it might have been just, you could even see his reaction in the player cam as well. He was kind of like, crap, you know, he was kind of maybe just instinct as such. You know, you have to try and discipline yourself to not use your flash even when you're in a bad situation. But we'll see now Xing, the red and white guns, try and maybe work something here. It's actually just a pressure. So easy for this Karma instead of the push up. You have so much wave clear and just harassment that it's just very difficult for the Felios in these early stages to make something work for them. So very good use of pressure here for LGD. And coming up to just past 10 minutes, it's 1 kill apiece. It's pretty much equal on gold across the board. The only difference really between these two teams is that one dragon that was taken by Team WE.
And again, a very slow-paced game, which honestly I think kind of favors LGD. Like, you're getting this Senna who's kind of farming up. She's actually gone straight for the Executioner's Calling, so then she can reduce the healing that's on WE's side. But I still believe that as you start to push into this game, Shadow's going to be an absolute menace. You're going to have Fearness who's going to be able to do a lot of work in these team fights. Plus, they're going to be enabled by the double support. So for WE, they're the ones that at least, you know, they're getting these early plays. They're getting some early objectives in their favor, but we really need to see this gold lead expand for them if they want to have a chance.
Well, they've got themselves a Rift Herald, and 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. We'll see what Beishang wants to do with that particular objective. Slicing Maelstrom is available. TP will be available for Fearness, but not for Bubu. Very important to recognize that. So, yes, it is still pre-14 minutes, but it does mean that should Fearness need to go into the mid lane or bot side to try and make something happen, should be able to do it, whereas Bubu cannot. Now we just wait to see how both these teams want to play out the next few minutes. We can see there Beishang trying to be creative with his pathing, seeing if he can get around this mid lane. But there's a decent amount of control here from LGD. They'll know pretty much if he goes towards top or mid as soon as he shows his face.
At least Beishang once more trying to move in and get vision control here on this top side. Maybe playing up towards Bubu once more. He's got his ultimate up.
Got his ultimate up. Bubu has flash as well. There is no ghost available here for Fearness. He goes aggressive with the needlework. We're going to see the Slicing Maelstrom come out alongside the Dawning Shadow from the Senna. We have the Realm Warp as well. He flashes in, just gets on top of Fearness, and Fearness has nowhere to go. And he will be taken down. Beishang with another kill. They've even got the Rift Herald, and with Shadow up in the top side, they can't even take the Dragon as a response here for LGD.
Genji is trying to move up here, though, to see if they can answer. You've got the reset for Shanks.
Reset for Shanks coming straight back into the mid lane. Turret plates all going over to the top lane and jungler of WE. They will not lose anything else off of that. And they're happy to know now this is a 2v2. They can push forward a little bit more aggressively and maybe look to make something work for them. They also recognize that there is no ultimate on the Senna either.
And I mean, a lot of these early plays, though, have been focused around Beishang, right? Like, ooh, Moonlight Vigil just got wide. But it's good to see Beishan coming back in and instantly, right? Like, everything that WE've gotten has been off his back, right? The early Dragon was him reading Shadow and being able to shove LGD out of river. You get the play on towards top side, but actually nets the not only the kill, but the Rift Herald as well. And now another play going up towards that top lane is Kadaya.
Kadaya, that was a bit of a risky one there. They will get the final chapter down and a lot of damage being traded back here. You have Shadow just on the back side of this, but he doesn't want to go underneath the turret. Beishang shadowing Shadow and making sure that nothing too untoward happens there. But Kadaya, that was reckless.
Yeah, and doesn't even get the reconnect, right? So just put Xing in danger and not able to actually get himself into, well, sorry, out of harm's way. And with that though, LGD will manage to get second Dragon of the game. Yeah, G had push in mid, so he was roaming down with LGD to that bot side. So it means that they just had the numbers advantage there. As you just see Shanks leaning once more towards this top side. And BBU getting a lot of resources on this top lane just to make sure it's safe. And honestly, despite the fact that it's BBU and not Breathe, this is very reminiscent of what we saw from WE in 2021 summer. Playing heavily towards this top side. They had Breathe as the big carry at that point in time, but this time BBU still just getting as many resources.
I mean, BBU may not be considered the greatest top laner we've ever had in the league, but can do a lot with the resources he's been given. We have seen carry performances from this man in the past, so getting those 2 assists, already up with the Rocket Belt, and of course the Oblivion Orb, so able to reduce that healing coming out from Fearness. And this is a great start right now for WE. Yes, they lost out on that Dragon bot side, but as you mentioned, Beishang being at the heart of everything they're doing means they're able to make so much more happen. And now we can see the power of this Yuumi alongside this Xin Zhao as they start to buddy up and roam around this map. Shadow needs to be very careful though, as he's only going to be able to keep himself safe for a little bit while longer. But the rest of LGD, you can see the minimap roaming down, making sure he can take away his blue.
And I love how more active Shanks has been with Beishang coming back into the game, because this was something we saw from Shanks a lot in summer, but we haven't really seen it coming into spring, where he'll actually link up with you. We saw it a tiny bit at the start of the split, but that very quickly teetered off. Now though, even though like he is on Rise, right? Like he is actually not using the ultimate. It's just him shadowing Beishang for a lot of the plays they want to make, and it's making Shadow's life a bit of a struggle. As I say that though, Shadow does have a bit of a CS lead for himself, and keeping even on the go despite the fact that it's actually been Beishang getting both the kills that WE have. So as we talked about, like Shadow just wanting to kind of play it safe, quickly farm and efficiently farm, he's been doing just that.
That's about a 1,300 gold lead for WE. They are stacking up a Cole. They have the Gale Force onto Xing as well. We mentioned, of course, the Rocket Belt for BBU, but it is going to be pretty much answered in the next while by the Gwen, who should be able to pick up the Riftmaker in the next like 2 minutes or so, just before the Dragon, which will be very important. Teleports have been unleashed as well, so might have some options here for plays around the map as Rift Herald has been spawning. This is something that I think Beishang has always done exceptionally well. He's just so damn good at making sure that he's getting objectives. That was the big thing he was able to do for the side of WE last spring and summer, which was being on objective first and recognizing, cool, at least if we're losing bot, we're getting something else.
Yeah, understanding how to cross map effectively, and now moving towards mid, but LGD can move up to contest.
Yeah, they're going to try and maybe look for the contest here, but it is only a 2v4 at the moment. The Gwen roaming down now. Shelly will get the boof off, and this is just going to be a really smart, quick play to get this tower. Very nicely done by WE. They crack open the mid lane. They're able maybe to get a charge off. Nah, shouldn't be able to do it as they back themselves away. But again, good moves here. They lost the bot lane turret. They gained one in mid.
Yeah, and you can see Eric and Jinzhou were sticking around on that bot side, not actually trying to roam up, so it meant that you were safe to do that as WE, knowing that they weren't going to get suddenly collapsed on by a lot of members of LGD. So, at least mid tower gone, bot tower gone. It's still another tower gone in that top lane for WE though, so it means that at least for WE, they've got a definitive style of the map that they can play around, right? Like, move into this top side, get some vision control, look to see if you can continue to steal away camps from Shadow, and just slow the scaling that LGD are going.
Now, just over a minute until the Dragon spawns. Most summoners, if not all, should be available. Where do you want to see these players or these teams fight around the Dragon, or even do you want to see them fight around Dragon? What do you want to see from the next minute and a half?
I mean, it feels like if you're looking towards... it depends on the resources committed, right? Like, if WE are able to get BBU down, which it looks like they're trying to do with him already wandering down, I feel like a full team fight could go the way of WE. If this ends up being a bit of a skirmish where you're kind of playing off of Eric, Jinzhou, Shadow, and Yeji, maybe it goes in favor of LGD, although it will be close. It very much comes down to like how quickly can W get onto someone and burst them out, so the infinite sustain and healing that Eric and Jinzhou offer isn't going to play a factor.
I mentioned you do have the Oblivion Orbs, so you have a little bit of healing reduction, Grievous Wounds, and of course big AoE Pikachu up in that top side, so wait to see where they're able to make it work. It does feel like LGD are pathing up more towards this top side. Maybe look to try and collapse onto BuBu, and that's going to be their target. 13 seconds till Dragon spawns, but they do not care. The TP is going to be coming out. They're going to try and stop him. The flash in just to stop the TP, and now BuBu knows he is just dead. Nothing else he can do. He will do some fancy feet to dodge out from these needleworks, but it is going to be his life for the Dragon. As I say that, he's doing a hell of a lot of good job to try and delay, but delay is all he can do. It is going to be the Dragon traded for his life. Does clear the way though, so shouldn't lose the tower.
I mean, it's a kill extra for LGD, but it's tower for tower, right? Dragon going in favor of WE, and honestly the push here as well. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not the end of the world that BuBu went down. Got the flash out of Shadow as well for his troubles. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you're all right with that as WE.
Yeah, you got the Dragon. They're going to be able to trade back the tower as well. I think BuBu played that very well. And importantly as well, BuBu didn't use his flash. He still has that summoner available to him. Yes, he used his teleport, but that was just to try and get himself out. And like you said, he was able to capitalize on lack of a flash from the outside of Viego. And speaking of flashes, Jinzhou needs to get himself out, and he flashes over the wall because, again, he's the carry in this lane. If the Karma goes down, you're losing a lot of your wave clear.
Shadow trying to steal away the blue buff, though, will actually manage to get away with that, it looks like. And that's, I think, the way that we're going to see WE continue to play this, right, is like using Beishang, Gedaya as their big engage tool, trying to like bully their way into fights. Using Shanks off on the side to try and keep pushing, as he is on the rise and can join in relatively easy. Whereas I think you want BuBu with you for a pretty large portion of it, because the flash into the Maelstrom is going to be so difficult for LGD to deal with, especially when they don't really have any sort of hard peel or CC. A lot of it's more situational, or at least takes time to enact. So at least if BuBu can get those nice flanks or even just flashing on top of LGD, there's very few people that can actually get him off of.
Well, we are hitting 20 minutes. That means the Baron is now alive and well on the Rift. Comes another objective. Beishang back on the map, roaming around this Yuumi, and this game is very, very close. Only about a 400 gold lead in favor of Team WE. Kills 2 apiece. Towers 3-2 in favor of WE, but it is still a very, very close game. It is a Hex Rift, so we could be seeing some Hex gaming, as I like to call it, some Hexen. With the gates, and we'll see if anyone can make anything work. And this is why you can work now with these Hex gates. You can just move in with Beishang. If he feels like he's in any other kind of pressure after he clears out the vision, he can just take the gate or the blast cone, whichever one he likes. He has plenty of options to get himself out to safety.
WWE just kind of backing away here, trying to see if they can establish vision control since Baron is up on the top side. And that's kind of what we were talking about already, right? With like the outer turrets gone on mid and top, it becomes easier for you to shove a wave and then move into the top side of the jungle for LGD and just look to contest it to a certain extent. But you have to be careful as LGD, because with that vision control established for WE, there's always the opportunity for BuBu to be hiding in a bush, waiting to pick people off. And if you have WE ready to follow, even Shanks there with the Realm Warp to get people into position, they can very quickly take apart LGD.
Yeah, Shanks going towards the Fimbulwinter build, so recognizing that he can just be aggressive. And even Beishang, just no fear in him whatsoever to say, look, I can walk forward. I have got the Yuumi on my back, so I will just heal up all of this damage. We will see more pressure coming out from WE as they are letting LGD just have free reign in this bot side. So Fearness is going to be able to put some decent damage down. It will be answered by Shanks, as he is the one with the active TP at the moment. 2 minutes until Dragon spawns. Baron is on the Rift, but I don't think either side does it exceptionally quick, so we shouldn't really be seeing any sneaky Barons.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got an Aphelios who can do it pretty quickly, but certainly for LGD's side, if you don't have Fearness there, you don't really have the damage to take down that Baron fast. So it will need a big fight for LGD to try and turn towards the Purple Worm. But for WE, I like what they're doing, right? Again, we talked about Shanks answering Fearness on the side lanes. He can push out well. He's got his TP and the Realm Warp to try and answer that. Whereas they're trying to keep BuBu situated as often as possible with the team. He's staying out of vision, which is honestly the best bet, because it means that LGD can't fully know if they're safe at any point in time, but they're constantly just moving into this top lane, clearing out the vision as they go, and it's constantly keeping LGD on their toes. Just like, well, is there a mouse in here? Is there a cat that we got to worry about with Beishang in tow?
This game is just very, very tense right now. No one really willing to go that too far forward. That could cost them the game. Both sides very happy to just scale up. We actually have a Void Staff now for BuBu. You've got the Collector for Xing as well. So plenty of options here for both teams just to keep on scaling up. But like I said, LGD will be pretty happy with this. You've got the double support combination with Eric on the Senna and, of course, the Karma as well. And Fearness will be very happy to receive all the heals and shields they can possibly offer to him. I will say, though, it is a full AP Karma for the moment, not going for the full kind of supportish build. Very happy to be kind of dealing their own damage in these fights.
Yeah, well, definitely a farm-oriented Karma, right? And don't forget, like, even though we kind of think of Karma as, like, a support, the more AP she has, the bigger the shields, right? Like, it's going to be real tough to get through these shields, and that's not even including the Dawning Shadow, the actual general healing that Eric can provide. Like, there's so much that is just really hard to get through. So, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Serpent's Fang come out this game, just because of the Karma, the Senna, Ori, all being able to provide like shields of their own. Even have the Eclipse there for Eric, which will give a shield. Like, there's just so much to try and get through here. But you've also got to look towards, like, as you said, like the greatest wounds coming through for Xing at some stage, and that, like, you actually need to be able to stop a lot of the sustain that LGD.
I will say for the moment, it does look like Kadaya is going up towards that Chemtech Putrefier, so maybe able to just give him the Grievous Wounds that he so desires. That is going to be a Dragon for Tower trade. In 4.5 minutes, it will be WE with the Soul. I will say, Hex Dragon can be a bit of a game changer here for Team WE. That extra slow, the AoE damage can do a lot, especially like you just mentioned there. If people are getting Grievous Wounds across the board, that could just mitigate a lot of your power on LGD. But LGD, for the moment, happy to take the trade. They retake the gold lead, but again, it's only about 400. It's becoming another very tense moment of this game. People just very happy to stack up whatever items of gold they can.
I mean, you're waiting for like Sterix to be completed by Shadow. You got 2 items there for Fearness, so he's in a relatively good spot. Probably his Zhonya's to come through as well, or at least a stopwatch, just to try and keep himself in fights. And you're hitting the point now where LGD, you're kind of running out of excuses not to fight, right? Like, Orianna is looking good. I'm not sure if I fully agree with the Eclipse build from Eric. I think maybe the Divine Thunder or even a Kraken Slayer build could have worked a little bit better just because you're playing for scaling here on LGD's side. But either way, like, you have so much damage here in LGD, you just got to find the right fight.
Both teams now posturing. They have got TPs available for both Fearness and BuBu, so could join at the drop of a hat. No teleport for but he's got his flash, and that's all that really matters. Both teams now hovering, trying to maintain vision control around this Baron pit. Well, of course, with the bot side being in pressure in favor of LGD, it is going to be a pull on the top side, so WE will get their pressure there as Shadow starts to work his way back into the pit to gain some control back into this Baron area. But right now, both teams very happy just to, as we mentioned, just to keep each other at arm's length. And it's going to be, honestly, it feels like it's going to either be an absolute godlike play or a big mistake that's really going to kick this one off. Oh, as I say that, Shadow should be fine. Again, 2 supports with him. But again, this is the moment where these teams get very, very tense and very much not wanting to throw it away.
Yeah, it feels though like WE are the one constantly putting pressure, and LGD just not really able to respond at the moment. Especially as you start to look towards like 2 minutes until that Dragon. We're going to definitely have a fight for that, but LGD haven't really established control of the map anymore. Like, if you look at the vision control, it is firmly WE favored. Like, you're still using like you're still using trinket wards to try and establish some vision as WE start up the Baron, trying to draw LGD in. Keep your eyes on where BuBu is.
And they go in. They don't actually know exactly where the Baron has been taken, but they know it's not being taken just yet. We can already see the encroaching mist now down for the Viego. They can back themselves away. Beishang moves forward, takes a chunk, heals it back up. And they just move everyone back towards it. No summoners blown, no pressure given. But at the end of it all, it is still, like you mentioned, WE pulling the strings. WE seem to be the ones more comfortable in this situation, more proactive, and how they want to try and fight this fight.
You'll be now moving back down towards this bottom side of the map. There's a ton of, well, there was a ton of wards that he could have used as flank angles if he wanted to, but as we're talking about, with a minute and a half left until the Dragon, it's about getting those waves in shape, pushing them out, putting pressure on the map against LGD, and also trying to see if you can now look at the reset, pushing your mid wave, try and establish vision control on this bottom half of the map when so much of it has been concentrated on this top side for so long.
Yeah, I will say that mid-turn not going down. Very difficult for LGD to really take this one down in a siege. They're very short range. They don't have a lot of quick damage. Hex Drinker has been picked up here now by Xing, so he's going to have a little bit more survivability, recognizing that it's going to be mainly the AP damage that's going to be taking him out. A lot of damage available to the Karma, who now has a Shadow Flame as well. So a lot available for both these sides as we can hope now just 45 seconds till the Dragon spawns. LGD are in the river first. They are taking a recall though from the Orianna, who's going to TP straight back in. So both these teams now looking for it, but WE, they're feeling like they've got LGD have gone too quickly. They can push in mid and get control from there.
And I agree, right? Like, you still have 30 seconds until this is up. WB don't even have to fully commit towards this Dragon because they have three for themselves. And now LGD have to defend their mid turret, and WE have routed them from river and can now move into this spot.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for Fearness as well. Has to get himself out of his flank, so he's going to have to go the long way around. Now, this is a bit of a situation for LGD. They're barreling up mid lane, but they don't have a wave to take away that tower yet. So Fearness, see if he can go for something. He will take the Hex Strike, but they saw him. They saw him on the Hex Gate animation, so they know exactly where he is. He does not need to worry about being caught out because he knows that they know exactly where he is. So right now it is going to be the Dragon started off by WE. Shanks playing 1v4 right now on the side. We can see another Hex Gate coming off to the side here as Fearness finally makes himself known. He jumps straight in on the Xing, but can he do anything else? He's getting taken down so quickly. His needlework just not doing enough. And on the other side, the Shanks has to flash away. He falls down. Pew Pew hits nothing with his ultimate, but unfortunately for the side of LGD, I don't know if they can take the damage. Yes, they can. They eventually get the resets onto the Viego, and it is going to be a triple kill there for onto the fellow. Excuse me, it was a triple kill for Shadow. I hate the way that does that on the screen, but it is LGD that come out with the Dragon in the fight.
It was too late for BuBu to try and take that Hex Gate. As soon as they saw BuBu going for it, it's basically a self-CC. Like, you cannot come into that fight while you're in the gate, so you end up seeing Fearness wrap around at that exact instant. So watch here, right? BuBu goes through. That's the go button. Fearness is like, phenomenal. You can't get into a position to threaten my backline. I can go forward. And LGD are constantly playing away from BuBu. Even Yeji positioning the ball there to stop him. And that whole time, you're fighting 4 versus 5 as WE, and despite the fact you get some good damage here with Xing, BuBu's ultimate not hitting anyone means that LGD can just carry through in this fight.
Viego picking up the triple kill is massive as well, just showing the power that you have with these two skirmishers in the top side of the map with the Viego and the Gwen. Forever in lore and forever in this game, and that's going to be the Dragon stopped now again for another 4 minutes. Now WE find themselves at a deficit of 1,000. Again, nothing too big to be worried about, but this is where the game starts to get a little bit funky. Now summoners are down. Now you're not really as strong as you used to be, and WE, they just not really finding themselves in a position where they can fight it. That being said, though, it looks like they're going to try and force this one. This goes out very fast.
Yeah, but not fast enough. Now Xing is flopped over to the correct guns with the Severum Crescendum, spotted by LGD, but you don't want to flip it. And again, you don't have BuBu in position here to really go for the plays. No flash to speak of. Makes it very difficult for BuBu to actually get in, and LGD just kind of routed. Looking a little bit like an FPX Baron at the moment.
Yeah, looking a bit shaky on that. I will say WE still have the mid lane tier 1. Again, mentioned it earlier, very difficult for LGD to take down these towers, but just trading the farm right now still favors LGD. This Gwen is getting ridiculous. 3 items now. Finished up the Zhonya's Hourglass. You actually have a GA now for Shadow because he did go back, like I mentioned, with those 3 kills. You're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's becoming harder and harder and harder for this side of WE to even just sustain through this poke damage. And now with the shields getting as big as they are, you can see they're feeling a bit more confident on LGD to push forward and make something happen for themselves.
Yeah, especially after that last fight, they now kind of realize how big they are. The Kenpung Sword going to make sure that Kadai isn't really keeping Beishang as topped up as he was, or that Gore Drinker is either. So at least from WE's perspective, things are starting to look a little bit scarier. And this is what we're talking about. Like, if this slow burn of a game keeps drawing out, LGD with the double supports are going to scale beautifully into the late game.
Just so much shield, so many things you have to deal with, have to think about, and I will say with that Hex Drinker build coming out from Xing, I don't disagree with it, but it is going to delay his big damage coming out for him. He's not going to have the same 3-item spike that we expect from an Aphelios. No Lord Dominic's Regard, no IE, and it's just going to become a little bit harder for him, so we'll see what they're able to do with it. And again, like I said, just the Zhonya's and the GA, just so many ways to keep yourself alive, keep yourself relevant in this game. LGD have so many lives that they can work with, and so many shields and so many health bars.
I mean, you're even looking at just the damage that they've got as well, right? Orianna on 3 items, Ludens, the Archangel Staff, plus the Void Staff completed. That's so much damage that this Orianna is going to do, especially if he ends up catching on to something like Xing, BuBu. Like, these are not the tankiest members. So, especially for for WE, you need to be careful about how you're approaching these fights. And when LGD did a really good job of setting up for the last trade, we now got the new one starting in a minute and a half, and I don't know exactly how much WE will be able to put up a fight because they're losing pushes across the map.
Yeah, you can see that Xing is almost towards his Infinity Edge. Actually finished off the Mom and Mortius first, so not quite sure exactly on the building of that particular one. As I said, minute till the dragon spawns, or a little bit over it. I don't think he's going to have his Infinity Edge before that fight can really happen, so you got to feel like LGD are just going to take themselves onto Soul Point for that. But now, actually, they're going to start themselves off onto the Baron. There is a ward, though, that's going to spot them out, and the blue trinket, but while the rest of LGD are just waiting around, seeing if they can catch somebody out, using these ultimates or using these AoE spells to just control the lane. The rest of LGD are still on this Baron, but it takes so long to take it. I don't think they're going to be able to get it away.
Yeah, it's why WE weren't in any sort of pressure, and LGD have just given up their spot towards the dragon, right? 40 seconds until that spawns. You can get vision control down here as WE and see if you can actually take that up. Maybe WE actually considering starting up the Baron themselves, but just going to look to clear out vision. Fearness got to back away now as well. I mean, LGD, that was not the time to start up that Baron.
Yeah, they forfeited all vision control. There is still the one pink ward that's being pinged on the bot side to say, look, we have got a flank ward available for Fearness should we need to get him into a decent position. But look at BuBu already on the minimap saying, look, I'm here. He has a Rabadon's death cap this time around, so already recognized that was 1 Q. And he's already chunking Fearness out so much. This is going to be a big moment now for WE. If you can get the Hex Dragon right now, you will be doing so well for yourself. The Moonlight Vigil comes out and peppers them down very nicely. Eric almost gets taken out, and he's flashed away already. You do have full summoners available for Xing, so he's going to be doing a lot on the Aphelios if he can stay alive. Fearness goes in, trying to use the needlework to make it work. Dawning Shadow across 2. They're not quite able to make it. They go in! Not quite able to steal it as LGD get themselves back onto the dragon, and they secure that objective. Now, the fight can reset. BuBu flashes in onto the backside, catches out everybody, and now WE, with the confidence that their top laner gave them, move forward, picking up kills, getting all these different health bars down. They'll turn back for the Baron.
And that was such a good fight from WE. They kite back, they draw Shadow in that bit too far, and that's when BuBu pounces. Now, starting to push in. I thought they turned towards the Baron, but they think they can crack the base and still have time for dessert with that objective as well.
Honestly, they might look to try and end. Look at these death timers.
Yeah,
You still
maybe
don't
actually.
have Eric.
It's such
They
a long
actually
game.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it. We're 35 minutes in. They've got a huge minion wave, and they have an Aphelios. There's going to be so much damage on these turrets. You have to defend here, but I don't think you can. Your Karma just can't do enough. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. The Sonya's has been used by Fearness, but now the Nexus is exposed. They will take the Xin Zhao down, but now the Gwen has fallen as well. Eric goes away, and off of one massive play from BuBu, WE put themselves 1-0 up in the series.
And just like that, the game is over. BuBu, that was a phenomenal play coming into that dragon fight. And it's something that I love to see from Kennons, right? Is like holding on to these flashes specifically for dragon fights, specifically for Baron fights, because it makes such a big difference when you're able to get those flash engages. And you saw right there at the end, right? One big sweep comes through, and it was only LGD going that little bit too far forward with Shadow, trying to see if they can find the engage. And it cost them way too much.
Yeah, they just went too close to the back line and completely forgot about the cannon. You can see BuBu didn't overextend, didn't give away his position to try and defend. He knew going forward, getting the attack down was exactly what he needed to do. And even just before that, having flashes down on Senna, you're not able to get exactly the same amount of distance down. You can't close it away. You can't be as aggressive as you want to be. And great call from WE to put themselves into a position where they could take the win. And again, they could have went for the Baron, maybe reset, look for another one to try and, you know, whittle it down. But they knew they had the death timers and they knew they had the damage.
Yeah, I think really well orchestrated by WE. It took a while for it to get rolling, and it's not exactly going to be the game that we look at and go, oh yeah, it was dominating from WE, but they still managed to pick up the win. And it's nice to see as well for a team that has been struggling for so long without Beishang, for Beishang to be able to come back in, control a lot of the pace of the early game, and then bring it across to the win. It's got to feel good for WE and WE fans.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of 14 games they've played so far, this will be their 15th and only their 3rd win of the season so far. So again, still got one more game to do. We have been in this situation before where WE were able to tie it up or even get up 1-0 up in the series. They need to solidify it. They need to get that up to a 2-0. But honestly, I think you'll be feeling pretty damn great if you're WE, because that game felt like it was slipping away from you, and on a click of the fingers, you were able to bring it back. And that decisive shot calling is what will bring them victories.
Yeah, and I think, again, like, that was something that was really missing from a lot of their fights. Like, we talked before about how messy some of their fights have been, where their front line looks very separated from the back line. No one really is on the same page. Whereas when we saw there, right, like, they knew exactly how they wanted to play it. There's the definite upscale in the shot calling on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. The return of Beishang is greeted with a win. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will be starting off game 2 of this best of 3. See if WE can make it a 2-0 sweep.
Realizing it's not something that they can guarantee a play on. They have time to work with, but Rookie makes a package play. Finally, we see a good package today, and down goes Abel. Rookie making it happen for B5. This PP got saves Caster and Shanji. That was so generous, giving PP got away out of the fight.
Shalahoo's getting chunked pretty low. SOFM, I think he can find
I mean,
this.
the poke's coming through. Shallow who goes forward. The Shy doesn't care about that break because SOFM wasn't spotted until
Blitz
now.
here.
Split predicting a level difference between him and SOFM. I wonder how the duel goes. Is Sonic Wave being held onto? Waiting for the resonating strike. SOFM again holding, but the Shy there. TP might be too late. Flushed away from the Lucian. He's in, but the Shy actually taking way too much. Waymo Gaming have given a double to their opponent.
That's the thing, at this point, Tank Rise falling off, not doing that much damage, and Betty has the range advantage once more, just able to hammer away at these towers. What can they do?
And he's going to get excited as well, and off the back of that, they're just going to snowball this big final chapter coming up from Yu Yanja, though. ZDZ goes golden. It's on the back line, though. Oh, no! Strive can't get it done. Can iBoy, though? This is the moment of time. This is iBoy's chance, and he does it! iBoy and Cube! They get the ace on the return!
LWX does still have his flash, can look to reposition.
That dude's
Trying to
deep.
find the angle.
That dude literally went so deep into the jungle. I don't know if he knows his way back. Cleared around Fog of War. This is the flank with a Sonic Wave kick over the wall. FPX jump on in. Cleared on Lee Sin, man. That's what you expect. And again, Line connects onto Jack Love the kick. He's in the bounce house. Leave Jackie alone. He'll heal up though with the 7 multi, but Garlic goes on in. Not enough range. Xiao getting stunned up as well. Double kill goes through top east. Hang on a minute. This is straight with Ming running out of mana, but Xiao is the real problem. Tian again pokes him against the wall, but Xiao is doing his own little spell casting. Flash again. Mark responds with his own. Tian slowed down, but Xiao with the chilling right to hammer shot down. Xiao still grabbing him there. Jackie Love dies. Xiao freaking who rises his own.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around.
Let in the sunshine.
最近我们队伍的话，就可能还在慢慢提升吧，沟通和团队方面都有点问题，尽量加强沟通吧。之前的目标先赢个几场吧，现在可能就先赢一场再说吧。
Well, you've hit your goal now, my friend. You have won the first game of the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming in to what could potentially be our final game of the day. WE taking a 1-0 win over LGD. I don't know why I accentuated the O there, Alva. But big win. I think Julie very much due to BuBu and his positioning in that last team fight.
Yeah, I mean, BuBu got a lot of attention in the early stages of the game coming through from Beishang, and we kind of called it out. The early stages very reminiscent of summer 2021 for WE, but when it came down to it, all those advantages came into play at that last team fight where BuBu had that pop-off moment.
Yeah, and he really did just come all full circle. Look at the damage as well, 34%. And this all started with the side of WE recognizing that, look, Beishang and BuBu, very similar to what we saw from Breathe and Beishang in 2021, just recognizing they can work through topside and get an advantage there.
Yeah, and getting those 2 quick kills really did set up for everything that we wanted to see come through from WE. And like this team fight here, right? Like you see the instant that LGD stepped forward with Shadow, he just goes aggressive. Yeji has the Zhonya's instantly, so it doesn't even get the best of time there either. So it worked out beautifully for WE, and all of it, as we said, coming from the back of Beishang with that flash engage.
Yeah, it really was just the Beishang BuBu show, and great to see from Team WE. They saw a decisive call, they made it work for themselves, and curious to see what the adaptations are for LGD, because again, like we were mentioning in that game, it felt like it was LGD turning the tide. It felt like LGD should have been outscaling, outmatching the side of WE. They just didn't need to really throw it away, and sadly for them, they dropped the ball and weren't able to continue their little bit of a winning setup in that match, so we'll have to see what they're able to do coming into game 2. Now, as we come into this one, I'm going to see what they decide. Now that they've seen Beishang, they know how he operates, they should be expecting a little bit more priority towards that top side. I want to see LGD now adapt to that and make something different for themselves, use the priority of that, and also straight up, I don't... It's going to be a color point, so you hate me for it. But I don't personally like double support bot lanes. I just think it doesn't really work as well as you think it does, because I think if you look at the composition they had, yes, they had the Viego and the Senna, but very heavily indexing into AP damage, and it just didn't really work as well. So maybe we'll see them go for something slightly more traditional, shall we say, in that bot side.
So you cannot be a fan. I think they're really good.
Like,
there's a lot of there's
a
reason.
A support main.
Well, no, we saw like I mean, even if you look at over in LCS, you've seen the Ivern coming in with these.
Oh, we only talk about major regions here now. Come on.
You're looking towards LEC, where we've seen Seraphine Sona. We've seen even back in the day there was the Lux Sona that was doing the rounds. These double supports can be really strong because these support picks are built to operate with very little gold. So when you can move that gold or shift that gold elsewhere, it becomes really, really strong. Or even just the fact you can play through an incredibly strong mid-game with them. It just felt like we didn't really get to see that here, because the problem for a lot of what LGD were trying to do was lack of engage, right? I think if you end up with a similar composition, but you've got something that can set up a strong jungle or a strong mid lane, phenomenal. I just don't think it really worked out this game. But I think coming back into the draft for game number 2, I really do want to have a look at what LGD are going to prioritize for jungle. Because we saw the Viego come through, it put Shadow on the back foot. And when we highlighted Shadow at the start of the day, is this guy who is a bit of a beast in the jungle and honestly the shining light for LGD. Putting him behind just from the draft phase doesn't seem like the best way to go.
Does not. We are going to see LGD on the blue side though, and Team WE on the red. Again, priority goes over to the blue, so we'll see what they are able to make up from that. This time around, they are going to ban away the Ryze. They do not want that Shanks patented pick to be picked up again, and they'll ban away the LeBlanc as well. So LeBlanc, Ryze, Rakan, all banned away. The Zeri, the Corki, you're evening up quite a lot. Honestly, I think the Caitlyn's got to be a ban coming in here. And yep, that's going to be the final ban for WE. They just cannot let that go through to Eric.
I mean, the Renekton was the other ban that we saw, and there it is. Yeah, just first pick Renekton. And now you got to see what the answer is going to be. Potential for a Jace here for BuBu or something along these lines. And maybe this is where we start to see WE play a bit of a different style, right? You can go for the Jinx, Jace, Zoe, play at range, deny LGD opportunities to get into fights, especially because with the Caitlyn, Jinx, Zeri taken off the board, there is always that kind of pull on LGD side to go back towards something like the Aphelios, and it feels like you're going to fall into a trap here if that's what you decide to go with on LGD side.
Yeah, we'll see there the Xin Zhao and the Jinx locked and loaded here for WE. You could just go Aphelios Thresh here as your final 2 bans, but it would mean a lot of bans going into that jungle place for Shadow. So we'll see what the side of LGD do want to prioritize. I would be expecting at least an AD carry here in pick 2 or 3.
Looks like it will be the Aphelios. Now, I just want to remind people that we have seen Yeji play this Renekton mid. So there is always an opportunity that this is a flex for the Renekton into the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see. But I do feel like, yeah, you take jungle here for LGD. Make sure you're able to go for something. It feels like probably a Lee Sin for Shadow or maybe the Jarvan or something. Just especially actually the Jarvan, I think would be the best bet. Like, guarantee you've got this engage that can actually try and set up for onto WE. And looks like the Diana is actually going to be that call here for Shadow. So I'm wondering if we actually see a something like a Janna pick come through for Kadai in this game. Janna did get buffed. We've seen it in other regions and definitely feels quite strong. Shank's going to go towards the Twisted Fate here. Something that gets banned away from him quite a lot.
Yeah, again, the last year there was 3 champions that Shanks could play. Twisted Fate, Rise, and I believe the third one was Syndra. So one of those 3, he's always going to be very prolific on. It's something he's very, very comfortable with. And again, something that can facilitate Beishang. We talk about it time and time again. It is just a good thing to see that Shanks and Beishang are working together to try and just make sure that this pairing works for them and the rest of their team. But now we're looking at the next phase of bans. Thresh is going to be banned away. They maybe even look towards, I wouldn't even mind to see maybe a Tam Kench if they really feel it, as they, gives a lot of protection to the Aphelios. But they have plenty of options here for WE as LGD are going to start banning away things that can do well into the Renekton.
Honestly, I feel like LGD probably line up a Leona pick here. I think you've got like pretty good engage setup for it, and you definitely want things that can close the gap here onto WE. If not, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, right? Because BuBu, you're still looking at potential Jace here unless it's banned away here by LGD. And if that's the case, then you just play massively at range. I would love to see a Janna pick here. I think Janna would be absolutely insane for WE. You got like really good peel, and it's the AoE peel as well, because I know Tam offers peel, right? But the AoE peel for the Diana, the Renekton, the slows, the shields as well, enabling the Jinx, like it just feels like such a nice setup. And even you can use that to enable things like this Xin Zhao as well. But there's that Jace that we were discussing. Looks like that's going to be locked in first, maybe for WE, but
nope.
Last second swap to the TK.
Yeah, they're just going to say, look, we want to try and get our support of choice to get the TK in there. I do agree with you, especially with the changes that came in for Janna. She seems, with Glacial Augment, she seems very, very powerful, especially on 12.2. So wait to see. 12.3 has her in top side with a smite, so we'll wait to see if they want to try and maybe...
No.
It could still technically happen, we could still see it. We might be feeling a bit frisky, but wait to see where they want to try and take this last few picks, as Nautilus is going to be the pick.
Wasn't it BuBu who played Janna before top lane and solo died to Maokai? I think that was BuBu. I think that might have been
You talk about these picks, I'm going to check that for you.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, LGD, you end up going with the Nautilus. The bot lane provides that engage tool that we're looking for. We called Leona, same when you're looking at this. And now you're looking at Yeji trying to follow up on the initial engage coming through from Yeji. So you're going to have this like moonfall into the Galio. Always a potential if they want to as well to go for the Yasuo, which could be the option. Like you get a win wall into that TF card, it can work out pretty reasonable. But they're just going to go, right, we want the Galio to be able to follow in these early stages as well, a matchup against the Twisted Fate. I feel like best bet here is just go towards the Jace. You got a ton of range, nice peel. Like you still have your engage tool as well in Shanks being able to Destiny in, and doesn't necessarily have to play side lanes, and your damage is still there with the Jinx and the Jace. So I really like this draft that WE have.
Yeah, I will confirm for you, yes, it was in fact BuBu who died.
Let's
2020
go.
Spring against BLG. He did win that game though, so you got to give him
was
that.
King
Yes,
it, wasn't it who killed him?
Yes, it was.
That's who it
was. So it was a 1-1-12 game where he was top lane Janna. So there you go. The history is all in your brain.
I was gonna say 2 years ago, BuBu still can't live down that moment. The poor man.
It's still embedded in your memory as a core thing you must remember at all times. But locked and loaded are the compositions. LGD looking to bring themselves back. You mentioned how you love the WE matchup, but I gotta say, similar to what we saw earlier today with FBX. A lot of engage here for LGD. They've got a lot of all-in potential. If they can make it work, it can be hugely devastating for the side of WE. So LGD, not out of it just yet. They still have options, but like you said, WE feel like they're in a lot more comfort.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of looking at the Janna over the Tahm Kench, right? Like, TK is good for one engage, but the big problem that you see oftentimes with Tahm Kench is that when there's like the CC kind of be applied to multiple members, that's where TK struggles. And you're definitely going to see that in this game because you've got the Diana AoE CC, the Galio AoE CC, and then hell, even the knock up from the Nautilus can technically connect onto two people as well. So it's going to be pretty difficult for Kadaya to be able to save people like Xing while still delivering them to safety when he's locked up as well.
Now we jump in. This could be WE's first win of the split, or we could be going to a game 3. Only the Rift can tell. I do enjoy when the logos are lined up with the color schemes of the sides of the Rift because it just makes me feel good about it. But nevertheless, enough about me and my enjoyment of coordination and colors. We'll see now. Bubu might be in a little bit of trouble. He's actually just going to go straight back into hammer form, get the extra bit of movement speed, and recognize that he's probably not welcome up in this topside rush.
Yeah, sorry. On this Valentine's Day, you need to add that to your Tinder profile. Just enjoys coordination and colors. Don't sound like a nut job at all.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, this guy's a red flag. Like, what the hell?
But he could coordinate that red flag really well.
But what if our outfits really sync up? You never know. Is it the risk you're willing to take? That's what you gotta ask yourself. But coming back into the game, we do see LGD resyncing themselves in. They will get the ward away from this bot side, but they do know that Shadow is pretty much almost certainly going to be starting on this red, as the timer is almost at the time for the buffs to spawn. But that means that both junglers are going to be starting bot, moving top. And I want to see Beishang be proactive again. It was a very slow early game. We got to about 20 minutes, and there was only 4 kills between the two teams. With the Renekton and the Diana on the opposite side, I want to see both these teams really start to be aggressive and look for those early advantages.
And I think a lot of that is going to be like Shadow and Fearless, right? Like Diana, Renekton kind of renowned for how much pressure they can put down in the early stages and making it really difficult for Bubu if they can set up for some of these plays. The only thing is, of course, like usually you like to go for dives with the Renekton and the Diana. That's not really the case that you have this time around. So we'll have to see if they can try and get some help here, but Shank's going to push in Yeji. He should be able to move around the map a little bit easier. So trying to orchestrate plays on this top half of the map going to be a bit tough for LGD.
We'll see, actually, Diana completely skipping out on the Raptors right now to try and maybe make something work for them on the top side or even mid. Do not have full vision or full information at the least of where this Diana is. So went from red all the way around, now it's up the top side. So good curious pathing here from Shadow, and see if he's able to make anything work from it, because Bubu will be overextended just a little bit into Fearless as he does have the range advantage.
Yeah, I think it's smart pathing from Shadow here, though. Knew that the ward had gone down from Shanks, right? That Shanks wards, that is on the Raptors. So they would have known that off of the push in, Shanks had put that down. But the thing is, if Shadow shows where he is on his jungle path early, with knowing that Beishang is starting bot side, Beishang can look for an invade with both Bubu and Shanks having that full push in. But by denying that information that Shadow had actually started the bot side, it means that Beishang isn't setting up for some sort of evade off his lanes, and if Beishang does now try to go for the evade onto the top side, you'll find that the top side is completely empty. So nice understanding from Shadow that like this is what WE could potentially go for and finding ways to avoid it.
Well, good pathing, but at the moment doesn't really lead to anything. We'll see Thomas Kench just starting off the... Actually, I think he just gets this himself, maybe. Actually, no, he just backs away, not really willing to risk it all just for the moment. Not quite sure where Shadow is. And we'll go back and maybe try and take it again. So, Kadaya, pick one. Leave or eat it. You don't get to go both.
It does mean, though, that it's an easy pickup for Shadow, right? The thumbs up as well, as Jinja was able to keep it safe, but because the TK had already knocked up the scuttle, means you don't have that shield, so quick smite will set that one right. Kadaya now keeping himself just trying to freeze the wave here. We'll actually get a small freeze going for Xing, so curious to see now if they can try and turn that into something over the next few waves.
Now again, see this from Shanks all the time, just pathing up towards top, saying, look, if you want to try and push this in, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. It is pushing in favor of LGD, which means that Fearness is going to be in a little bit of trouble should he get overextended, but no Destiny Gate just yet for Shanks, so not willing to fully invest in that just yet. But Shadow does get spotted out, so they know exactly where he is. And again, it's all about fathing for these junglers. It's all about figuring out where they are, where they're going, and what they're going to try and make work for them and their team.
Yeah, for Shadow, it's about trying to hit that level 6 and try and clear out as efficiently as possible your own jungle so you can hit that soon as. But as I say that, like, this is where Fearness finally has that push off of that in that top side. Ward goes down, Shadow spotted. So BuBu, they need to keep this safe. You've got Yeji on the way as well.
Yeah, Shanks got TP though, and that's exactly why they're going to try and just make this one work. To get the TP out, Fearness takes a very unfavorable trade. They will be able to back themselves out. There's a lot invested here now for LGD. They push everyone up towards that top side, but they don't get anything else except the teleport out of Shanks.
And it's not really like Shanks was going to hold on to that teleport either, right? He was just going to use it to get back to mid lane so he can just waddle his way down anyway. He'll have the level 6 hit off of whatever wave he decides to pick up eventually. And now you've got Yeji, who is also going to be able to hit his, but is at a back disadvantage. So certainly it looks like, at least for Shanks, going to have the better time in being able to push in this wave with the Corrupting Pot, and also very quickly working up towards those Merc threads as well to stop Yeji from being able to set up a play with Shadow.
Yeah, much tempered start to the game. Not really much else happening, though. We will wait to see where the action really happens. I think both AD carries are happy to keep farming as such. And WE, it's got to be tough, man. Like, it really does have to be tough. We talked about how it was the Beishang waiting room, but going 0-6 is just so difficult. They played literally 6 of their 16 series before we even got halfway through the split. They were just they had such an intense schedule.
You say that, but do you know what my biggest gripe with this series is? I miss the old days. You know what? Because they
were bad.
They were bad, but they would fight. They would do things.
Yeah,
like, if I went into a TT versus Ultra Prime game in summer 2021, I knew that they'd just be swinging at each other. But certainly TT would be. Ultra Prime
wildly swinging. It's like Lisa Simpson and Bart. It's just like, I'm just gonna kick, and if you're in my way, like that's your fault.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, you get that a lot with Rogue Warriors. Here, though, very slow-paced game as both teams trying to fish it out. But Beishang in topside for the dive.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They do pop the Dominus, but they have the Destiny Gate as well. They're going to flash away as the Shadow was the one who ended up taking the aggro. And then, yeah, G did stop the Twist of Fate from coming, but he's taking a very unfavorable trade now off the back of it. So, again, they go for this on top side from LGD, but they don't quite make it stick. And they're losing summoners every time.
I mean, at least when you look at it, though, Yeji being able to stop that play from Shanks to help out BuBu is actually pretty sizable, because that could have been kills going across. Fearness as well, because of all the attention, has got himself a little bit of a CS lead in the top side as well. Got the boots now, so then the damage that comes through from BuBu isn't going to be quite as much. So, in the grand scheme of things, you're still getting these wins for Fearness. It's just a case of, without them sticking, what happens when we get to late game? Because you're still going to be struggling with the range advantage that WE have on their side. Shanks being able to play off of side lanes pretty well as well, just helping to find picks, and it becomes a little bit difficult for LGD to just work against what WE have.
And we wait to see something again. Not for the want of trying from LGD. They have made it try to work out. And again, like you said, they've got themselves about just under 10 CS lead in the top side. What you want from the Renekton as well. Still no flash available for BuBu, so maybe we see a flash engage coming in to try and burst him down without any real setup as such. But we shall wait and see. Both mid laners happy to just wait till their globals come down. Actually, there is an opportunity right now for for LGD to use that hero's entrance on the Galio to maybe make something happen.
Potential for it. I think they're just going to use that hero's entrance instead of, like, they're trying to cover the bot lane play that could potentially happen here as Shadow is taking Rift Shadow, right? They know that WE are going to try and go for some sort of cross map, so just having Yeji there to support, but he has backed away towards the mid lane, and that might give space here for the dive.
I think it is definitely going to give him space for the dive. They even put the traps behind the turrets. There's nowhere for Eric to go. He flashes away, does not get CC'd up. They even landed down. Beishang under tower, tanking up a little bit too much damage, and he'll be first blooded, but it's traded for the Jinx. Now Kadaya trying to run away. We did not see the Galio jump in because he was CC'd by the Twisted Fate. He will get the taunt down. They almost get the heal off in time to try and save off the Tahm Kench, but 2 quick kills back over to Xing, and now you can see that this Nautilus has nowhere to go. They wanted to try and give it over to the Jinx, but they weren't willing to tank it anymore. tower. And while that was all happening on bot side, we do see the full plates and gold going over to LGD's top side. So it is a trade of sides of map.
It wasn't clean from WE, but the big news for them is that they're getting the gold onto the necessary target. They want that gold onto... Oh, actually, I was going to say the Jinx, but Fearness might get caught out here. They're going to
be fine.
But
Yeah, he's fine.
The big thing is, like, look at how these team fights want to operate for LG, okay? Like, okay, we're going to go into the replay and then I'll hit this one. Basically, WE, not exactly the cleanest, right? Eric manages to flash away. The Galio does get stopped nicely thanks to Shanks, but even then, there's so much CC here that Beishan goes down. Kadai as well isn't able to use that grey health to kind of keep him in check, as Shanks is just a little bit late to the party here to save Kadaya, but that does mean that you still pick up the 2 kills. So a lot of gold going in favor of Xing, and the gold on the opposite side went to this Renekton. Renekton doesn't really have a easy time in these fights. Like, Kadai is going to be able to keep a lot of people safe for whoever he engages on. He's probably just going to get poked down a substantial amount between Xing and BuBu as well. So that gold going onto Fearness obviously isn't like just wasted and gone into the ether, but definitely isn't going to provide as many dividends as investing in someone like Xing, who's going to be able to be a massive damage carry for W.
It's all about the stonks. Gotta get your investments up to the moon. See the Jinx very much so. I've seen the pop-up go to the moon pretty damn frequently here in the LPL. As now WE got themselves pressure around this dragon. This will be their second Drake of the game, should they be able to secure it. And honestly, it doesn't look like LGD really want to fight them, and I can't really blame them. You've got TP available for BuBu very soon. Again, it will be the regular ones, so can only go to the towers, but still enough of a threat you would feel for the side of LGD to respect.
And the problem for LGD is that, like, you can't really continue to put pressure on these side lanes anymore. BuBu is totally fine and just sit underneath his tier 2. So when WE are making these plays, Shadow actually has to try and be here to facilitate it. But that just buys space then for Beishan to try and farm it up, get this jungle advantage. He is slightly behind now when it comes to experience because he has invested so much time onto sides. But still going to keep himself kind of farming through as Shadow moving in with his bot lane now being able to shove out. Will get this dragon for LGD.
Wow, they were able to get the pressure back. So very much proving me wrong in the sense that WE did all the hard work and then just kind of walked away, really. Didn't feel like they were confident enough to go for it. Fearness will use his TP now to get back up to the top side, clear up all those. It's not even Fearness, excuse me. It was who comes in now and gets himself all that juicy farm.
I think this is one of the things WE have been really good at, though, in the past, and especially coming off of Beishan, coming back in, we're seeing it again, right? Is like understanding when is best to fight, when is best to cross map, how do you want to actually play the map? Because, like, you look at the initial Rift Herald that went across, right? That was when we saw the dive coming through on the bottom side. They're not just committing to these fights like we saw from WE, pretty much all split long, where, oh, Herald is up, we need to go for it. Even if it puts us behind, we still need to fight for this objective. Now we're seeing, okay, well, they're being a bit more patient, a bit more understanding about where they can put those resources. They don't think they can fight for Dragon because, I mean, Jinx doesn't do as much as an Aphelios right now. The AoE from Yeji is much more useful in a team fight than the likes of a Twisted Fate. So just taking and picking your battles is something that we're starting to see more of from WE in this series, which I'm a really big fan of.
Well, we can see now on the top side, we will have Fearness jumping in with Yeji as they get the flash out of BuBu. He gets the knockback, but I think he wanted to try and maybe get the Renekton instead of the Galio. He will take up a little bit more of the tower, but a good pick off here for the side of LGD, and they're going to go for another one as well. Shanks will go golden to try and stop from the depths, but the Moonfall is too good on top of him, so he's going to be falling down pretty damn soon. Nothing that Kadaya could do. They're not really in position, and this is just good moves here from LGD, recognizing the priority from WE was on the bot side, and they weren't respecting the side lanes.
Yeah, G managing to get up towards that, and they won't even get damage onto this tier 2 because G's in position, and now you're getting these turret plates onto Eric right before they fall in 25 seconds. So LGD making good moves and catching WE in the back foot. WE going to reset now. You're going to have a full item completed for this Jinx. Curious to see what it's going to be. It's going to be the Kraken Slayer. So Xing kind of going, hey, look, I've got Kadaya here to keep me safe. I don't need the Gale Force against this dive composition. I believe in myself.
See if those are famous last words coming out from Xing, as Kadaya hasn't had the amazing of supportal setups, especially in the last game of the Yumi. Definitely bit liberal with how they were bringing the CC to the AD carry as such, and we'll see if they're able to make it work with the Tam Kench. But gold is just a little bit in favor of LGD. Dragons have been equaled up. We got 2.5 minutes. It is a Cloud Rift, so nothing too substantial. I feel like either side, if they don't feel confident or comfortable going for the Dragon fight, they just won't. They're not feeling like they have to in that regard. But now that the real game begins for WE, you've got this Twisted Fate. Can you make this side lane pressure work? It's all going to be about almost between the Galio and the Twisted Fate, who moves first, because whoever gets caught out is going to just be CC'd and you cannot join the fight.
I think it's also where the like difference in identity comes from Twisted Fate versus Galio, right? Because like in a team fight where you can make use of the AoE for Galio, that's where Galio shines. Like coming into those fights and being able to provide that big ol' CC. Whereas for Shanks, it's much more about trying to find those individual picks. You don't really want to be going into big team fights because you just don't have the damage for it. But if you can quickly pick someone off at Shanks, that's where WE can shine. So WE going to be making sure that they're keeping good vision control and understanding when they can make these picks.
Yeah, they're going exactly what you talked about. He tries to get himself the slice and dice. The flash will be available as he pops himself on the Dominus. They will have a gold card, but he's just flashing a little bit too late. To the skies, knocked back. One more auto attack will do it, and that's going to be Shanks using perfect opportunity to try and catch out the Renekton, but not to be outdone. LGD drop down Shelly in the mid lane, and they're looking for a tier 2.
Shelly should get the charge here.
Oh, they should get the charge, but here we go. We're going to go straight in. Whoa! What was that? Shadow just setting up perfectly with Yeji to get the CC down. It's a triple kill for the Abelios, and they're still pushing forward, maybe even looking for more, but they're not quite able to get it.
Wait a sec.
They will trade it back just a little bit more. No Destiny Gate available, but it's a 3-for-2 trade. That was just in a blink of an eye. LGD found an opportunity.
That could have been so much better, though, with the re-engage coming through at the end there. They actually give some kills back over towards WE, but we're going to get a replay here. As you say, right, Beishang just try to poke and prod. You got the TP coming in from Bubu on the backside, but everyone groups up nicely, and Shadow instantly goes in. Taunt, Moonfall, no one's able to move, and just like that, everyone goes down. You don't even have the Tam Kench here to keep that Jinx alive. The Sheep falls as well, but here, mistakes are happening. Jin Zhao ends up trying to go in to get the re-engage and ends up giving a kill back over towards W.
That was a bit of a crazy skirmish, but now you're without summoners here for a lot of players on both sides, and without ultimates as well. So this Dragon, again, if you don't feel comfortable for it, you're just not going to go for it. It looks like LGD are taking my advice and saying, look, we don't care. It's only your second Drake. It is nowhere near Soul at the moment. We can give this one up for free and get a lot more turret pressure on top side.
Yeah, might get the tier 2 here. You can see Shanks trying to make his way up there, but there's multiple members here. You got to defend tier 2 in mid and top now. And one will fall, second soon to go is Beishang.
Oh, okay, Beishang goes in, gets the flash out of the Aphelios, so Eric does not have that. They will get the Dominus out as Kadaya flashes away. While this has all been happening, though, you can see on the bot side, they're getting a pressure on the top, or the bottom lane tier 2, but 2 towers for a Dragon still very much in favor of LGD.
You won't get anything on this bot side. No damage had really been given over to that turret by Xing in the beginning, so you can see rightfully so, Bubu backs away, keeps himself safe from the encroaching LGD, but LGD, like, with the way that they're playing this game, honestly, having these towers down are pretty nice, right? Like, they're doing a good job of getting vision control. They're forcing WE to play into them. WE want to be the ones that are ahead and like establishing vision control so they can use their range advantage. But if you have to face check into LGD, suddenly that whole advantage just goes away. Because now you don't get to play at range. You're already in the face of LGD. Yes, you've got Shanks who can bypass that a little bit with the Destiny, but I mean, if he just pops that, you can back away as LGD, and then it's just back into the same issue.
Yeah, we're going to see the gold card coming in. The taunt should be able to land. They're going to use the Everfrost as well. Shanks just can't be doing that, buddy. You don't have a way out. You don't have a way of getting support. You're just going to get caught out.
And LGD, I mean, this is what you want to see. Making those picks happen again. Pressure on the top side. Fearness moving into this bot lane so that then he can try and keep that up. But Kadaya spotted on a ward alongside a lot of members of WE moving up to this top side. So LGD just going to back away.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything too untoward. You will see there on the mini-map you have got Bubu pushing in the bot side, but very aware. Can't go too far forward if he does not have his TP. He needs to be there just in case the side of LGD decide to turn and burn for that Baron.
Doesn't look like they're going to do that just yet. Now, BuBu can't even soak up this wave because the rest of LGD is just kind of waiting for him to overextend so they can dive and take another pick and get these staggered death timers. That's the big thing. As I say that, we're going to see the Destiny Gate come out. They're going to force the ultimate out of the Galio. Gets a 2-man knockup, but the Diana is already dead. And this is disaster for LGD. Look at Fearness. He's nowhere near this. He's only coming in now, and now he's walking away. He doesn't know where he wants to go. The Aphelios is in a good position, but it's 4v2. It's 2 kills to BuBu as Kadaya now jumps straight in, gets the exhaust down. The Jinx has died, and at what looked like a terrible situation ends up being a fantastic one for the side of LGD. They get another triple onto Eric.
Kadaya missed the Abyssal dive, which meant that Fearness was just able to run amok in that fight. Shanks had just used the gold card, so there was no CC to keep Fearness in check. And with that, LGD can bring back that fight. 11-8 now kills on the scoreboard. You see it here, right? Great engage here. Beishang just about managing to finish off Shadow as the Galio comes in. Shanks then gets the CC onto the Galio so they can try and finish him off. But watch here, right? Fearness gets direct access onto Xing, who doesn't have flash. An unfortunate position just because they didn't know where Fearness was. Abyssal dive just there goes wide, which means that now Fearness gets full access to the back line. Kadaya has separated himself as well. And with Eric having this beefy Croc in front of him, there's just nothing that WE can do.
It looks so good for WE as well. They looked like they were finally finding an opportunity. A mistake from LGD, but with Eric just over the wall, untouched, unfazed by the fact that the WE were wrecking the Hellfires and the rest of his team, kept his cool, kept himself relevant, and kept himself in position to make something happen for him. So now, WE, they've got to try and make something work. They're 4-man strong, actually 5-man strong in this mid lane, but they can't go against this Aphelios right now. It's too risky.
I mean, they can still just continue to push, right? Aphelios, not exactly the best at wave clear, though, as I say that he swaps over to Infernum.
Now he's pretty good at it now.
Now he's really good at wave clear.
Yeah.
But I think as well, like, being able to use that range is kind of best in a siege scenario like this. So that's why we see WE trying to, like, work together to group up and see if they can make it happen, because you're not having that same sort of, like, control on side lanes right now. Yes, Shanks can play well off side lanes, but even in just like the 5-man unit, Shanks acting as a peel bot rather than a side lane bot is always an opportunity as well, right? And I think that's what we're going to see WE doing more and more, because yeah, G's being able to control side lanes a bit too much. Same when you look at Fearness, BuBu is just too far behind to really be able to do much. Though as I say that, like, 2 items there for BuBu, maybe he can get some damage onto Fearness, but the Croc is quite big at this stage.
Yeah, Croc is still pretty damn big. They will get themselves a Dragon and a tier 1 in the bot side. So again, still LGD creeping forward. It's almost a 3.5, actually just over 3,500 gold lead in favor of LGD, creeping slowly forward and forward to try and get themselves into that second Drake. It is, again, still only a Cloud Soul. So like I said earlier, WE don't really care about that. They can just say, look, we have 2. This is only your second. You're going to do exactly what LG did earlier today. Now we wait to see where this next priority comes from, because right now it is feeling like LGD are just a little bit more comfortable. You have a 7-1 Aphelios. He is just huge. He should be able to pick up his IE in his next back. He's going to have his 3 items available for any kind of Baron or Dragon fight. And right now it does feel like it is going to be on WE to find an opportunity. And as much as we were praising Beishang in Game 1, Game 2, Beishang's kind of been a bit muted. He hasn't done badly, but he just hasn't been as proactive as we saw him in Game 1.
And a lot of that has just been, not been able to play through the waves, not able to find the same sort of access, and Shadow being able to continuously put pressure towards Fearness meant that Beishang had to answer. Now, though, looking for the pick in mid. Need to be careful here as WE, right? Like, you've got BuBu and Xing back in base, and Fearness pushing in. They didn't really get much vision control established with that play towards the Dragon. It was more about clearing out vision control in their own jungle for WE. So LGD once more kind of reigning supreme on this river area on top side. And for WE, that's a bit of an issue, because again, they don't want to be the one face checking. They need to be the ones with the established vision control.
Yeah, they need to have the information. They will obviously get a little bit of a cheat with the Destiny Gate, so is able to get them a little bit of information, but that's kind of your last option. You don't want to be using that willy-nilly just for information. You want to be using it for engage, to get those odd number skirmishes, and now LGD feeling confident, moving themselves forward into the enemy jungle, into the enemy red buff. There is a nice little ward there just on the side of the Baron pit that has not been spotted out, so the good thing for WE and WE fans is that they still have relative information, and now with that, they're actually pushing in this bot side. You can see already Fearness trying to run come down here onto Bubu, and they're already good with the Predator. They're going to try and kill him off.
Yeah, I mean, Bubu has his flash, could try and get away. Everfrost goes wide, but will just be enough time. Boppa, Bubu, but looking towards the Baron area. WE thought about trying to move in to start it up, but now they got the TP behind them.
They got TP. Could be a double one. Yep, it is. It's going to be the Galio coming in with the ult. Oh, Shadow. That is not what you want to be seeing. Flashed in, just completely missed everybody and not really able to make anything work from there. But knowing that they have got the kill onto Bubu, he does have TP, though they have to be very careful with how they go. There's some big ultimates no longer available here for LGD. They need to be very careful with this.
Yeah, nobody really on a flank either, and you've still got the range from Xing. He can just fire over the wall. Now WE trying to fight.
He's trying to go in on top of it. You can see there Shanks getting caught out. He's going to have to try and run away from this one here. It's a full 5v4, but look at the damage coming out. Shanks finally goes down. They will get the Galio ultimate out. Xing trying to just kite this one away. The Tam Kench has fallen. Beishong and Xing will be joined by a Bubu, but it's a 3v5, and they're going straight back to Baron as LGD.
You still got two of your big range carries, though. LGD, how much more have they got in the tank to try and turn? Jin Jiao trying to see if he can get Xing.
They're going to see if they can go for it. There's the hook, though, on the Beishong. He's the only one who can steal away the Baron, and he gets taken out and killed. But look at this damage. I don't think you really want to go back towards this Baron just yet. Look at the health bars. They're going to have to reset. They cannot take this objective unless they can get a couple more picks. The hook lands, but Jin Jiao backs himself away. WE lose about 4 more people, but they don't lose the Baron, and that was key.
Yeah, I mean, at that stage, it's a case of panic stations. Try to throw what you can at the situation to stop LGD from getting it, because with that, it could have been just closing out game number 2. But you see here, right, great hook from Jin Jiao on towards Shanks. The second he steps out of the bush, means that Twisted Fate isn't a factor. Fearness, so big, just literally running down Xing. And again, this is why I was like, you kind of need more than just the TK here. There's not enough there for Kadaya to be able to just, zone off of, the members of LGD from Xing. So Xing actually struggling in these fights, and you kind of said, would that lack of Gale Force come back to bite him? Well, right now, just not having the right peel is definitely hurting Xing.
Yeah, and just you can see there, WE getting a little bit desperate. They're now 4,500 gold behind. The Dragon will be spawning in a minute, but again, no one's near Soul Point yet as such, or no one's near the Soul as such. Now, LGD, after clearing out all this vision, are going to try and start this one up. It is just Shadow for the moment, but Fearness and the ADC of Eric will be joining them very, very soon. Beishong is there. They use the Super Mega Jet Rocket. They will have relative information that it has been started, and they know that it's going down. They just haven't moved forward yet. Beishong trying to see if he can get in onto the pit, but he's been just swallowed up and taken out. Baron secured. They even land the hook onto Shanks as he gets taken away from this team. Fearness is not fearful as he runs forward. They will get the Tam Kench ultimate out now as well, and that's going to be so much power for LGD. They get the Baron, they get 2 kills, they get everyone out scot-free.
Dragon in 10 seconds as well. They can just send one person over to deal with that as the rest of LGD will start to push in. And this Baron is so necessary for LGD as well. With the short range that they have, their siege kind of sucks. So Baron going to help that massively here as they will rotate down to this bottom side with the exposed turret sitting there.
Tier 2, that's going to bring them up to about a 7,500 gold lead when they're able to finally take it, and that's going to be pretty damn easy now for the side of LGD to put themselves on the Soul Point as well. All the advantages you could possibly have, and again, it's just, as much as Game 1 was good from WE, Game 2 seems like a replay of every single thing they've seen so far. Just very indecisive, not really knowing where to go, and just being swallowed up and just easy mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the opportunity to try and fight this because LGD are separated, but you're coming in from multiple different angles, right? And I think it would have been better if the Destiny from Shanks had kind of moved up towards this top half of the fight so you can fight front to back, but we're just not getting these front to back fights ever. You've only got Beishong as well, who's providing that front line, but he's been set super far behind. A Gore Drinker to the 3 items of Shadow is not going to provide enough to dissuade Fearness and Shadow from getting access. This team comp from WE fell behind early with Shadow and Fearness playing through the top side, and since that, they've just continued to power forward, being a nuisance for WE.
Yeah, and we can see now WE trying to see if they can just defend against this onslaught, but you can't walk forward onto this. There's just so much CC, single target, and AoE that you have to deal with, and now
The middle inhibitor has been exposed. Shadow will take about a third of his HP out as he does get stunned up by the gold card, but doesn't really matter. Now the bot lane being pushed in. This is perfect from LGD. They are getting the pressure exactly when they want it, exactly where they want it as well. So right now, 2 inhibitors down. This is the perfect Baron power play for them. They lose nothing, they gain everything, and WE are just looking, scratching their heads. What do they do?
That's it. They don't have an answer. Like, Xing is kind of the guy that you're looking at to deal the big damage, but I mean, unless he gets an IE fairly soon and suddenly his damage spikes through the roof, you're just not going to get it. He's even going for the GA because he's just like, hey, look, I need some sort of survivability, but I really hope this BF sword does become an IE. Like, the problem with the GA is that if you go down, the fight's already done for WE. So for Xing, it's like, hey, look, I need to just get as much damage out as possible and hope that I survive, because if I don't, it's over.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing now as we come up to 30 minutes into this game. 8,000 gold lead, just a little bit underneath it, and it's going to be LGD going to the one lane that still has a tower left on it. That's going to be the top side. It will be difficult, though, without the Baron for them to really go for it. You can see now that the Jinx Rockets and, of course, the Jace Poke alongside the wild cards for the Twist of Fate will do a lot. But with Super Minions pooling into the bot lane and mid lane, it should be only a matter of time. Xing going to have to try and make something happen here on this Jinx. He needs protection. Yeji not really wanting to be tanking up too much, as we can now see Fearness getting really hard chunked out right now and not really gaining anything back off it. So LGD now recognizing they probably can't actually go for this, and they're going to have to back away.
Yeah, especially when the minion waves weren't in place, right? Like, that bot lane wave still quite a bit away. Xing now, because you haven't synced up the waves from LGD, can clear out mid and still be in time for this top lane play as well, as long as Shanks doesn't go too far forward. Now, with the bot lane soon collecting in, maybe LGD can look for something.
I don't think so. Yeah, they're going to commit the TP here. That's going to be the Galio jumping back in, but the minion wave is dead. There's the Moonlight Vigils. Gale Force is aggressively in. Xing almost gets taken down but gets devoured right at the last second, and now the fight can really ensue. They go in with the moon falling. Immediately Shadow goes into stasis. The Nautilus is dead. The resets are coming in. The Galio jumps straight back in. The Diana is over, and so is the Aphelios. It's just the Galio left. The Renekton's nowhere to be seen. That was a 5v4. Why?
That was so well played by WE, though. They keep Xing topped up the whole damn time. And in the 4-for-1 trade, now WE can save their base. They can start to push it back out, but you see it here, right? Xing stays untouched for the perfect amount of time here. Eric tries to go into Shanks, but he just gets locked up by the Everfrost. Xing gets saved by Jin Zhao. And now you don't have access to the backline. Xing flashing away from Shadow, but that tower is just helping out so much and keeping LGD away. And Xing playing right on the edge here to be able to finish off the low health members of LGD.
Gotta call out Beishang there. The Crescent Guard kept everyone off of the Jinx for that split second, meaning the Devourer could come out, meaning they could get reset and move away from the fight. Massive, massive play. And you wanted to know whether he'd go with a GA or an Infinity Edge. He got both.
I mean, that's a bit of a step up now. Suddenly we're gone from a 3.5 item Jinx to a full up items Jinx. Xing is massive, and now a major thorn in the side of LGD, and you can see it in WE, right? They look more confident, striding out of the base. Soul in 4 seconds. Can WE get into this area?
I don't think LWE care about this right now. They're more set up around the Baron in 10 seconds time, but they also, you gotta remember, they haven't got a base. They have to be so careful of how they do this because there are super minions going in the bot side. Good poke damage though from Xing means that he's able to keep himself safe and also be able to be a threat to this back side. Now, where do you want to go if you're LGD? You're looking to try and get on top of this Jinx. You're looking to try and make this one work, but you can see already these zaps are doing work. But again, look at bot lane. You can see that there's going to be double TP available. Sorry, only single TP available, but Fearness could well end the game.
Yeah, you've got the Destiny and you've got a TP on Beauview to try and come back. LGD rushing down the mid lane. They don't have the minions, so they'll have to link up with the bot lane, but it does draw WE away from their cubby hole in this Baron area, and it allows LGD to get there. So, at least from LGD's side, you managed to shoo them away from the Baron area, but look at the health bars. Like, they are not healthy, and you've got vision now of LGD starting up the objective.
Yeah, they know they're going for it. You can see the Abyssal Voyage comes down in. Beishong is around the side there. He's going to try and get in on top of this. He does not have flash. They will not be able to steal it. So, Baron secured by LGD, but can you get out with Hellbars? Flash over by Yeji. Where's he going to go? He's going to have to use his ultimate. Can they get on top of him before he does? No, they cannot. They almost get everybody out. You can see Shanks wants to go for something, but they cannot. Operation complete and accomplished by LGD.
And that's such a big win for LGD. They were really struggling to try and deal with WE and being able to find that engage, but when they get the Baron, just about managed to escape as well. That's a sizable victory. Now they can kind of keep WE at bay. We are hitting mega late game in this game though. Already, as you can see, full items pretty much across the board for the 280 carries, just waiting on that Quicksilver Sash to be upgraded on Eric. You're looking at nerdy full items here for both mid laners as well, despite the fact that you're actually going to be building like more utility style. And it's this Diana as well, going to be so strong soon. Like, you even got the Elixir of Wrath here for Fearness in his back pocket.
Yeah, but Fearness is losing relevancy, and you can see now this lethality build, the Serpent's Fangs, and look at Fearness. He can't walk forward. This is the issue you have with the Renekton. Amazing in the early to mid game, but when it gets later and later and later, he cannot deal with this damage. And now LGD, despite having the Baron buff, they're running away.
And Beishong is chasing, trying to see if he can get the slows, but the wind becomes lightning. He's not able to, but Shorilda's Grudge not able to hit either, so no slow coming through from Bew. But as you can see, this is the late game scaling. This is what we were waiting for Xing, and that one fight, that one mistake that LGD made has given so much power to this Jinx and to WE.
And you've got a Lich Bane here onto Shanks, so not only is your stun card going to be hitting from a million miles away, he does a crap ton of damage as well. So WE, they've weathered the storm, they got themselves into a decent position, and now it's going to be, honestly, I feel like you just have to wait until the Elder Drake spawns in 3 minutes and hope that LGD can take it, because right now it doesn't look like they're strong enough to even walk up and take a fight.
Now, you still have to be very careful, though. Like, if you're trying to move into this vision blind as WE, you will struggle. Like, yes, Xing is huge, but again, you don't have the best of front lines. You can see Beishong has just gone full into the defensive item because he knows he needs to be the one to survive.
Fearness was looking to see maybe he could get in behind the enemy lines, but Beishong was there to answer. So now, 36 minutes in, you see the poke coming out. Fearness will be the one bearing the brunt of most of that. 30 seconds left on this Baron play, so not a huge amount to really talk about. Gold lead means very little at this point in time. As we can see now, Shadow looking for an engage. They will go straight in on top of the Nautilus. He goes straight now on top of Bew in a lot of trouble. He goes into stasis, but look at the Jinx. You're going to get the reset. You're going to get one, maybe even two. They're going to try and take down Fearness, but look now, onto the backside. Shadow tries to jump down in. They're trying to get on the Xing and the Shanks, but they just cannot. Kadaya will keep himself alive. It's about these 80 carries. One more auto attack onto the Diana would do it. You can see Xing pushing forward. The gold card lands. The GA just about comes back up, but he's dead to rights. Nothing you can do there. WE still come out on top, 3 for 4.
And Xing again, positioned right at the back of this fight. LGD don't have the tools to get access to the Jinx. Kadaya saves Xing from the Nautilus hook, and that sets up the fight. And once more in the row base, the hero saves are coming through for WE. Watch it here, right? Shadow doesn't have access to the Jinx. Xing eats up Kadaya eats up Xing, which means that Shadow uses his Moonfall on the right-hand side of your screen. Xing now knows there is nothing that can hurt me. He's playing so far forward. Fearness has to flash in to make this fight happen, but you still have the flash from the Jinx, so they can follow this through. And I love how Shanks has been playing this whole fight. He knows that he does not need to try and get on towards the prime targets. He just needs to peel for Xing.
Big moment there. Kadaya playing so huge. Double knock-up, devour, exhaust on the Fearness. So even when Fearness flashes forward, trying to get on top of him, it just doesn't work out. And important to note, we're now on a full 6-item Jinx. He's got the Mercurial Scimitar. Jin Zhao gets jumped on, but he should be fine. But now you do not have GA for the fellows, whereas you do for Xing. You have no summoners for anyone except for Shanks, but it's kind of a bit of a cheat there because he got himself a spell book. So this is huge. And look at those crits from Xing. 1100. You just can't push in anymore.
This is the fight. This is the one that's going to break it open. Everything has been used. Stopwatch for Fearness. You got the Zhonyas on both Diana, onto Yeji. You got it on the TF as well. Shanks trying to see if he can push for it to get the CC.
Zhao, Jin Zhao has to flash away. He could not get caught out there. 10 seconds till Elder Dragon spawns. This is a 38, nearly 39-minute game. WE, you're so close. You do not want to go to a game 3. You know you were able to do it, and now the poke can really come in. They're throwing everything at them. They're just saying, look, we just need to keep these health bars low, and if we can get one reset for Xing, that could be it.
Shadow's looking to sit on this blast cone. He wants to try and get the flank, come over the wall, out of vision of WE. They don't have vision of the pit, and there's Shadow!
There's Shadow trying to jump in onto the back of this, going to use it with the Galio ultimate, but look at Xing, he's untouched. In fairness though, it's going to be on top of the Aphelios, who then gets up 2 kills of his own. Now, look at these helpers, they are so low. They're going to try and jump onto Xing. Xing is trying to get the reset off, but he just cannot do it. Eric will reign supreme, and this Jinx will fall down. LGD are sending us to a game 3.
Shadow with the flank gets the crucial ultimate out of Kadaya, gets access to the back line for LGD, and WE split on multiple fronts, cannot control the fight, and LGD bring us to that game 3.
Series is not over yet. We will get the full palette of 6 games today. LGD not willing to be the first win for WE, not willing to be the first victim, and will take us all the way in this series. What a game 2. That was so close.
It was a slow burner, but by God, when it went off, did it go off, because that was so back and forth. WE trying their damnedest to protect Xing, and he nearly had the fights. He was so close to getting that damage. But when all is said and done, LGD just having too many flank opportunities, not enough peel tools on the side of WE, and LGD can take that fight.
For WE, you saw it there. They were winning most team fights, but Shadow with the perfect flank, getting onto the back line that forces all the last remaining tools from WE. We talked about there was no summoners left. Everyone had used their flashes in the mid lane engage, so knowing that all he had to do was get back and do his job, perfect setup from him.
And the biggest issue there as well was like the amount of Zhonya's that were available. That's why I wanted to point that out at the start of the fight, right? Those stopwatches, those Zhonya's stopped the resets coming through from Xing. Xing didn't get excited that entire fight because of how spread out it was. And also just the fact that Yeji was keeping himself alive. Shadow stayed alive. Fearless was staying alive on just the smallest increments of health. And you can see that Xing 45, nearly 46,000 damage, but he just couldn't quite carry it across the finish line.
Look at that goal graph. It was going all LGD, then it felt like it was going all the way to WE. And yes, fairness on this Renekton was huge in this early game, and I feel like that was a big thing for the side of LGD. It stabilized them. It meant that they weren't falling behind. It meant they were able to keep control over BuBu. And yes, BuBu did an incredible amount of damage, but it doesn't matter because he wasn't picking up the kills and he wasn't putting down the pressure.
I mean, this early game for LGD, just being able to get the early control of the map was super important. The fact that you could get the tower down and top mid, start to get vision control, it made it really difficult. As we saw like the mid and even in the early stages of the late game for the composition from WE to push through. You don't really have a true tank here because Kadai is trying to play backline to keep the Jinx safe. It means you've got solely Beishang to face check this, and it's fine. He does have his ultimate to a certain extent to keep him safe with the Crescent Guard, but when you've got the number of tools available on WE's or on LGD side to close the gap, find multiple flank angles, you either needed a true tank there to like be able to face check things, or just more in the way of peel tools to keep Xing alive.
Well, we'll see what the adaptations are going to be. We're going to send you a quick break, and then we will come back for the last game of the day. Will WE pick up their first win, or will LGD be breaking hearts on Valentine's Day? We'll be seeing you guys very soon.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So
with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作，每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 RPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 RPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Stay close and stay tight. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh.
We're back. We got one last game to bring you today. It is going to be the final of this best of 3 between WE and LGD. Neither side willing to give an inch, looking to take a mile. I'm back with Dagda, who's joining me through this magical journey as Eric proved that he was the better of the 280 carries in that last game.
Yeah, Eric being able to just about bring it across the finish line with the Aphelios. Definitely wasn't the easiest of times for him to get into these fights with the range that was showing on WE's side, but you'd see that damage percent didn't matter to Eric. He was still popping off and getting so much work done for LGD.
He was really doing so much. Again, look, as we said, he was minus 165 gold difference at the end. It is how it happens sometimes, but there was some great moments here from him in the early to mid game, and right at the end as well, the last team fight, he was just perfectly positioned to capitalize on Shadow doing everything he needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at literally Xing versus Eric being behind a minuscule amount of gold at like a near 50-minute game, I think you're all right there. And when you're dealing 40% of your team's damage, you can see he was definitely working his way through the fights, right? Picks off Shanks here. And so many times it was like, hey, look, can we protect Xing? Can we get onto the back line? But when you end up in this situation where you can actually close the gap for Eric and Eric can dish out all the damage he wants, it becomes a hell of a lot easier for LGD to carry through these fights.
And now WE, they find themselves in a very familiar situation where it's the one game. They got to try and come out with a win here, otherwise the series will float through their fingers once more. And again, we talked about it. This is probably one of the best opportunities they're going to have to try and get a W in any of the columns, really. They just need to try and get it on the board, because right now they're sitting at 0-6. They could potentially go 0-7 at that point. You're almost thinking of summer split. As much as you're not mathematically out, it's very difficult to climb back up.
Yeah, it does. It becomes a bit of an insane climb, especially with so many top teams still left to play, right? Like, the issue for WE is that we were hoping that Beishang would come in, and it's not as easy as a magical fix, right? But certainly they have looked slightly stronger, but unfortunately the parts still aren't fully coming together. And that draft, without having a true tank there for Xing, they just couldn't carry it forward. Beishang as well, not having the best of early game starts in that game either, made it very, very tough. So now we have to see if in game number 3, can Beishang get control of the early game? Can he carry his team across? Or will LGD, off the back of Eric, who's starting to come up as a bit of a rising star for LGD, be able to carry this one across the finish line?
That's the thing as well. You know, we look at LGD, we talk about Shadow, this guy is the big carry, but Eric stepping up in this last game. Eric looking a little bit more consistent and looking like he has faith in his jungler to be able to help him and set up what needs to be done. So now we come in to the final draft. We're going to see the Caitlyn, the LeBlanc, the Renekton from Fearness being banned away, and the Corki and the Zeri all taken off the board.
Still waiting to see what they're going to round this one out with Renekton. We've seen the last game causing some serious issues for WEs, not wanting to give that one across again. Final ban, potentially go towards something in the jungle. The Twisted Fate as well, also an opportunity if they don't want to give that across to WE.
Well, they're taking their time, but then the Rise is going to be the ban here, so not getting that over to Shanks. Definitely feel like Shanks felt better on the Rise than he did on the Twisted Fate. Definitely looked a bit better. Now WE, they're going to maybe put Xing back on this Jinx, but again, no Thresh ban. I think you can just go Aphelios Thresh here if you really feel like it, and then or pick up your jungler and go for a next rotation.
I agree. Thresh Aphelios would be a really good call here, especially because you just don't want to give Kadaya the Thresh. We haven't seen Kadaya's Thresh, but certainly like the Jinx Thresh combo was insanely strong. The opportunity for Beishang then to get something like the Xin Xiao as well feels like you've set up pretty nicely here on WE. And Bubu can always go back towards some sort of tank if he wants to in that top side, since he is going to be blind pick, or even look for something like a Gwen for himself and go for a like that kind of MC Hammer comp that can't touch me of the front lines.
You love your can't touch this. You patented, and you know what? It is pretty damn great. I will give you that. You patented something that I was pretty damn happy with, and it looks like exactly the first half of the can't touch comes in, but the volley bear instantly from Beishang. This is a little bit of a callback for Beishang. He's very good on these, you know, hard engaged champions that can skirmish, and looks like the side of WE, they don't want the Thresh. They don't feel comfortable on the Thresh. They're going straight towards the Nautilus.
Yeah, so not interested in going towards the more peel-orientated style, right? Like, you can always go towards the if you're going to play the Thresh, you want to try and kite back, right? Peel coming through for Jace, Jinx, Zoe, something along these lines, and being able to keep people off the prime target. That's actually what we're more seeing coming through from WE's side, is like, hey, they want to jump onto the prime target with the Nautilus, the Volibear to follow up. So I was actually thinking maybe LGD are the ones that go back towards the Thresh, but instead they're going to take the Leona, so take the more aggressive side of the matchup in the bottom lane, and maybe look to see if they can put some attention down there with Shadow.
Yeah, and this is something that specifically for Beishang as well, looking at the jungle matchup, they have picked this into a couple of different times. You saw it against JJ in the summer playoffs last summer in 2021, so it is something he is very familiar with, and now we'll start to see where these bans come out. Getting rid of the Jace, I like this. I would like to see the Gwen banned here by WE. You don't really want to be giving that one over for free unless you have a very good counter into it, but no, they go for the Galio instead.
Strange to see the Galio. So maybe they're just worried, like, oh, we're going to be putting a heck of a lot of attention in towards things like the dive composition. So maybe they're looking at like Camille in the top lane for BuBu or something along these lines. And they're just like, we don't want to have that be a problem where the Galio will see it on top of it. Or maybe they're just going to look to ban away these globals, right? Stop LGD being able to put that attention down to the bottom side. Twisted Fate still available. Maybe that's the angle for WE here.
Maybe it is, but I will say Shanks is good on the Syndra, but no, they go with the Gwen. I'm delighted to see that. So we might see the Twisted Fate picked up here, but no, maybe a Fearless Ornn to lock and load here, but that does give a fair bit of freedom now to WE to try and pick something to pick into it. They actually have the run of the mill into what exactly they want to pick into this Ornn now.
I feel like the Camille would be a good shout. Like, good lockup, follow up on the dive that WE already have, and she just takes over in the side lane super well. Means that you've got options here, and even if you go like Twisted Fate Camille, right, like that's an insanely strong top half of the map that you can look to play around.
Well, looks like they're going to see where they want to go for the Orianna for Shanks. Going to be locked and loaded here, so something different for him every single game. Started with the Rise, ended up with the Twisted Fate in the last one. Now he's going to finish off this series with the Orianna. Now, what do you want to take into top lane? You've got an opportunity here to counterpick. You could, as you say, go with the Camille. You could go with a tank yourself and go full investment into the AD carry basket and just go straight towards Xing.
Well, it looks like that's going to be the game plan. Both teams were like, you know what? Last game was all about the AD carries. Let's just double down on making this all about the AD carries. This time around, though, much more appeal for Xing. Like, the Jinx is there. Orianna as well, going to provide that late game team fight. Like, this is a crazy strong team fight composition from WE with some great scaling. On LGD side, you have the Aphelios to offer that engage, but yeah, G here. Strange to see the Sylas picked in. Usually, Sylas actually kind of gets pushed in by Orianna and doesn't have the best of ults to try and steal away from the Ori as well, because you just kind of sombrero yourself. So I'm surprised to see the Sylas lock in here. I was thinking something like a Syndra or something may have actually been the follow-up here for LG.
Now, we'll say BuBu not got the best of histories on the Sion as well. Last time we saw play it was in spring of 2022. Actually, before this, it was against Weibo. But again, in terms of before the season was spring 2021. He's currently 1-5 on it. So not really finding great success with that particular champion as of late. But we will wait and see how he's able to make this one work. Has a pretty decent matchup into the Ornn. Neither should really be winning or losing in their lane unless they make some massive mistakes. But now both compositions locked and loaded. WE still hunting for their first win of the season. LGD looking to try and maybe put themselves a little bit further away from the bottom. Dagda, it's do or die. You gotta win this one now. It's effectively a best of one as we look towards both AD carries to carry these teams to victory.
Yeah, I think you've had a little bit of an easier time here in WE, right? The ability for Shanks to provide kind of that mid-range damage against the Aphelios, like being able to zone them with the Orianna ult, is going to be really crucial. You've just got a longer range as well coming through in the Jinx, so when you need to kind of face check these things, having Xing being able to play certain far back is going to be nice. So I'm kind of giving the edge to WE here, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to follow that one through.
That's the big thing we got to look at as we jump onto the Rift for the 6th time today. 3rd time in this series and the last time of the day. We wait to see who will come out victorious. For WE fans, you're hoping for the resurrection of Beishang. It's very, very powerful catalyst for this team last season. looked good in game 1, not so great in game 2. And I think, again, we highlighted it a little bit in game 1. It's all about the junglers. Shadow versus Beishong. Who can have the most impact is what's going to be the difference maker for both these teams.
All comes down to this. Already you can see vision control established in the LGD side, just trying to see if they can spot out some sort of evade that's coming through. Vision in River for WE, trying to see again if they can hit the opposite. As
Oh, that was hilarious.
Back into
That is so lucky.
yeah. But yeah, I think in the early stages, if I remember correctly, Sion actually has a relative, you don't expect it, but Sion has a relatively good matchup into the Ornn. He's got a good amount of damage that can come through. He's got a nice amount of shields and stuff. So I'm pretty sure Sion has a good time against this Ornn, at least in the early stages of the game, before they just become fast tanks and nothing really happens. So I think, at least from WB's side, you can kind of abandon ship on the top side and just see if you can try and play through Kadai on the spot lane, setting up Xing with some kills, pushing Eric behind, because you know that when it gets towards that late game, Eric's going to be the only one that you really care about.
I love this from both the supports. They both went with the Aftershock rather than the Glacial Augment. They're saying, like, we don't care about the laning phase. We don't care about the early skirmishing power you can get with the Glacial Augment. This is all about survivability and being an engage alongside our tanks. So love this adaptation for both these supports coming into this game. And again, this is the series to make it happen, as we can see both top lane and mid lane pretty even, as bot lane does get pushed in by the Jinx. Again, to be expected given the range matchup.
And I think a lot of that is, as you say, like realizing, look, we're not going to be... A lot of the Glacial Augment power as well as that a lot of people forget is in the damage reduction as well. But when you're playing these style of fights, you're not going to be really connecting onto the back line. Like, maybe you can on LGD side because of relatively short range, but... Sorry, Beishong just invading onto Shadow here.
I mean, Beishong needs to walk away from this one. Jin Zhao is there. He's looking to try and maybe steal it, but now with the Nautilus here, going to be a smite fight that does get one up by Shadow. So Beishong now moving back towards this blue buff and should still be able to get a pretty decent invade. And again, the power of a Volibear, very, very powerful as duelist, very, very good in that early game, especially with that W stacking. You get so much healing off of it once you're able to get the first stack of it off. So able to pick that one up, and yeah, there's not really a lot LGD can do about it.
Yeah, and it actually hurts Shadow because Xin Zhao, if you want to try and clear fast, does burn through his mana relatively quickly. So he won't be able to, as you can see, like, look at his mana bar already, right? He won't be able to burn through this as quickly as he likes. Shanks, though, taking not the best of trades here against the IG.
Wait and see how everything else can go. LGD maybe seeing if they can react to this stolen camp as such. We'll get a couple of chickens, so maybe a couple of chicken nuggets as they go for a bit of a trade. Shadow will end up getting caught out, though, and he might have to flash away. He doesn't even bother because he is dead. You cannot go for that trade. And speaking of trades, now Jin Zhao on the bot side in a lot of trouble. One more auto attack will take him down, and WE find themselves 2 advantages across 2 different lanes.
And just like that, Shanks being able to flash in to help Beishong, and Kadai and Xing finally getting the better of Eric and Jin Zhao. That's not the way you wanted this to go, especially when you look at the bot side of the map. Like, Jin Zhao with the Aftershock, he's supposed to win that. Pew Pew.
I mean, Pew Pew is getting taken now, 1v1 right now. The flash in from Fearness. This is not the level of gameplay I expected. He flashes away, but only into the waiting arms of Shadow. Thumbs up for the assist, brah. And that is going... What is happening in this game?
How do we get the late game compositions, and now is when we get all the engages? So you see it there, right? Oh, okay, so Jin Zhao level 2 into the level 3. Just missed timing on the engagement. Great hook from Kandaya, obviously, to get the peel back, but that's how you play this lane is the Nautilus. You're basically a peel bot, with the idea being, hey, look, as long as I hook Leona, I can actually walk away fast enough that Leona can't get the follow-up on the Q for the stun. But in that case, Jin Zhao, only level 2, didn't have access to the extra armor and magic resist that comes off his W, so W, you're actually able to take him down, especially with no Aftershock there for him.
Seeing action all across the maps, flashes, everything being burned so early on, and now
Still come back into it. It's still 1,000 gold lead or thereabouts for WE. They will have first priority onto this dragon should they want to take it. And honestly, with Beisheng having the kill before Shadow, meaning that he was able to get his phage off of before he was able to, before Shadow was able to reset to get the real value out of the gold for the kill on top side, means that the dragon is pretty much all said and done, going to be secured by Team WE. So first objective does go over to them, and as LGD now try and find how to make something else work for them, because there's no flash in the Sion, and Sion is not exactly the tankiest in the early stages. They could look to try and just pile in on him and get some more worth in that top side.
I think the best bet though is to try and like play through mid. Like you've got a pretty strong skirmish between Shadow and Yeji, and it's kind of coming along for Beisheng, especially with the Orianna having that ultimate, but it's still not insane. So especially if you can try and get the play on towards the flashless Orianna, it feels like that's how you can operate here as LGD in the early stages. But with the advantages for Xing in the bot lane, you need to start picking up the pace here as LGD.
Picking up space and picking up pace as everyone starts resetting. We do see another Cole. That's how you know the bot lane meta is a little bit boring when AD carries feel confident going with Coles. I said BuBu might be getting Ornhorned on top of here. He does get the knock up, but BuBu will walk away. I've got Beisheng here, and it's got a little bit of a honey fruit as well. So despite the all-in from Fearness, it is going to be a relatively okay trade for the Sion on top side.
All right, I mean, great job from Fearness. Obviously dominating this matchup against BuBu, and now Beisheng trying to invade with Kadaya, but there's members arriving for LGD.
LGD will be able to steal away the Volibear ultimate as well. The Shockwave is still available, and you can see straight away, knowing that Shanks was there and had the ball in position, they have to back away. So Solon, Sylas ultimate not going to equal out into much more of an advantage, and honestly, they go straight back in. Yeah. Deja vu, I've been to this place before, as they kind of make this one work for themselves. Both AD carries very happy to stay in this bot side. Both top laners are saying, sorry, man, we got our 1v1. We got our pride on the line. We are not going to be joining this. It will be used there as a flash away from Shadow, away from the shock wave, but Shanks picked up the first kill, and now Yeji in a lot of trouble. There is the Super Mega Det Rocket off on the side. But yes, you gain a red buff. You lose so much just defending that.
I mean, you lose the red, you end up losing a kill, and Yeji missed that wave in the mid lane as well. So a lot lost there for LGD, and still Beisheng just invading here, being able to pick up the farm advantage. So really nice understanding again from Beisheng about how this jungle matchup works and being able to play through the strength of his lanes.
I love that though. Both top and bot just went, all right, it's a 3v3, gentleman's agreement. Don't rotate. It's not worth it. And now we see where this one can go. Beisheng being very aggressive into Shadow's face, and we talked about it multiple times. We saw it in Game 1 and Game 2, how pivotal these junglers are to making a success for their team. And with Shadow still pushing forward, still not that far behind, but definitely being bullied a little bit more.
Has moved over towards this Rivtail. You don't have the help here from the rest of WE, but Beisheng needs to be careful Jinja doesn't engage.
Make sure that he's not caught too far away, and he's just got to give this one up. Yeah, they're not really in position. They even had Eric on the bot side rotating up, so it would have been LGD all the way picking up this objective. Even if they went for the fight, it would have been very disadvantaged for WE. So now Rift Herald in back pocket. Again, Rift Herald's great and all, but it's all about how you use it and where you're going to use it. So a little bit of a much more interesting early game, I would say, from the side of both of these teams, considering the first two were very, very slow. But now gotta be very careful, Shanks, or not Shanks, excuse me, Yeji. He's definitely someone who can get 100 to 0'd if he's not too careful.
With no objectives up at the moment, though, it becomes a case of how do WE try and push through this mid lane advantage. They're going to keep trying to go for these invades, but Yeji now moving across up Jinjiao. Shadow Force to Smite, though, means that doesn't go the way of Yeji. And you can see the mana issues that are being caused for Yeji here, so maybe giving more wiggle room for Shanks to start making these plays bot side. Yes, we've had, like, like the camera on this, like, wet noodle fight a lot in the top side of the map, but
I mean, they're just scared now in case something happens. They miss it.
We need to start looking at the spot lane. Like, 10 CS lead coming through for Xing. Heal as well. First item going to be coming through. He needs a Kraken Slayer, honestly, here for Xing, just so we can actually get through the massive tanks that are going to be in Ornn and also this Leona lane.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer does feel like the only real option. Even the Sylas will have an absolute boatload of health later on in the game, so does end up helping you quite a lot. I'm trying to go for a little bit of a freeze. Does look like it's going to be staying relatively neutral to that mid lane, or to the middle of that lane. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns, so we will either have a Infernal, Mountain, or a Hex Tech. So decent Dragons for either side. Looks like WE will have first priority. As you can see now, Shanks pushing forward. Just wants to pick himself up a plate. Will be able to get it. Nicely done by him. And just making sure right now, he's just putting a lot of poke damage onto Yeji and really just forcing him away. So I don't even think even if LGD wanted to, they could defend against this Dragon.
I mean, look, everything from WE has kind of been set up nicely. Push him bot, push him mid. Yeji does have his TP to come back if they want, but as you say, right, Shadow not in position. No real TP for Fearness. So another Dragon going the way of WE. And with Cloud Soul already taken off, or Cloud Dragon taken off the board, Ocean gone as well. We have to see what the plan is going to be. I think Hextech Soul could be really nice here for WE, where they've just, there it is. It's just going to be so good in this auto attack based composition for Shing.
Fearness taking a very unfavorable trade, but while that was going down, Shadow said, look, I'm going to take away some camps, use those Hex Gates to get myself back to safety, and there's no harm, no foul. So 2,000 gold now favor of WE, as they have got themselves 2 Dragons as well, and those Dragons have been pivotal for both these teams. We have seen them both win and lose games around that very big Dragon pit, as now Fearness taking a very unfavorable trade. He's going to be forced to use the Ornhorn and his flash. He tries to get the knockout back in. He will be able to get it. Bubu in a lot of trouble. Will use his ultimate and flash at the end of it. Not ideal usage of his own summoners there, but it ends up being a trade back there for LGD.
Yeah, Bubu definitely looking comfortable in this tank matchup, whereas Fearness feeling way better on this Ornn. Ornn kind of been a staple in the top lane for a significant portion of time. Kind of feels like your gateway into the top side. And at least for the Scion, you're just not really finding the success thus far. Now you got Chemtank completed for Fearness. He's trading effective Beishang, trying to see if he can get up here off the TP that's about to come through.
Oh, they are going to go for a Beishang now. Going to find Fearness, who has no ult, no flash, and almost certainly nowhere to go. They're just going to wait and try and maybe donate that one over. I would like to see this one go over to Beishang. They will do just that. So LGD now reacting to that move in the top side will drop down Shelly into the mid lane. Will get themselves about 3 or 4 plates and then have to back themselves away. So now we're into the tit for tat, the push, the pull of the map movements here for both these sides as both teams look to try and find themselves an advantage.
I mean, it's not a huge amount that's going to be lost here from WE, right? That tower was always going to take a beating from the Rift Herald. You lose out on your Raptor camp, but at least you got a kill on the top side and some plates back for Bubu. Like, Bubu turning into a super tank is going to be great, but not really the mainstay focus for WE. Your actual focus is the Kraken Slayer Jinx, the 34 CS until that cull is popped, and just kind of playing it out nice and slow. Especially now that you have the Dragons there, like, LGD will come online slightly earlier than LGD because they're running the Silas and also the Aphelios. But in the grand scheme of things, like, you don't actually have to fight this Dragons in 2 minutes. You can buy time for Shing.
Yeah, well, Shing had to use his own cleanse there as he recognized with the Moonlight Vigil available to Eric. He could just get flashed on, and Gale Forced as well could be just straight up executed. 2.5 minutes till that Dragon spawns. It is still about 1,000 gold lead in favor of WE. Both AD carries have picked up their core mythic items as well as the junglers. So we can wait to see now. It's actually Shanks a little bit ahead now, about 20 CS or so, quietly farming up a decent lead. And this Orianna could be key, could be pivotal to keeping this Jinx alive. The command protects, the shockwaves, the disengage. Could be a lot of options here. And speaking of options, Bubu ranking up his own options right now and saying, look, I don't want to fight you right now. I'm done with this wet noodle fight. I want to get some real noodles.
And, I mean, as well, looking at these team fights, you got great ball delivery systems coming through for Shanks as well, right? If Bubu finds a good engage, wonderful. Beishang, the more likely candidate, where he just launches himself in onto Eric and you get the stun into a shockwave. It becomes pretty difficult for Eric to play these fights. He's going to have to be pretty on point with the cleanses as Beishang once more trying to invade off of this mid lane push.
Whoa, okay, Shadow goes very aggressive because he knows he has the protection of his Leona, and they're going to be able to take down Beishang straight away, and now the Ornhorn can come out. Call of the Forge God is good, but it's only onto Shanks. You got to be careful coming down this little ramp. As you can see, the shockwave might be huge. They're going to go for it. There it is.
They finally get the Orion down, but here come the reset. One more auto attack there, and there's the Jinx going as hard as they possibly can. Perfect use of the slam down to get themselves over the wall, and that's going to be 2 quick kills going over to Xing. He's doing so much into this game, and he's already getting himself ahead.
I mean, the fact that they managed to get those kills is insane. It looked so bad for WE, but Shanks, with his own death going across, manages to get the perfect shockwave to set up WE for the skirmish.
Have a look at the replay once it comes back in, but let's have a look at how this one starts. Because again, this is 4v5 because Beishang just dies.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he has the ultimate there, thinks I'm going to get more health, but pops up into the air and he just dies the second that ultimate pops, so doesn't even really get to use it. And then here, right, Fearness not really connecting with that Orn Horn. Everyone's diving on towards the backline to try and kill Xing, but shockwave onto 3 people there for Shanks, and now we're back into fights.
We are back into fights. Jin Zhao very close to death right now. Looking for him. There is no Jinx ultimate, but that's 3 seconds to this Dragon spawns. That's going to put WE on soul point. You're now looking at such a massive advantage here for WE. They're going to have such an early soul. It's going to be about 21 minutes. It's actually insane.
And it's 3 kills apiece for Shanks, 3 kills for Xing as well. Like, these 2 mega carries for WE have been accelerated as BuBu finds company.
Finds a bit of company. He is a very tanky boy. As now he gets another very tanky boy joining him in there, and they're going to have Xing as well, so maybe it's going to be a bit of an extended fight as Eric tries to find himself onto the backside. They will use the Moonlight Vigil and actually flashes forward, trying to find Xing. Perfect aggression from Eric and gets out alive. Massive move from him. Massive play from the AD carry of LGD and keeps this one going in their favor.
I don't know what BuBu's doing this game. Like, the fact he's on the Rift Herald there doesn't make any sort of sense. You just need to play these fights nice and slow, front to back for WE. You already had the advantages. You got that Dragon. It's fine given across the Rift Herald. Like, you're not playing split push compositions. The power of this Rift Herald drops dramatically in that sense. But WE still end up trying to fight it, and it ends up giving kills over to LGD.
Gotta give props to Eric as well, because he recognized he was in a relative 1v1 against the Jinx, and in a 1v1 with the guns he had, he was just stronger. He knew he could get the execution off, and just picking up so much damage and getting that shutdown is going to be huge for him in the later fights. It is still an advantage to LGD. It's only a couple of 100 gold. They will have to fight in 4 minutes time around the, around this Baron pit, or sorry, Dragon pit. But they have got items, they have got gold, and then more importantly, they've got kills on the big carries.
Edgy hiding in the bush here, trying to see if he can pick off Shanks. The movement across from both Jin Zhao and Shadow, though, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Leona and the Diana are here. They're going to be able to try and find Beishang. TP going to be invested as well. Shanks trying to maybe find himself out of here. Beishang flashes away. Will not be able to get away from the Ornn, though, as the brothers end up fighting. As I say that, here comes the train. Beishang, how do you survive that? Oh, no, it's terrible. It's a disaster for LGD. WE are just turning straight back on top of them. And you get 1, you lose 3, you might even lose 4. This is just desperation. How did that happen, Dagda?
That engage from BuBu saved it all. Beishang managed to survive for so long with that Divine Sunder healing, and suddenly, just like that, 5 kills onto Xing, 4 onto Shanks, and we thought that LGD might be able to fight WE, push WE to their next loss in spring 2022, but WE are saying to hell with that. We want this game.
Oh my god, let's have a look at BuBu, because he teleports so far away, and you can see WE, they all focus, or sorry, LGD, they all focus down onto Beishang. I need to see that replay, because how does he end up getting away? I don't understand how his health bar doesn't go. He seems to be on like about 50 HP for so long.
So we get the engage coming through here, where it's a nice idea from both Shadow and Jin Zhao, right? Wrap in behind, completely cut them off. There's the instant TP as well coming through from the Ornn, so you think this is a disaster, but Beishang manages to just about eke away from everyone, and there's just no range here. So when people are chasing them down, they just line up perfectly for BuBu. The shot down the line sets up perfectly for the double ult coming through from both the Orianna and the Jinx. Eric is completely out of position, and WE just chased them down.
Oh, LGD, you looked like it was going to be great. It looked like you were going to get those staggered death timers, get yourself back on top, look to try and make this game yours, and sadly for them, it's just not to be. Shanks very valiantly gives over his life in that fight, but does get the damage down that he needs to do, puts down a little bit of shielding as well, and coming up at a minute and a half, you've got double stopwatches. Importantly, there's a stopwatch for Xing and Shanks. Not only that, you have full summoners on Xing as well, so he is going to be so safe to be able to keep himself alive if they can keep him away from all these different carries of LGD.
Dragon in a minute though. You've got the lower dominance for guard completed for Xing. He just took a massive step up in damage, especially to the front line. Shanks are only just about completing the Archangel Staff. Wants to see if he can try and evolve that before it comes into it. But mid lane tower under siege. WE are fine to tank that one up.
I mean, you don't have flash on Eric. I really don't see how you're able to kind of contest this right now. You're going to have to be so tentative approaching this side of the lane, and anywhere that's not controlled by your vision, you just cannot step up. The Nautilus, the Volibear, the Scion, anyone could get to CC down onto you, and you are just finished. We see now WE trying to corral the side of LGD. They will catch the Yeji, and he's forced to use his own stolen Volibear ultimate. The Ornhorn comes out, the Crescent Guard as well. They're jumping onto the tanks though. Look at Xing, look at Shanks. They're just not touched in this as Eric now gets jumped on, and he has to cleanse away. Xing trying to chase him down, but it's already got the Xin Zhao dead. Great hooks in and out of this fight. WE still pushing forward. WE still looking for kills, and WE still looking fantastic. They don't even need the soul. They can go for Baron.
They're just running straight for it. Towards it, they know that their team fight is just so damn strong, and with the Baron, they can now look to siege up. LGD, their wave clear is terrible. This could be one of the big nails in the coffin for this LGD squad in the series. Yeji moving across to just take the dragon as a small consolation prize, but the bigger one has gone the way of WE.
It really has. Eric will come over here to help him out with it. You do have double TP. I doubt I say that. I might have to stop myself. They get the dragon, but can they get out alive? Here comes Shanks. They got the Super Mega Det Rocket going right between the sticks. Yeji will get himself out. I thought it was going to be a double TP. I would have maybe been a bit more excited, but you still stop the dragon stacking, but LGD now so far behind.
And look at the difference in AD carries, right? Xing completely untouched on this side. Yeji forced to take this fight, but Eric can't really get into this fight. Beishang is sitting off over the wings, waiting to jump in on top of him. He's only hitting Pew. There's so much CC that's constantly coming back and forth, and the second you move in as Eric, you get the depth charge, you get the ultimate coming through from the Volibear, and Xing's just completely fine to keep running through this fight, hitting onto key targets the whole time.
I think that was the big thing. Apart from the Volibear, he got maybe like one auto attack off on his Moonlight Vigil. Like, normally in those situations, that's perfect for an Aphelios. You have so much AoE that can come into such a small corridor, and now 8,000 gold behind. You're really, really struggling here as LGD. WE, they're feeling confident. They're feeling the momentum. This could be their first win of the split, but they've got to keep it together. One small mistake, and this could bring LGD right back into it.
WE waiting for this Conga line to come through. Beishang getting set up on the sides. As long as Pew's in the front line, there's not really much that LGD can do to try and find this engage. Fearness pops down the Q, but no follow-up there.
It's risky there from Yeji going in for the depth charge ultimate steal. Nearly gets himself caught out as they get pushed in now towards their next, inhibitor turrets. They still haven't cracked the base just yet, but they have no outer turrets left. It's just the inhibitors, and then of course their nexus. Here comes Pew. Choo all the way back into the mid lane, but now we go. The Solar Flare going to be instantly cleansed away. They use the Moonlight Vigil. Xing flashes off the side, and now he's left completely untouched. They can maybe look to try and get the resets here. There's one. They're going to get another one. The Nautilus has been traded for the Leona. It's about these 80 carries. Look at Eric. Look at Xing. They're trying to make sure they can keep themselves alive. These health bars are so low. It's the 80 carries. That was massive. Huge play from Shadow, comboing up with Fearness, and now Eric feels confident to move forward. Xing, though, will be taken down. The Aphelios falls at the end as the 80 carries have dropped, and at the end of it all, the 80 carries were the focus, but they are not the reason they're winning this fight. WE should be able to take the game.
Bloody battered and bruised, WE will limp their way towards the base. Baron is still available so they can take down this inhibitor, but 20-second death timers, I don't think they can finish. Xin Zhao is still here, but that fight was just played on a knife's edge.
see the AD carries, Eric and Shing just trying their best, nothing left in the tank, and at the end of it all, you still forget, WE are still miles ahead. It's not just in the AD carries, but let's have a look at the replay, because this was such an extended fight.
Yeah, the big thing to note here, Shing has actually gone for the GA third item, so not going for the Zeal, just looking to keep his survivability. So when he gets jumped on this fight, he's perfectly alright. So Eric doing his damnedest, great shockwave, keeping Shadow out of the equation with G. And then this is why Shing is playing so aggressive. He knows that in this situation, if I go down, I'll have the respawn. So although it looks wonderful, right? Shing just pops into GA. Shanks has the stopwatch. Shanks goes over the wall. So Shing even here is still getting a ton of damage off right before he goes down and sets up beautifully for BuBu. Again, that last-ditch effort from the Scion to provide the CC to set up WE.
Well, come back into the game. LGD have still survived, but their now inhibitor, mid lane inhibitor is down. We come back into the game, minute 20 until Dragon spawns. Both teams using pretty much everything they possibly had. Eric will have his cleanse available because he lost it at an inopportune time before that fight. And now we come back into the fight. It is going to be a stopwatch available for Shing, so he has that in his own back pocket as we now see LGD feeling a bit more confident. I will say you've got 3 items on the edge. The Sylas pick is very, very big. If you can land a Kingslayer or 2, it should do a lot of work. There's the Crescent Guard going to be used, though, as Shadow needs to keep himself alive. The Ornhorn comes out to try and stop Shing, but it goes right between the sticks. 4-man knockup as they keep pushing forward. Shing is untouched. Shing can keep doing it. Shanks and Shing, who pick up the 2 kills apiece. It'll be a full house, trips upon dubs, and that's going to be the game. It's a triple kill for Shanks. WE will break their losing streak, and WE will finally pick up a win in LPL 2022 Spring.
And yes, you might beat WE 6 times, but nobody beats WE 7 times in a row, as WE with this play will find themselves taking home their first win.
The return of Beishong, it's a glorious moment for WE. They will get themselves on the board. Will finally get a win. 1-6. It's not much, but it's a start, Dagda.
Hey, every story starts with a sentence, and every streak starts with 1 win. We'll have to see if this is possible for WE, because it was a hard-fought battle game 1 and game 2. And against LGD, who are not exactly highest on the standings, this isn't the most confidence of display, but that game 3 definitely showed a new lease of life for Team WE. Playing around Shing, setting him up on these super carries, and being able to have, honestly, really well coordinated team fights. Like, there was never a point in time where I felt that they were ever going to lose control. They kind of understood that they could take these fights so consistently against LGD.
Big win for WE. No one wants to be a V5. No offense to V5. You know, double 0 and 16 splits in the space of 2 years can do that to you. But they will not fall down that rabbit hole as such. And for LGD, this is a tough pill to swallow. You know, no one wants to be the team that loses to the 0-win team. You know, no one wants to be that team, but it has happened today. And now you look at the bottom of the standings there. It's LGD 1-5 with RA on 1-5, WE and TT on 1-6 as well. So this is a battle for the wooden spoon a little bit, and it's about fighting, especially when you get those little wins against people just so close to you. It can be a little bit more morale dropping, I suppose, or demoralizing is the word I was looking for.
And now we got to figure out if this is the mercenary chest that's just popped. Is this the one time where it's just like, hey,
What
look,
a
you know,
reference.
they've been on the lose streak for a long time? Because you look at the way that this is going through, right? OMG coming up in BLG, 2 tough games. But then again, you're coming into Ultra Prime, Rare Atom, FPX, IG, RNG, still another tough one, but TT, anyone's legend. The hard games are behind them.
Yep.
This is where it starts to get a hell of a lot easier for WE. So maybe, just maybe, this is the one that broke the camel's back and can actually start getting the confidence back into WE.
And that's the big thing. That's where you want to see from WE. It was a tough win. It was a hard-fought win, but a win is a win, and that's all you need from the end of this. So for Beishong coming back, I feel like he is going to be feeling pretty good. There's still a lot to work with here for the side of Team WE, but positivity and just knowing you could get a win, it can be so massive for your season.
Yeah, and especially the confident one at the end, right? Shanks and Shing popping off, ton of damage. great coordination in the fights, and it felt very easy for them to execute on this style. So this is a potential now where you can see, hey, look, if we want to go back towards these full kind of front to back heavy team fighting styles, that could be the way we do it. It's something we see a lot of new teams go for, at least teams that are still trying to like find themselves because they are easier to execute on. But even then, like, this looked really good for WE, not only just from a, hey, like, we actually see them get a win, but the actual coordination and communication in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big thing here is that what we wanted when we talked about this matchup at the start of the day was back to basics. And it seems like they, with Beishang and Toe, have been able to do that. Now, again, not perfect. A lot of better teams in the league. Let's be, call a spade, but it is a start. And this is exactly what we wanted to see for them. It's small bits of improvement, getting that win, putting themselves on the board. And hey, you never know. This is where you might have your season turn around. I'm not saying they're going to get playoffs. I'm just saying this is where we might see a little bit of a positive turn for this team as they move forward, because like you said, a lot of their hard games are out of the way. They play, like, I think it's EDG and RNG as our last real two difficult games left, and the rest are roughly people in the bottom 7 of the table. So anything's the limit. They could maybe sneak away a little playoff spot. You don't know how this team might perform. So great win for them. Of course, for LGD, they had great moments. I feel like Eric is definitely falling into his own. Yeah, G did seem to be finding a little bit of form as well, but it just feels like they're not quite sure how to approach team fights, and I feel like that's the biggest problem they have right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest issue for LGD overall is that, look, we can get some of these wins coming through with Shadow kind of being the instigator of a lot of that, and Eric, as you said, stepping up to be a relatively good carry, but when the coordination isn't there and the communication to try and set that up, it becomes incredibly hard to just kind of rely on that. Like, the setup from Fearness kind of not quite being in the front line, the execution coming through from the support to try and follow up on that, like, it all just looks very disjointed, and it's causing a lot of these games where not this game specifically, but games where you can see LGD pop off, they end up faltering. Like, I mean, the one that always sticks out in my head is like 3 kills on towards Eric on his Ezreal. He ends up getting caught out completely. Like, even though he has Arcane Shift and Flash, ends up like completely thrown away the game. It's too often that I see this coming across from LGD.
Yeah, I think if you look at the history of LGD in terms of this split as well, like, yes, they lost 2-0 against JDG and FBX, that's fine, but then a 2-1 loss to Ultra Prime, a 2-1 loss to Anyone's Legends, those are the kind of series that they can turn around. They could have turned around, and it's not quite there. And again, you just swap where they are in position to where LGD is now. You go from 15th, 16th to probably even, 12th, 11th maybe, depending on how those games go. So it does feel a little bit sore for those guys coming into this, and we'll see how they're able to move forward, because again, they've got some pretty difficult games, or sorry, very pivotal games, I think is the word I was looking for. They go up against Rare Adam, and then they go against TT after V5. So we'll see how they're able to do it. But we're going to send over to Wendy, who's waiting with our winners interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Shanks from CNW with us, so congratulations on the first win of the split. Yeah, so in this very special moment, do you have any words you want to say? 那首先恭喜我们Shanks，恭喜CNWE获得了我们赛季的首胜，所以也是比较特别的一场比赛嘛，有没有什么感想呢？在现在这个时刻？
就因为一路连跪嘛，然后输的太多了，就是也很想赢嘛，就是赢的时候还是很开心的。
So because actually we're on a losing streak, we have lost so many games, so we really have a very strong willing to get a win. So I'm super happy about today's victory, and definitely we can see this and talk a bit more about today's game. In today's game, it feels like you guys have shown us so many coordinated team fights. The 5 of you just play like a whole. So tell us more about who's the main shot caller inside the team for now, especially for the mid to late game team fights. 那其实说到今天的比赛，感觉你们今天为我们贡献了非常非常多波，感觉配合非常非常默契的团战。然后所以说我们也比较好奇，可能在现在的 WE 整个队内的话，特别是中后期的一些团战啊，包括说运营的思路，一般谁会是主要的指挥比较多一些呢？
因为就是悲伤上了嘛，所以是最近的总指挥全部都是悲伤，然后还有 biu， 然后鸭哥就是可达鸭做的也挺多的，主要是他们3个。
So because for now Beishang is our starting roster, so he's the main shot caller definitely. He's the one that made the most of the shot call, and also Biubiu will also help him, and also our support player Kadaya, he will also make some shot calls in the actual game. So I would like to choose the three of them to be the shot caller inside our team. And my next question is about Game 3, because we feels like in Game 3 the opponent's team actually have so many hard engaged skills. They have a very hard engaged comps, and they would like to seek so many engaged opportunities in the actual game. So how did you guys react to that, and what's your focus for the mid to late game? 那其实说到第3局，对面是有一个很多开团点位的一个阵容，他们也一直在找机会，想要来强开，然后找机会为自己的队伍打开局面。所以说想问一下，你们可能在中后期是怎么样去应对的？包括说一些沟通或者处理的重点是什么呢？
因为第3盘对面的阵容很特殊嘛，基本每一路的位置都能开我们的那个后排嘛，然后我跟 AD 就会很小心，然后很注意召唤师技能还有秒表这种保命装嘛，然后我们就会一直拖，一直等到这些技能，然后我们再去打团。
So I must say, in the game 3, the opponent's composition is a bit special. I believe like in every single lane, they can have some skill shots to just make the hard engage on us. So we just, especially me and also our AD player, the two of us just need to be so careful in the actual game, and we put very high attention to our stamina spells and also the items, including like stopwatch or something. So we'll just do some farming to skill up a bit. If all the skills and items are ready, for now we would give a try on the team fights. But if they are not ready, we'll just try to avoid all the team fights in game 3, and definitely we can see that, and it's a perfect win from you guys. And my very last question is, I believe there's so many CNW fans are waiting for this very precious victory from you guys. So do you have any words you want to say to all the fans that keep supporting WE and also supporting you? 那其实也相信有很多我们支持并且一直喜爱西安 WE 的粉丝，也是一直在等待着这个非常宝贵的胜利嘛。然后所以说也想问一下我们的小皮，在现在有没有什么想要对一直支持 WE、支持你的粉丝朋友们说的？
因为我们输得太惨了，然后他们还能一直支持，然后还有支持我呀，还有俱乐部，我就感觉他们真的是挺热烈的，挺感谢他们的。
So definitely for now we are on a losing streak, and we have lost so many games, but even that there's still so many fans that keep supporting us. I really appreciate that. I'm so touched by the enthusiasm and the passion from them, and definitely you guys definitely will win more games in the future. Best of luck for the following matchups. 那接下来希望你们加油，拿下更多的胜利。And back to you guys. Happy Valentine's Day. Bye bye.
Happy Valentine's Day, Wendy! Yay! And of course to you, Shanks, as well. But great to see there. Obviously saying that Beishang is one of the main shot callers there. Very obvious to see as soon as he comes in. Does look like a completely different team in terms of how they're playing. And this feels like it can be the start of something beautiful, Dagda.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if it is the start of something beautiful. But once more, we're getting, I think it was Biubiu MVP.
Yes, it was.
My ears. Not exactly the person I was expecting after what was the rougher side of the early game, but righted his wrongs with some of these engages. So Biubiu, even if the early game didn't go well, the decimating smashes smashed up LGD.
Yeah, really bringing the pain train with some of those ultimates as well. And we can see it here. Just look at it where Biubiu was able to position himself, and he's just constantly kiting back, keeping himself between him and the Xing and the rest of the side of LGD.
Yeah, and even if he's not connecting with the decimating smashes as often, you can see there, like the zone control that's offering in a lot of these points is what's buying space for the backline of WE. And when you've got that short range composition coming through for LGD, buying space is just as valuable as actually connecting with them in a lot of situations.
Estimating smash right at the end, catching out 3 people. So important there for Biubiu. And again, from that moment on, he just felt unstoppable. He felt untouchable. And you can see it there, just running forward, saying, look, you have to try and deal with me. You cannot just leave me alone. And it just set up for such easy setup and fights for Xing and Shanks to make it just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Shanks because I think his Orianna ults were impeccable in this game.
Oh, yeah.
So many times they were the deciding factor to like bring back fights from the brink or turn the tide in WE's favor. So certainly a group effort coming through in WE's side, and a healthy one to see when we've been looking for life in WE for a while.
Yeah, again, like, we cover 17 teams. There is obviously going to be better teams and worse teams. That's just how it is. But this is what you want to see. You don't want to just have a bad team. You want a team that's growing. You want a team that maybe, one or two changes coming into the next split, they could maybe irk themselves up. That's what you want to see. And of course, the development of some of the LDL talent is very, very important as well. So good to see that WE aren't out of it just yet. They are still pushing forward very, very nicely. And again, just with Beishang at the helm, it feels good to be a WE fan.
Yeah, I agree, and it's nice to see him back at that helm right after that extended leave. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to continue that streak forward. I think the mega fans, like the Munchables of the world, will be very happy to see that they're managing to pick up a couple of these wins. But I mean, look, it's still a long road until we get towards the end of the split.
It's a long road, just the run road, the long road to the God knows where. Anyway, coming back into what reality is, we're going to look at today's results as we had got ourselves a full palette of 6 games, 2 1s across the board. We're getting into a habit of that in the LPL. We had it yesterday, we have it today. FBX moving themselves up to 4-3. Feels like an absolute eternity ago. And then, of course, WE getting their first dub. You gotta love to see it.
Yeah, it was a long L series for WE, especially like pushing to near 50-minute games. So keeping us here on the rise. But we'll have to see if they can continue forward because they're no longer at last. They're actually one game difference ahead of TT. So WE managing to finally shift themselves out of that last spot.
I mean, you gotta climb, but each climb, every step you take is important. You go from 17 to 16. Maybe next week they go to 15. Maybe they go to 14. We do not know. But
I thought you were meant to start burst out into Miley Cyrus there for a second and just start singing "It's the Climb."
It's the climb. That should have been the music for the climb and fall music video that League of Legends released at the start of the season. But coming back into this one, we got some matches tomorrow. An interesting mid-table madness coming in here between JDG and then OMG, and some top table clashing. EDG versus Weibo Gaming. Those are actually 2 low-key banger games.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be absolutely insane, especially when you look towards like JDG trying to prove that they're on the rise. We keep trying to doubt them, but JDG keep answering back and just coming off of an insane win where they look super confident in their last series. And for EDG, looking to keep the streak alive, whereas Weibo trying to play upset a little bit there.
Absolutely, and that we've done our crossed our T's, dotted our I's. I always nearly say it the other way as I cross our I's, dotted our T's. I always nearly do that, but I think we're at the end of the broadcast. I think that's all we got to do. Dagda, thank you for joining me on this fantastic journey. Thank you for everyone for watching at home. Of course, it's a random Monday, so there's no other League of Legends, so you have to watch us. But that is all we have time for today. We'll be back on the same channel at the same time tomorrow. And of course, thank you to all of our production crew behind the scenes. Without them, none of this would be possible. We will see you guys again tomorrow.